Chapter 17 of The Armorer's Prentices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Esther Ben-Simonides. The Armorer's Prentices by Charlotte M. Yonge. Chapter 17 Ill May Day. With two and two together tied, through Temple Bar and Strand they go, to Westminster there to be tried, with ropes about their necks also. And where was Stephen? Crouching, wretched with hunger, cold, weariness, blows, and what was far worse, sense of humiliation and disgrace and terror for the future, in a corner of the yard of Newgate, whither the whole set of lads, surprised in Warwick Inner Court by the law students of the Inns of Court, had been driven like so many cattle at the sword's point, with no attention or perception that he and Giles had been struggling against the spoilers. Yet this fact made them all the more forlorn. The others, some 40 in number, their companions in misfortune, included most of the Barbican Prentices, who were of the Eagle faction, special enemies alike to Bannalee and the Dragon, and these held aloof from Headley and Birkenholt, nay, reviled them for the attack which they had declared had caused the general capture. The two lads of the Dragon had, in no measured terms, denounced their cruelty to the poor old and offensive man, and were denounced in their turns as friends of the sorcerer. But all were too much exhausted by the night's work to have spirit for more than a snarling encounter of words, and the only effect was that Giles and Stephen were left isolated in their misery outside the shelter of the handsome arched gateway, under which the others congregated. Newgate had been rebuilt by Whittington out of pity to poor prisoners and captives. It must have been unspeakably dreadful before, for the foulness of the narrow paved court, shut in by strong walls, was something terrible. Tired, spent, and aching all over, and with boyish callousness to dirt, still Giles and Stephen hesitated to sit down, and when at last they could stand no longer, they rested, leaning against one another. Stephen tried to keep up hope by declaring that his master would soon get them released, and Giles alternated between despair and declarations that he would have justice on those who so treated his father's son. They dropped asleep, first one and then the other, from sheer exhaustion, waking from time to time to realize that it was no dream, and to feel all the colder and more cramped. By and by there were voices at the gate. Friends were there asking after their own Will, or John, or Thomas, as the case might be. The jailer opened a little wicket window in the heavy door, and, no doubt for consideration, passed in food to certain lads whom he called out, but it did not always reach its destination. It was often torn away as by hungry wolves. For though the felons had been let out, when the doors were opened, the new prisoners were not by any means all apprentices. There were watermen, husbandmen, beggars, thieves among them, attracted by the scent of plunder, and even some of the elder lads had no scruple in snatching the morsel from the younger ones. Poor little Jasper Hope, a mischievous little curly-headed fellow, only 13, just apprenticed to his brother the draper, and rushing about with the other youths in the pride of his flat cap, was one of the sufferers. A servant had been at the door, promising that his brother would have him speedily released, and handing in bread and meat, of which he was instantly robbed by George Bates and 3 or 4 more big fellows, and sent away reeling and sobbing, under a heavy blow, with all the mischief and play knocked out of him. Stephen and Giles shouted "Shame!" but were unheeded, and they could only draw the little fellow up to them, and assure him that his brother would soon come for him. The next call at the gate was Headley and Birkenholt. "Master Headley, the Prentices, be they here?" And at their answer, not only the window, but the door in the gate was opened, and stooping low to enter, Kit Smallbones came in, and not empty-handed. "Ay, ay, youngsters," said he, "I knew how it would be by what I saw elsewhere, so I came with a fee to open locks. How came ye to get into such a plight as this? And poor little Hope too! A fine pass when they put babes in jail." "I'm Prentice," said Jasper, though in a very weak little voice. "Have you had bite or sup?" asked Kit. And on the reply, telling those who had had supplies from home had been treated, Smallbones observed, "Let them try it," and stood, at all his breadth, guarding the 2 youths and little Jasper as they ate, Stephen at first with difficulty in the faintness and foulness of the place, then ravenously. Smallbones lectured them on their folly all the time, and made them give an account of the night. He said their master was at the Guildhall taking counsel with the Lord Mayor, and there were reports that it would go hard with the rioters, for murder and plunder had been done in many places, and he especially looked at Giles with pity, and asked how he came to embroil himself with Master Mundy. Still his good-natured face cheered them, and he promised further supplies. He also relieved Stephen's mind about his brother, telling of his inquiry at the Dragon in the morning. All that day the condition of such of the prisoners as had well-to-do friends was improving. Fathers, brothers, masters, and servants came in quest of them, bringing food and bedding, and by exorbitant fees to the jailers obtained for them shelter in the gloomy cells. Mothers could not come, for a proclamation had gone out that none were to babble, and men were to keep their wives at home. And though there were more material comforts, prospects were very gloomy. Ambrose came when Kit Smallbones returned with what Mrs. Headley had sent the captives. He looked sad and dazed and clung to his brother, but said very little, except that they ought to be locked up together, and he really would have left in Newgate if Kit had not laid a great hand on his shoulder and almost forced him away. Master Headley himself arrived with Master Hope in the afternoon. Jasper sprang to his brother, crying, "Simon, Simon, you are come to take me out of this dismal, evil place?" But Master Hope, a tall, handsome, grave young man, who had often been much disturbed by his little brother's pranks, could only shake his head with tears in his eyes, and sitting down on the roll of bedding, take him on his knee and try to console him with the hope of liberty in a few days. He had tried to obtain the boy's release on the plea of his extreme youth, but the authorities were hotly exasperated and would hear of no mercy. The whole of the rioters were to be tried 3 days hence, and there was no doubt that some would be made an example of. The only question was, how many? Master Headley closely interrogated his own two lads, and was evidently sorely anxious about his namesake, who, he feared, might be recognized by Alderman Mundy and brought forward as a ringleader of the disturbance, nor did he feel at all secure that the plea he had had no enmity to the foreigners, but had actually tried to defend Lucas and Abenali, would be attended to for a moment, though Lucas had promised to bear witness of it. Giles looked perfectly stunned at the time, unable to take in the idea, but at night Stephen was wakened on the pallet they shared with little Jasper, by hearing him weeping and sobbing for his mother at Salisbury. Time lagged on till the 4th of May. Some of the poor boys whiled away their time with dreary games in the yard, sometimes wrestling, but more often gambling with the dice that one or two happened to possess, for the dinners that were provided for the wealthier, sometimes even betting on what the sentences would be, and who would be hanged or who escape. Poor lads, they did not, for the most part, realize the real danger, but Stephen was more and more beset with homesick longing for the glades and thickets of his native forest, and would keep little Jasper and even Giles for an hour together telling of the woodland adventures of those happy times, shutting his eyes to the grim stone walls, and trying to think himself among the beeches, hollies, cherries, and hawthorns, shining in the May sun. Giles and he were close friends now, and with little Jasper said their paters and aves together, that they might be delivered from their trouble. At last, on the 4th, the whole of the prisoners were summoned roughly into the court, where harsh hooking men-at-arms proceeded to bind them together in pairs to be marched through the streets to the Guildhall. Giles and Stephen would naturally have been put together, but poor little Jasper cried out so lamentably when he was about to be bound to a stranger, that Stephen stepped forward in his stead, begging that the boy might go with Giles. The soldier made a contemptuous sound, but consented, and Stephen found that his companion in misfortune, whose left elbow was tied to his right, was George Bates. The two boys looked at each other in a strained, rueful manner, and Stephen said, "Shake hands, comrade. If we are to die, let us bear no ill will." George gave a cold, limp, trembling hand. He looked wretched, subdued, cheerful, and nearly starved, for he had no kinsfolk at hand, and his master was too angry with him, and too much afraid of compromising himself to have sent him any supplies. Stephen tried to unbutton his own pouch, but not succeeding with his left hand, bade George try with his right. "There's a cake of bread," he said. "Eat that, and thou'lt be able to better stand up like a man, come what will." George devoured it eagerly. "Ah!" he said in a stronger voice, "Stephen Birkenholt, thou art an honest fellow. I did thee wrong. If ever we get out of this plight—" Here they were ordered to march, and in a long and doleful procession they set forth. The streets were lined with men-at-arms, for all the affections and sympathies of the people were with the unfortunate boys, and a rescue was apprehended. In point of fact, the Lord Mayor and Aldermen were afraid of the King supposing them to have organised the assault on their rivals, and each was therefore desirous to show severity to any one's apprentices save his own, while the nobility were afraid of contumacy on the part of the citizens, and were resolved to crush down every rioter among them, so that they have filled the seats with their armed retainers. Fathers and mothers, masters and dames, sisters and fellow apprentices, found their doors closely guarded, and could only look with tearful, anxious eyes at the procession of poor youths, many of them mere children, who were driven from each of the jails to the Guildhall. There, when all collected, the entire number amounted to 278, though so in proportion were grown men, priests, wherrymen, and beggars, who had joined the rabble in search of plunder. It did not look well for them. The Duke of Norfolk and his son, the Earl of Surrey, were joined in the commission with the Lord Mayor. The upper end of the great hall was filled with aldermen in their robes and chains, with the sheriffs of London and the whole imposing array, and the Lord Mayor, with the Duke, sat enthroned above them in truly awful dignity. The Duke was a hard and pitiless man, and bore the city a bitter grudge for the death of his retainer, the priest killed in Cheapside, and in spite of all his poetical fame, it may be feared that the Earl of Surrey was not of much more merciful mood, while the men-at-arms spoke savagely of hanging, slaughtering, or setting the city on fire. The arraignment was very long, as there was so large a number of names to be read, and to the horror of all, it was not for a mere riot, but for high treason. The king, it was declared, being in amity with all Christian princes, it was high treason to break the truce and league by attacking their subjects resident in England. The terrible punishment of the traitor would thus be the doom of all concerned, and in the temper of the Howards and their retainers there was little hope of mercy, nor, in times like those, was there even much prospect that, out of such large numbers, some might escape. A few were more especially cited, 14 in number, among them George Bates, Walter Ball, and Giles Headley, who had certainly given cause for the beginning of the affray. There was no attempt to defend George Bates, who seemed to be stunned and bewildered beyond the power of speaking or even of understanding, but as Giles cast his eyes round in wild terrified appeal, Master Headley rose up in his alderman's gown, and begged leave to be heard in his defence, as he had witnesses to bring in his favour. "Is he thy son, good Armourer Headley?" demanded the Duke of Norfolk, who held the work of the Dragon Court in high esteem. "Nay, my lord, but he is in the place of one, my near kinsman and godson, and so soon as his time be up, bound to wed my only child. I pray you to hear his cause, ere cutting off the heir of an old and honourable house." Norfolk and his sons murmured something about the Headley skill in armour, and the Lord Mayor was willing enough for mercy. But Sir John Mundy here rose. "My Lord Duke, this is the very young man who was first to lay hands on me. Yea, my lords and sirs, ye have already heard how the rude sport, contrary to proclamation, was the cause of the tumult. When I would have bidden them go home, the one brawler asked me insolently, 'Wherefore?' The other smote me with his sword, whereupon the whole rascals set upon me, and as Master Alderman Headley can testify, I scarce reached his house alive. I ask, should favour overcome justice, and a ringleader who hath assaulted the person of an alderman find favour above others?" "I ask not for favour," returned Headley, "only that witnesses be heard on his behalf, ere he be condemned." Headley, as a favourite with the Duke, prevailed to have permission to call his witnesses. Christopher Smallbones, who had actually rescued Alderman Mundy from the mob, and helped him into the Dragon Court, could testify that the proclamation had been entirely unheard in the din of the youths looking on at the game. And this was followed up by Lucas Hansen declaring that, so far from having attacked or plundered him and the others in Warwick Inner Yard, the two, Giles Headley and Stephen Birkenholt, had come to the defence and fallen on those who were burning their goods. On this a discussion followed between the authorities seated at the upper end of the hall. The poor anxious watchers below could only guess by the jesters what was being agitated as to their fate, and Stephen was feeling it sorely hard that Giles should be pleaded for as the master's kinsman, and he left to so cruel a fate, no one saying a word for him but unheeded Lucas. Finally, without giving of judgment, the whole of the miserable prisoners, who had been standing without food for hours, were marched back, still tied to their several prisons, while their guards pointed out the gibbets where they were to suffer the next day. Master Headley was not quite so regardless of his younger apprentice as Stephen imagined. There was a sort of little council held in his hall when he returned, sad, dispirited, almost hopeless, to find Hall Randall anxiously waiting him. The alderman said he durst not plead for Stephen, lest he should lose both by asking too much, and his young kinsman had the first right, being in the most peril as being singled out by name, whereas Stephen might escape with the multitude, if there were any mercy. He added that the Duke of Norfolk was certainly inclined to save one who knew the secret of Spanish sword blades, but he was firstly resolved to be revenged for the murder of his lewd priest in Cheapside, and that Sir John Mundy was equally determined that Giles should not escape. "What am I to say to his mother? Have I brought him from her for this?" mourned Master Headley. "Ay, and Master Randall, I grieve as much for thy nephew, who to my mind hath done naught amiss. A brave lad, a good lad, who hath saved mine own life. Would that I could do aught for him. It is a shame." "Father," said Dennet, who had crept to the back of his chair, "the King would save him. Mind ye the golden whistle that the grandame keepeth?" "The maid hath hit it!" exclaimed Randall. "Master Alderman, let me but have the little wench and the whistle to-morrow morn, and it is done. How sayest thou, pretty mistress? Wilt thou go with me and ask thy cousin's life, and poor Stephen's, of the King?" "With all my heart, sirs," said Dennet, coming to him with outstretched hands. "Oh, sir, canst thou save them? I have been vowing all I could think of to Our Lady and the saints, and now they are going to grant it." "Tarry a little," said the alderman. "I must know more of this. Where wouldst thou take my child? How obtain access to the King's grace?" "Worshipful sir, trust me," said Randall. "Thou knowst I am sworn servant to my Lord Cardinal, and that his folk are as free of the court as the King's own servants. If thine own folk will take us up the river to Richmond, and there wait for us while I lead the maid to the King, I can well nigh swear to thee that she will prevail." The alderman looked greatly distressed. Ambrose threw himself on his knees before him, and in an agony entreated him to consent, assuring him that Master Randall could do what he promised. The alderman was much perplexed. He knew that his mother, who was confined to her bed by rheumatism, would be shocked at the idea. He longed to accompany his daughter himself, but for him to be absent from the sitting of the court might be fatal to Giles, and he could not bear to lose any chance for the poor youths. Meantime an interrogative glance and a nod had passed between Tibble and Randall, and when the alderman looked towards the former, always his prime minister, the answer was, "Sir, meseemeth that it were well to do as Master Randall counselleth. I will go with Mistress Dennet, if such be your will. The lives of two such youths as our Prentices might not be lonely thrown away, while by God's providence there is any means of striving to save them." Consent was then given, and it was further arranged that Dennet and her escort should be ready at the early hour of 4:30, so as to elude the guards who were placed in the streets, and also because King Henry in the summer went very early to mass, and then to some out-of-door sport. Randall said he would have taken his own good woman to have the care of the little mistress, but the poor little orphan Spanish wench had wept herself so sick that she could not be left to a stranger. Master Headley himself brought the child by back streets to the river, and thence down to the Temple stairs, accompanied by Tibble Steelman, and a maidservant on whose presence her grandmother had insisted. Dennet had hardly slept all night for excitement and perturbation, and she looked very white, small, and insignificant for her 13 years, when Randall and Ambrose met her, and placed her carefully in the barge which was to take them to Richmond. It was somewhat fresh in the early morning, and no one was surprised that Master Randall wore a dark cloak as they rowed up the river. There was very little speech between the passengers. Dennet sat between Ambrose and Tibble. They kept their heads bowed. Ambrose's brow was on one hand, his elbow on his knee, but he spared the other to hold Dennet. He had been longing for the old assurance he would once have had, that to vow himself to a life of hard service in a convent would be the way to win his brother's life. But he had ceased to be able to feel that such bargains were the right course, for that a convent necessarily afforded the sure way of service, and he never felt more insecure of the way and means to prayer than in this hour of anguished supplication. When they came beyond the city within sight of the trees of Sheen, as Richmond was still called, Randall insisted that Dennet should eat some of the bread and meat that Tibble had brought in a wallet for her. "She must look her best," she said aside to the foreman. "I would that she were either more of a babe or better favoured. Our Hal hath a tender heart for a babe and an eye for a buxom lass." He bade the maid trim up the child's cap and make the best of her array, and presently reached some stairs leading up to the park. Here he let Ambrose lift her out of the boat. The maid would fain have followed, but he prevented this, and when she spoke of her mistress having bidden her follow wherever the child went, Tibble interfered, telling her that his master's orders were that Master Randall should do with him as he thought meet. Tibble himself followed until they reached a thicket entirely concealing them from the river. Halting here, Randall, with his nephew's help, divested himself of his long gown and cloak, his beard and wig, produced coxcomb and bauble from his pouch, and stood before the astonished eyes of Dennet as the jester. She recoiled upon Tibble with a little cry. "Oh, why should he make sport of us? Why disguise himself?" "Listen, pretty mistress," said Randall. "'Tis no disguise. Tibble there can tell you, or my nephew. My disguise lies there," pointing to his sober raiment. "This only can I bring thee to the King's presence. Didst think it was jest? Nay, verily, as I am bound to save my sweet Stevie's life, my sister's own gallant son, as thou canst be to plead for thy betrothed." Dennet winced. "Ay, Mistress Dennet," said Tibble, "thou mayst trust him, in spite of his guard, and 'tis the sole hope. He could only thus bring thee in. Go thou on, then the lad and I will fall to our prayers." Dennet's bosom heaved, but she looked up in the jester's dark eyes, saw the tears in them, made an effort, put her hand in his, and said, "I will go with thee." Hal led her away, and they saw Tibble and Ambrose both fall on their knees behind the hawthorn bush, to speed them with their prayers, while all the joyous birds singing their carols around seemed to protest against the cruel captivity and dreadful doom of the young gladsome spirits pent up in the city prisons. One full gush of a thrush's song in especial made Dennet's eyes overflow, which the jester perceived and said, "Nay, sweet maid, no tears. Kings brook not to be approached with blubbered faces. I marvel not that it seems hard to thee to go along with such as I, but let me be what I will outside, mine heart is heavy enough, and thou wilt learn sooner or later that fools are not the only folk who needs must smile when they have a load within." And then, as much to distract her thoughts and prevent tears as to reassure her, he told her what he had before told his nephew of the inducements that had made him Wolsey's jester, and impressed her on the forms of address. "Thou wilt hear me make free with him, but that's part of mine office, like the kitten I've seen tickling the mane of the lion in the tower. Thou must say, 'An it please your Grace,' and thou needst not speak of his rolling in the mire, thou wottest, or it might anger him." The girl showed that her confidence became warmer by keeping nearer to his side, and presently she said, "I must beg for Stephen first, for 'tis his whistle." "Blessings on thee, fair wench, for that, yet seest thou, 'tis the other Springald who is in the greater peril, and he is closer to thy father and to thee." "He fled when Stephen made in to the rescue of my father," said Dennet. "The saints grant we may so work with the King that he may spare them both," ejaculated Randall. By this time the strange pair were reaching the precincts of the great dwelling house, where about the wide open door loitered gentlemen, grooms, lackeys, and attendants of all kinds. Randall reconnoitred. "An we go up among all these," he said, "they might make their sport of us both, so we might have time. Let us see whether the little garden postern be open. Henry the Eighth had no fears of his people, and kept his dwellings more accessible than were the castles of many a subject." The door in the wall proved to be open, and with an exclamation of joy, Randall pointed out two figures, one in a white silken doublet and hose, with a short crimson cloak over his shoulder, the other in scarlet and purple robes, pacing the walk under the wall. Henry's way of holding a cabinet council with his Prime Minister on a summer's morning. "Come on, mistress, put a brave face on it," the jester encouraged the girl as he led her forward, while the King, catching sight of them, exclaimed, "Ha! There's old Patch! What doth he there?" But the Cardinal, impatient of interruption, spoke imperiously. "What dost thou here, Merriman? Away, this is no time for thy fooleries and frolics." But the King, with some pleasure in teasing, and some of the enjoyment of a schoolboy at a break in his task, called out, "Nay, come hither, quipsome one! What new puppet hast thou brought hither to play off on us?" "Yea, brother Hal," said the jester, "I have brought one to let thee know how Tom of Norfolk and his crew are playing the fool in the Guildhall, and to ask who'll be the fool to let them wreak their spite on the best blood in London, and leave a sore that will take many a day to heal." "How is this, my Lord Cardinal?" said Henry. "I bade them make an example of a few worthless hinds, such as might teach the lusty burghers to hold their lads in bounds, and prove to our neighbours that their churlishness was by no consent of ours." "I trow," said the Cardinal, "that one of these same hinds is a boon companion of the fools. Hinc ille lachrymae, and his speech would have befitted a wise man's mouth." "There is work that may well make even a fool grave, friend Thomas," replied the jester. "Nay, but what hath this little wench to say?" asked the King, looking down on the child from under his plumed cap with a face set in golden hair, the fairest and sweetest, as it seemed to her, that she had ever seen, as he smiled upon her. "Methinks she is too small to be thy love. Speak out, little one. I love little maids. I have one of mine own. Hast thou a brother among these misguided lads?" "Not so, an' please your Grace," said Dennet, who was fortunately not in the least shy, and was still too young for a maiden's shamefastness. "He is to be my betrothed. I would say, one of them is, but the other—he saved my father's life once." The latter words were lost in the laughter of the King and Cardinal at the unblushing avowal of this small prim-faced maiden. "Oh ho! So 'tis a case of true love, whereto a king's face must needs show grace. Who art thou, fair suppliant, and who may this swain of thine be?" "I am Dennet Headley, so please your Grace. My father is Giles Headley the Armourer, Alderman of Cheapward," said Dennet, doing her part bravely, though puzzled by the King's turn of banter. "And see here, your Grace." "Ha! The hawk's whistle that Archduke Philip gave me. What of that? I gave it to a youth that came to mine aid, and reclaimed a falcon for me. Is't he, child?" "Oh, sir, 'tis he who came in second at the butts, next to Barlow, to Stephen Birkenholt, and he did not, they bore no ill will to strangers. No, they were falling on the wicked fellows who had robbed and slain good old Master Michael, who taught our folk to make the only real true Damascus blades welded in England. But the lawyers of the Inns of Court fell on them all alike, and have driven them off to Newgate, and poor little Jasper Hope too. And Alderman Mundy bears ill will to Giles, and the cruel Duke of Norfolk and his men swear they'll have vengeance on the cheap, and there'll be hanging and quartering this very morn. Oh, your Grace, save our lads, for Stephen saved my father." "Thy tongue wags fast, little one," said the King good-naturedly, "with thy Stephen thy Giles. Is this same Stephen, the knight of the whistle and the bow, thy betrothed, and Giles thy brother?" "Nay, your Grace," said Dennet, hanging her head, "Giles Headley is my betrothed, that is, when his time is served, he will be. Father sets great store by him, for he is the only one of our name to keep up the armoury, and has a mother, sir, a mother at Salisbury. But oh, sir, Stephen is so good and brave a lad. He made in to save father from the robbers, and he draws the best bow in Cheapside, and he can grave steel as well as Tibble himself, and this is the whistle your Grace wots of." Henry listened with an amused smile that grew broader as Dennet's voice all unconsciously became infinitely more animated and earnest when she began to plead Stephen's cause. "Well, well, sweetheart," he said, "I trow thou must have the twain of them, though," he added to the Cardinal, who smiled broadly. "It might perchance be more for the maiden's peace than she wots of now, were we to leave this same night of the whistle to be strung up at once, ere she had found her heart, but in sooth that I cannot do, owing well nigh a life to him and his brother. Moreover, we may not have old Headley's skill in weapons lost." Dennet held her hands close clasped while these words were spoken apart. She felt as if her hope, half granted, were being snatched from her, as another actor appeared on the scene, a gentleman in a lawyer's gown and a square cap, which he doffed as he advanced and put his knee to the ground before the King, who greeted him with, "Save you, good Sir Thomas! A fair morning to you!" "They told me your Grace was in council with my Lord Cardinal," said Sir Thomas More, "but seeing there was likewise this merry company, I durst venture to thrust in, since my business is urgent." Dennet here forgot court manners enough to cry out, "Oh, your Grace, be pleased for pity's sake to let me have the pardon for them first, or they'll be hanged and dead. I saw the gallows in Cheapside, and when they are dead, what good will your Grace's mercy do them?" "I see," said Sir Thomas, "the little maid's errand jumps with mine own, which was to tell your Grace that unless there be speedy commands to the howards to hold their hands, there will be wailing like that of Egypt in the city. The poor boys who were but shouting and brawling after the nature of mettled youth, the most with naught of malice, are penned up like sheep for the slaughter, ay, and worse than sheep, for we quarter not our mutton alive, whereas these poor younglings, babes of 13 some of them, be indicted for high treason. Will the parents, shut in from coming to them by my Lord of Norfolk's men, ever forget their agonies, I ask your Grace?" Henry's face grew red with passion. "If Norfolk thinks to act the King and turn this city into a shambles," with a mighty oath, "he shall abye it. Here, Lord Cardinal, More, let the free pardon be drawn up for the two lads, and we will ourselves write to the Lord Mayor and to Norfolk that they may work their will on the movers of the riot, that pestilent Lincoln and his sort, not a prentice lad shall be touched till our pleasure be known. There now, child, thou hast won the lives of thy lads, as thou callest them. Wilt thou rue the day, I marvel? Why cannot some of their mothers pluck up spirit and beg them off as thou hast done?" "Yea," said Wolsey, "that were the right course. If the King were moved to pray your Grace to pity the striplings, then could the Spaniards make no plaint of too much clemency being shown." They were all this time getting near the palace, and being now at a door opening into the hall, Henry turned around. "There, pretty maid, spread the tidings among thy gossips, that they have a tender-hearted Queen and a gracious King. The Lord Cardinal will presently give thee thy pardon for both thy lads, and by and by thou wilt know whether thou thankest me for it." Then putting his hand under her chin, he turned up her face to him, kissed her on each cheek, and touched his feathered cap to the other, saying, "See that my bidding be done," and disappeared. "It must be prompt if it be to save any marked for death this morn," More in a low voice observed to the Cardinal. "Lord Edmund Howard is keen as a bloodhound on his vengeance." Wolsey was far from being a cruel man, and besides, there was a natural antagonism between him and the old nobility, and he liked and valued his fool, to whom he turned, saying, "And what stake hast thou in this, sirrah? Is't all per charity?" "I am scarce such a fool as that, cousin Red Hat," replied Randall, rallying his powers. "I leave that to Mr. Moore here, whom we all know to be a good fool spoilt. But I'll make a clean breast of it. This same Stephen is my sister's son, an orphan lad of good birth and breeding, whom, my lord, I would die to save. Thou shalt have the pardon instantly, Merriman," said the Cardinal, and beckoning to one of the attendants who clustered around near the door, he gave orders that a clerk should instantly, and very briefly, make out the form. Sir Thomas More, hearing the name of Headley, added that for him indeed the need of haste was great, since he was one of the 14 sentenced to die that morning. Quipsome Hal was interrogated as to how he had come, and the Cardinal and Sir Thomas agreed that the river would be as speedy a way of returning as by land, but they decided that a King's pursuivant should accompany him, otherwise there would be no chance of forcing his way in time through the streets, guarded by the Howard retainers. As rapidly as was in the nature of a high officer's clerk to produce a dozen lines, the precious document was indicted, and it was carried at last to Dennet, bearing Henry's signature and seal. She held it to her bosom, while, accompanied by the pursuivant, who, happily for them, was interested in one of the unfortunate 14, and therefore did not wait to stand on his dignity, they hurried across the place where they had left the barge, Timble and Ambrose joining them on the way. Stephen was safe, of his life there could be no doubt, and Ambrose almost repented of feeling his heart so light while Giles's fate hung upon their speed. The oars were plied with hearty goodwill, but the barge was somewhat heavy, and by and by, coming to a landing place where two watermen had a much smaller and lighter boat, the pursuivant advised that he should go forward with the more necessary persons, leaving the others to follow. After a few words, the light weights of Tibble and Dennet prevailed in their favour, and they shot forward in the little boat. They passed the Temple on the stairs nearest Cheapside, up the street. There was an awful stillness, only broken by heavy knells sounding at intervals from the church. The back streets were thronged by a trembling, weeping people, who all eagerly made way for the pursuivant, as he called, "Make way, good people, a pardon!" They saw the broader face of Cheapside. Horsemen in armour guarded it, but they too opened a passage for the pursuivant. There was to be seen among the people's heads a scaffold, a fire burnt on it, the gallows and noosed rope hung above. A figure was mounting the ladder. A boy! Oh, heavens! Would it be too late? Who was it? They were still too far off to see. They might only be cruelly holding out hope to one of the doomed. The pursuivant shouted aloud, "In the King's name, hold!" He lifted Dennet on his shoulder, and made her wave her parchment. An overpowering roar arose. "A pardon! A pardon! God save the King!" Every hand seemed to be forwarding the pursuivant and the child, and it was Giles Headley who, loosed from the hold of the executioner, stared wildly about him like one distraught. End of chapter 17. Recording by Esteban Simonides.
Chapter 18 of the Armourer's Prentices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Armourer's Prentices by Charlotte M. Yonge. Chapter 18. Pardon. What if, quoth she, by Spanish blood have London's stately streets been wet, yet will I seek this country's good, and pardon for these young men get. Churchill. The night and morning had been terrible to the poor boys, who only had begun to understand what awaited them. The 14 selected had little hope, and indeed a priest came in early morning to hear the confessions of Giles Headley and George Bates, the only two who were in Newgate. George Bates was of the stolid, heavy disposition that seems armed by outward indifference, or mayhap pride. He knew that his case was hopeless, and he would not thaw even to the priest. But Giles had been quite unmanned, and when he found that for the doleful procession to the Guildhall he was to be coupled with George Bates, instead of either of his roomfellows, he flung himself on Stephen's neck, sobbing out messages for his mother, and entreaties that, if Stephen survived, he would be good to Aldonza. "For you will wed Dennet, and—" There the gaolers roughly ordered him to hold his peace, and dragged him off to be pinioned to his fellow-sufferer. Stephen was not called till some minutes later, and had not seen him since. He himself was of course overshadowed by the awful gloom of apprehension for himself, and pity for his comrades, and he was grieved at not having seen or heard of his brother or master, but he had a very present care in Jasper, who was sickening in the prison atmosphere, and when fastened to his arm seemed hardly able to walk. Leashed as they were, Stephen could only help him by holding the free hand, and when they came to the hall, supporting him as much as possible, as they stood in the miserable throng during the conclusion of the formalities, which ended by the horrible sentence of the traitor being pronounced on the whole 278. Poor little Jasper woke for an interval from the sense of present discomfort to hear it. He seemed to stiffen all over with the shock of horror, and then hung a dead weight on Stephen's arm. It would have dragged him down, but there was no room to fall. And the wretchedness of the lad against whom he staggered found vent in a surly imprecation, which was lost among the cries and the entreaties of some of the others. The London magistracy were some of them in tears, but the indictment for high treason removed the poor lads from their jurisdiction to that of the Earl Marshal, and thus they could do nothing to save the 14 foremost victims. The others were again driven out of the hall to return to their prisons, the nearest pair of lads doing their best to help Stephen drag his burthen along. At the halt outside, to arrange the sad processions, one of the guards, of milder mood, cut the cord that bound the lifeless weight to Stephen, and permitted the child to be laid on the stones of the court, his collar unbuttoned, and water to be brought. Jasper was just reviving when the word came to march, but still he could not stand, and Stephen was therefore permitted the free use of his arms in order to carry the poor little fellow. 13 years made a considerable load for 17, though Stephen's arms were exercised in the smithy, and it was a sore pull from the Guildhall. Jasper presently recovered enough to walk with a good deal of support. When he was laid on the bed he fell into an exhausted sleep, while Stephen, kneeling, as the strokes of the knell smote on his ear, prayed, as he had never prayed before, for his comrade, for his enemy, and for all the unhappy boys who were being led to their death wherever the outrages had been committed. Once, indeed, there was a strange sound coming across that of the knell. It almost sounded like an acclamation of joy. Could people be so cruel, thought Stephen, as to mock poor Giles's agonies? There were the knells still sounding. How long he did not know, for a beneficent drowsiness stole over him as he knelt, and he was only awakened, at the same time as Jasper, by the opening of his door. He looked up to see 3 figures, his brother, his uncle, his master. Were they come to take leave of him? But the one conviction that their faces beamed with joy was all that he could gather, for little Jasper sprang up with a scream of terror. "Stephen, Stephen, save me! They will cut out my heart!" and clung trembling to his breast, with arms round his neck. "Poor child, poor child!" sighed Master Headley. "Would that I brought him the same tidings as to thee." "Is it so?" asked Stephen, reading confirmation as he looked from the one to the other. Though he was unable to rise under the weight of the boy, life and light were coming to his eye, while Ambrose clasped his hand tightly, chocked by the swelling of his heart in almost an agony of joy and thankfulness. "Yea, my good lad," said the alderman, "thy good kinsman took my little wench to bear to the king the token he gave thee." "And Giles?" Stephen asked, "and the rest?" "Giles is safe. For the rest, may God have mercy on their souls." These words passed while Stephen rocked Jasper backwards and forwards, his face hidden on his neck. "Come home," said Master Headley. "My little Dennet and Giles cannot yet rejoice till thou art with them. Giles would have come himself, but he is sorely shaken, and could scarce stand." Jasper caught the words, and loosing his friend's neck, looked up. "Oh, are we going home?" "Come, Stephen, where's brother Simon? I want my good sister, I want nurse. Oh, take me home." For as he tried to sit up, he fell back, sick and dizzy, on the bed. "Alack, alack!" mourned Master Headley, and the jester, muttering that it was not the little wench's fault, turned to the window and burst into tears. Stephen understood it all, and though he felt a passionate longing for freedom, he considered in one moment whether there were any one of his fellow prisoners to whom Jasper could be left, or who would be of the least comfort to him, but could find no one, and resolved to cling to him as once to old Spring. "Sir," he said, as he rose to his master, "I fear me he is very sick. Will your worship give me license to bide with him till this ends?" "Thou art a good-hearted lad," said the alderman, with a hand on his shoulder. "There is no further danger of life to the prentice lads. The king hath sent to forbid all further dealing with them, and hath bidden my little maid to set it about, that if their mothers beg them grace from good Queen Katherine, they shall have it. But this poor child, he can scarce be left. His brother will take it well of thee, if thou wilt stay with him till some tendance can be had. We can see to that. Thanks be to St. George and our good king, this good city is our own again." The alderman turned away, and Ambrose and Stephen exchanged a passionate embrace, feeling what it was to be still left to one another. The jester, too, shook his nephew's hand, saying, "Boy, boy, the blessing of such as I is scarce worth the having, but I would thy mother could see thee this day." Stephen was left with these words and his brother's look to bear him through a trying time. For the captain of Newgate was an autocrat, who looked on his captives as compulsory lodgers, out of whom he was entitled to wring as much as possible, as indeed he had no other salary, nor means of maintaining his underlings, a state of things which lasted for 200 years longer, until the days of James Oglethorpe and John Howard. Even in the rare cases of acquittals, the prisoner could not be released till he had paid his fees, and that Giles Headley should have been borne off from the scaffold itself in debt to him was an invasion of his privileges, which did not dispose him to be favourable to any one connected with that affair, and he liked to show his power and dignity even to an alderman. He was found sitting in a comfortable tapestried chamber, handsomely dressed in orange and brown, with a smooth, sleek countenance and the appearance of a good-natured, substantial citizen. He only half rose from his big carved chair, and touched, without removing his cap, to greet the alderman, as he observed, without the accustomed prefix of your worship, "So, you are come about your prentices' fees and dues. By St. Peter of the Fetters, 'tis an irksome matter to have such a troop of idle, mischievous, dainty striplings thrust on one, giving more trouble and making more call and outcry than twice as many honest thieves and pick–purses." "Be assured, sir, they will scarce trouble you longer than they can help," said Master Headley. "Yea, the Duke and my Lord Edmund are making brief work of them," quoth the gaoler. "Ha!" with an oath, "what's that? Naught will daunt those lads till the hangman is at their throats." For it was a real hurrah that reached his ears. The jester had got all the boys round him in the court, and was bidding them keep up a good heart, for their lives were safe, and their mothers would beg them off. Their shouts did not tend to increase the captain's good humour, and though he certainly would not have let out Alderman Headley's remaining apprentice without his fee, he made as great a favour of permission, and charged as exorbitantly, for a pardoned man to remain within his domains, as if they had been the most costly and delightful hostel in the kingdom. Master Hope, who presently arrived, had to pay a high fee for leave to bring Master Todd, the barber–surgeon, with him to see his brother; but though he offered a mark a day, a huge amount at that time, the captain was obdurate in refusing to allow the patient to be attended by his own old nurse, declaring that it was contrary to discipline, and, what probably affected him much more, one such woman could cause more trouble than a dozen felons. No doubt it was true, for she would have insisted on moderate cleanliness and comfort. No other attendant whom Mr. Hope could find would endure the disgrace, the discomfort, the alarm of a residence in Newgate, for Jasper's sake; so that the draper's gratitude to Stephen Birkenholt for voluntarily sharing the little fellow's captivity was great, and he gave payment to one or two of the officials to secure the two lads being civilly treated, and that the provisions sent in reached them duly. Jasper did not in general seem very ill by day, only heavy, listless, and dull, unable to eat, too giddy to sit up, and unable to help crying like a babe, if Stephen left him for a moment. But he never fell asleep without all the horror and dread of the sentence coming over him. Like all the boys in London, he had gazed at executions with the sort of curiosity that leads rustic lads to run to see pigs killed, and now the details came over him in semi–delirium, as acted out on himself, and he shrieked and struggled in an anguish which was only mitigated by Stephen's reassurances, caresses, even scoldings. The other youths, relieved from the apprehension of death, agreed to regard their detention as a holiday, and not being squeamish, turned a yard into a playground, and there they certainly made uproar, and played pranks, enough to justify the preference of the captain for full–grown criminals. But Stephen could not join them, for Jasper would not spare him for an instant, and he himself, though at first sorely missing employment and exercise, was growing drowsy and heavy–limbed in his cramped life, and the evil atmosphere, even the sick longings for liberty, were gradually passing away from him, so that sometimes he felt as if he had lived here for ages and known no other life, though no sooner did he lie down to rest and shut his eyes, than the trees and green glades of the New Forest rose before him, with all the hollies shining in the summer light, or the gorse making a sheet of gold. The time was not in reality so very long. On the 7th of May, John Lincoln, the broker, who had incited Canon Peel to preach against the foreigners, was led forth with several others of the real promoters of the riot to the centre of Cheapside, where Lincoln was put to death, but orders were brought to respite the rest, and at the same time all the armed men were withdrawn, the city began to breathe, and the women who had been kept within doors to go abroad again. The Recorder of London and several aldermen were to meet the king at his manor at Greenwich. This was the mother's opportunity. The civic dignitaries rode in mourning robes, but the wives and mothers, sweethearts and sisters, every woman who had a youth's life at stake, came together, took boat, and went down the river, a strange fleet of barges, all containing white caps and black gowns and hoods, for all were clad in the most correct and humble citizen's costume. "Never was such a sight," said Jester Randall, who had taken care to secure a view, and who had come with his report to the Dragon court. "It might have been Ash Wednesday for the look of them, when they landed and got into order. One would think every prentice lad had got at least 3 mothers, and 4 or 5 aunts and sisters. I trow verily that half of them came to look on at the other half, and get a sight of Greenwich and the 3 queens. However, be that as it might, not one of them but knew how to open the sluices. Queen Catherine noted well what was coming, and she and the Queens of Scotland and France sat in the great chamber with the doors open. And immediately there's a knock at the door, and so soon as the usher opens it, in they come, 3 and 3, every good wife of them with her napkin to her eyes, and working away with her sobs. Then Mistress Todd, the barber surgeon's wife, she spoke for all, being thought to have the more courtly tongue, having been tire-woman to Queen Mary ere she went to France. Verily her husband must have penned the speech for her, for it began right scholarly and flowery, with a likening of themselves to the mothers of Bethlehem. Lusty innocence theirs, I trow. But ere long the good woman faltered and forgot her part, and broke out, "Oh, madam, you that are a mother yourself, for the sake of your own sweet babe, give us back our sons." And therewith they all fell on their knees, weeping and wringing their hands, and crying out, "Mercy, mercy, for our blessed Lady's sake, have pity on our children," till the good queen, with the tears running down her cheeks for very ruth, told them that the power was not in her hands, but the will was for them and their poor sons, and that she would strive so to plead for them with the king as to win their freedom. Meantime, there were the aldermen watching for the king in his chamber of presence, till forth he came, when all fell on their knees, and the Recorder spake for them, casting all the blame on the vain and light persons who have made that enormity. Thereupon what does our Hal but make himself as stern as though he meant to string them all up in a line. "Ye ought to wail and be sorry," said he, "whereas ye say that substantial persons were not concerned. It appeareth to the contrary. You did wink at the matter," quoth he, "and at this time we will grant you neither favour nor goodwill." However, none who knew Hal's eye but could tell that 'twas all very excellent fooling, when he bade them get to the cardinal. Therewith in came the 3 queens, hand in hand, with tears in their eyes, so as they might have been the 3 queens that bore away King Arthur, and down they went on their knees, and cried out, "Dear sir, we who are mothers ourselves, beseech you to set the hearts at ease of all the poor mothers who are mourning for their sons." Whereupon, the door being opened, came in so piteous a sound of wailing and lamentation as our Harry's name must have been Herod to withstand. "Stand up, Kate," said he, "stand up, sisters, and hark in your ear. Not a hair of the silly lads shall be touched, but they must bide lock and key long enough to teach them, and their masters, to keep better ward." And then, when the queens came back with the good tidings, such a storm of blessings was never heard, laughings and cryings and the like, for verily some of the women seemed as distraught for joy as ever they had been for grief and fear. Moreover, Mistress Todd, being instructed of her husband, led up Mistress Hope to Queen Mary, and told her the tale of how her husband's little brother, a mere babe, lay sick in prison, a mere babe, a suckling as it were, and was like to die there, unless the sooner delivered, and how our Steve was fool enough to tarry with the poor child, pardoned though he be. Then the good lady wept again, and, Good woman, saith she to Mistress Hope, the king will set thy brother free anon. His wrath is not with babes, nor with lads like this other one of whom thou speakest. So off was she to the king again, and though he and his master pished and pshawed, and said if one and another were to be set free privily in this sort, there would be none to come and beg for mercy as a warning to all malapert youngsters to keep within bounds. Nay, verily, quoth I, seeing the moment for shooting a fool's bolt among them, methinks Master Death will have been a picklock before you are ready for them. And then who will stand to cry mercy? The narrative was broken off short by a cry of jubilee in the crowd. Workmen, boys, and all were thronging together, Kit Smallbones' head towering in the midst. Vehement welcomes seemed in progress. "Stephen! Stephen!" shouted Dennet, and flew out of the hall and down the steps. "The lad himself!" exclaimed the jester, leaping down after her. "Stephen, the good boy!" said Master Headley, descending more slowly, but not less joyfully. Yes, Stephen himself it was, who had quietly walked into the court. Master Hope and Master Todd had brought the order for Jasper's release, had paid the captain's exorbitant fees for both, and while the sick boy was carried home in a litter, Stephen had entered the Dragon court through the gates, as if he were coming home from an errand, though the moment he was recognised by the little 4-year-old Smallbones, there had been a general rush and shout of ecstatic welcome, led by Giles Headley, who fairly threw himself on Stephen's neck as they met like comrades after a desperate battle. No one was there who did not claim a grasp of the boy's hand, and who did not pour out welcomes with greetings, while in the midst. The released captive looked, to say the truth, very spiritless, faded, dusty, nay, dirty. The court seemed spinning round with him, and the loud welcomes roared in his ears. He was glad that Dennet took one hand, and Giles the other, declaring that he must be led to the grandmother instantly. He muttered something about being in too foul trim to go near her, but Dennet held him fast, and he was too dizzy to make much resistance. Old Mrs. Headley was better again, though not able to do much but sit by the fire, kept burning to drive away the plague which was always smouldering in London. She held out her hands to Stephen, and he knelt down by her. "Take an old woman's blessing, my good youth," she said. "Right glad am I to see thee once more. Thou wilt not be the worse for the pains thou hast spent on the little lad, though they will have tried thee sorely." Stephen, becoming somewhat less dazed, tried to fulfil his long-cherished intention of thanking Dennet for her intercession, but the instant he tried to speak, to his dismay and indignation, tears choked his voice, and he could do nothing but weep, as if, thought he, his manhood had been left behind in the jail. "Vex not thyself," said the old dame, as she saw him struggling with his sobs. "Thou art worn out. Giles here was not half his own man when he came out, nor is he yet. Nay, beset him not, children. He should go to his chamber, change these garments, and rest there supper-time." Stephen was fain to obey, only murmuring an inquiry for his brother, to which his uncle responded that if Ambrose were at home, the tidings would send him to the Dragon instantly. But he was much with his old master, who was preparing to leave England, his work here being ruined. The jester then took leave, accepting conditionally an invitation to supper. Master Headley, Smallbones, and Tibble now knew who he was, but the secret was kept from all the rest of the household, lest Stephen should be twitted with the connection. Cold water was not much affected by the citizens of London, but smiths' and armourers' work entailed a freer use of it than less grimy trades, and a bath and Sunday garments made Stephen more like himself, though still he felt so weary and depressed that he missed the buoyant joy of release to which he had been looking forward. He was sitting on the steps, leaning against the rail, so much tired that he hoped none of his comrades would notice that he had come out, when Ambrose hurried into the court, having just heard tidings of his freedom, and was at his side at once. The two brothers sat together, leaning against one another, as if they had all they could wish or long for. They had not met for more than a week, and Ambrose's finances had not availed to fee the turnkeys to give him entrance. "And what art thou doing, Ambrose?" asked Stephen, rousing a little from his lethargy. "Methought I heard mine uncle say thine occupation was gone." "Even so," replied Ambrose. "Master Lucas will sail in a week's time to join his brother at Rotterdam, bearing with him what he hath been able to save out of the havoc. I wot not if I shall ever see the good man more." "I am glad thou dost not go with him," said Stephen, with a hand on his brother's leather-covered knee. "I would not put seas between us," returned Ambrose. "Moreover, though I grieve to lose my good master, who hath been so scurvily entreated here, yet, Stephen, this trouble and turmoil hath brought me that which I longed for above all, even to have speech with the Dean of St. Paul's." He then told Stephen how he had brought Dean Colet to administer the last rites to Abenali, and how that good man had bidden Lucas to take shelter at the deanery, in the desolation of his own abode. This had led to conversation between the dean and the printer. Lucas, who distrusted all ecclesiastics, would accept no patronage. He had a little hoard, buried in the corner of his stall, which would suffice to carry him to his native home, and he wanted no more. But he had spoken of Ambrose, and the dean was quite ready to be interested in the youth who had led him to Abenali. "He had me to his privy chamber," said Ambrose, "and spake to me as no man hath yet spoken, no, not even Tibble. He let me utter all my mind, nay, I never wist before even what my own thoughts were, till he set them before me, as it were in a mirror." "Thou wast ever in a harl," said Stephen, drowsily using the Hampshire word for a whirl or entanglement. "Yea, on the one side stood all that I had ever believed or learnt before I came hither of the one true and glorious Mother Church, to whom the blessed Lord had committed the keys of his kingdom, through his holy martyrs and priests, to give us the blessed host and lead us in the way of salvation. And on the other side, I cannot but see the lewd and sinful and worldly lives of the most part, and hear the lies whereby they amass wealth and turn men from the spirit of truth and holiness, to delude them into believing that wilful sin can be committed without harm, and that purchase of a parchment is as good as repentance. That do I see and hear, and therewith my master Lucas and Dan Tyndall, and those of the new light, declare that all has been false, even from the very outset, and that all the pomp and beauty is but Satan's bait, and that to believe in Christ alone is all that needs to justify us, casting all the rest aside. All seemed a mist, and I was swayed hither and thither, till the more I read and thought, the greater was the fog. And this, I know not whether I told it to yonder good and holy doctor, or whether he knew it, for his eyes seemed to see into me, and he told me that he had felt and thought much the same. But on that one great truth, that faith in the Passion is salvation, is the Church built, though sinful men have hidden it by their errors and lies, as befell before among the Israelites, whose law, like ours, was divine. Whatever is entrusted to man, he said, will become stained, soiled, and twisted, though the power of the Holy Spirit will strive to renew it. And such an outpouring of cleansing and renewing power is, he saith, abroad in our day. When he was a young man, his good father, so he said, hoped great things, and did his best to set forth the truth, both at Oxford and here, as indeed he hath ever done, he and the good Dr. Erasmus, striving to turn men's eyes back to the simplicity of God's word, rather than to the arguments and deductions of the schoolmen. And for the abuses of evil priests that have sprung up, my Lord Cardinal sought the legatine commission from our Holy Father at Rome to deal with them. But Dr. Colet saith that there are other forces at work, and he doubteth greatly whether this same cleansing can be done without some great and terrible rending and upheaving, that may even split the church, as it were, asunder, since judgment surely awaiteth such as will not be reformed. But, quoth he, our mother church is God's own church, and I will abide by her to the end, as the means of oneness with my Lord and Head. And do thou the same, my son, for thou art like to be more sorely tried than will a frail old elder like me, who would fain say his Nunc Dimittis, if such be the Lord's will, ere the foundations be cast down." Ambrose had gone on rehearsing all these words with the absorption of one to whom they were everything, till it occurred to him to wonder that Stephen had listened to so much with patience and assent. And then, looking at the position of head and hands, he perceived that his brother was asleep, and came to a sudden halt. He roused Stephen to say, "Hey, what? The Dean, will he do aught for thee?" "Yea," said Ambrose, recollecting that there was little use in returning to the perplexities which Stephen could not enter into. He deemed that in this mood of mine, yea, and as matters now be at the universities, I had best not yet study there for the priesthood, but he said he would commend me to a friend whose life would better show me how the new gives life to the old, than any man he wots of. "One of the old doctors in barnacles, I trow," said Stephen. "Nay, verily, we saw him t'other night, perilling his life to stop the poor crazy Prentices, and save the foreigners. Dennet and our uncle saw him pleading for them with the king." "What, Sir Thomas More?" "Ay, no other. He needs a clerk for his law matters, and the Dean said he would speak of me to him. He is to sup at the deanery to–morrow, and I am to be in waiting to see him. I shall go with a lighter heart now that thou art beyond the clutches of the captain of Newgate." "Speak no more of that," said Stephen, with a shudder. "Would that I could forget it." In truth, Stephen's health had suffered enough to change the bold, high-spirited, active lad, so that he hardly knew himself. He was quite incapable of work all the next day, and Mistress Headley began to dread that he had brought home jail fever, and insisted on his being inspected by the barber–surgeon, Todd, who proceeded to bleed the patient in order, as he said, to carry off the humours contracted in the prison. He had done the same by Jasper Hope and by Giles, but he followed the treatment up with better counsel, namely, that the lads should all be sent out of the city to some farm where they might eat curds and whey until their strength should be restored. Thus they would be out of reach of the sweating sickness which was already in some of the purlieus of St. Catherine's docks, and must be specially dangerous in their lowered condition. Master Hope came in just after this counsel had been given. He had a sister married to the host of a large prosperous inn near Windsor, and he proposed to send not only Jasper, but Stephen thither, feeling how great a debt of gratitude he owed to the lad. Remembering well the good young Mistress Stretfield, and knowing that the Antelope was a large old house of excellent repute, where she often lodged persons of quality, attending on the court or needing country air, Master Headley added Giles to the party at his own expense, and wished also to send Dennet for greater security, only neither her grandmother nor Mrs. Hope could leave home. It ended, however, in Perronel Randall being asked to take charge of the whole party, including Aldonza. That little damsel had been in a manner confided to her both by the Dean of St. Paul's and by Tibble Steelman, and indeed the motherly woman, after nursing and soothing her through her first despair at the loss of her father, was already loving her heartily, and was glad to give her a place in the home which Ambrose was leaving on being made an attendant on Sir Thomas More. For the interview at the deanery was satisfactory. The young man, after a good supper, enlivened by the sweet singing of some chosen pupils of St. Paul's School, was called up to where the Dean sat, and with him the man of the peculiarly sweet countenance, with the noble and deep expression, yet withal something both tender and humorous in it. They made him tell his whole life, and asked many questions about Abenali, specially about the fragment of Arabic scroll which had been clutched in his hand even as he lay dying. They much regretted never having known of his existence till too late. "Jewels lie before the unheeding," said More. Then Ambrose was called on to show a specimen of his own penmanship, and to write from Sir Thomas's dictation in English and in Latin. The result was that he was engaged to act as one of the clerks Sir Thomas employed in his occupations alike as lawyer, statesman, and scholar. "Methinks I have seen thy face before," said Sir Thomas, looking keenly at him. "I beheld those black eyes, though with a different favour." Ambrose blushed deeply. "Sir, it is but honest to tell you that my mother's brother is jester to my Lord Cardinal." "Quipsome Hal Merriman, Patch as the king calleth him," exclaimed Sir Thomas, "a man I have ever thought wore the motley rather from excess than infirmity of wit." "Nay, sir, so please you, it was his good heart that made him a jester," said Ambrose, explaining the story of Randall and his Perronel in a few words, which touched the friends a good deal, and the Dean remembered that she was in charge of the little Moresco girl. He lost nothing by dealing thus openly with his new master, who promised to keep his secret for him, then gave him handsel of his salary, and bade him collect his possessions and come to take up his abode in the house of the More family at Chelsea. He would still often see his brother in the intervals of attending Sir Thomas to the courts of law, but the chief present care was to get the boys into purer air, both to expedite their recovery and to insure them against being dragged into the penitential company who were to ask for their lives on the 22nd of May, consisting of such of the prisoners who could still stand or go, for jail fever was making havoc among them, and some of the better conditioned had been released by private interest. The remainder, not more than half of the original 278, were stripped to their shirts, had halters hung round their necks, and then, roped together as before, were driven through the streets to Westminster, where the king sat enthroned. There, looking utterly miserable, they fell on their knees before him, and received his pardon for their misdemeanours. They returned to their masters, and so ended that ill May day, which was the longer remembered because one Churchill, a ballad-monger in St. Paul's churchyard, indited a poem on it, wherein he swelled the number of Prentices to 2,000, and of the victims to 200. Will Wherry, who escaped from among the prisons very forlorn, was recommended by Ambrose to the work of a carter at the Dragon, which he much preferred to printing. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Armourer's Prentices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Armourer's Prentices by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 19. At the Antelope. Say, Father Thames, for thou hast seen Full many a sprightly race, Disporting on thy margent green, The paths of pleasure trace. Gray. Master Hope took all the guests by boat to Windsor, and very soon the little party at the Antelope was in a state of such perfect felicity as became a proverb with them all their lives afterwards. It was an inn wherein to take one's ease, a large hostel full of accommodation for man and horse, with a big tapestried room of entertainment below, where meals were taken, with an oriel window and a view of the Round Tower, and above it a still more charming one, known as the Red Rose, because one of the Dukes of Somerset had been wont to lodge there. The walls were tapestried with the story of Saint Genoveva of Brabant, fresh and new on Mrs. Streatfield's marriage. There was a huge bed with green curtains of that dame's own work, where one might have said, above, below, the rose of snow, twined with her blushing foe we spread, so as to avoid all offence. There was also a cupboard or sideboard of the choicer plate belonging to the establishment, and another aumrie containing appliances for chess and backgammon, likewise 2 large chairs, several stools, and numerous chests. This apartment was given up to Mistress Randall and the two girls, subject, however, to the chance of turning out for any very distinguished guests. The big bed held all three, and the chamber was likewise their sitting-room, though they took their meals downstairs, and joined the party in the common-room in the evening whenever they were not out of doors, unless there were guests whom Perronel did not think desirable company for her charges. Stephen and Giles were quartered in a small room known as the Feathers, smelling so sweet of lavender and woodruff that Stephen declared it carried him back to the forest. Mrs. Stretfield would have taken Jasper to tend among her children, but the boy could not bear to be without Stephen, and his brother advised her to let it be so, and not try to make a babe of him again. The guest-chamber below stairs opened at one end to the innyard, a quadrangle surrounded with stables, outhouses, and offices, with a gallery running round to give access to the chambers above, where, when the court was at Windsor, 2 or 3 great men's trains of retainers might be crowded together. One door, however, in the side of the guest-chamber had steps down to an orchard, full of apple and pear trees in their glory of pink bud and white blossom, borders of roses, gillyflowers, and lilies of the valley, running along under the grey walls. There was a broad space of grass near the houses, whence could be seen the round tower of the castle, looking down in protection, while the background of the view was filled up with a mass of the foliage of Windsor Forest in the spring tints. Stephen never thought of its being beautiful, but he revelled in the refreshment of anything so like home, and he had nothing to wish for but his brother, and after all he was too contented and happy even to miss him much. Master Stretfield was an elderly man, fat and easy-going, to whom talking seemed rather a trouble than otherwise, though he was very good-natured. His wife was a merry, lively, active woman, who had been handed over to him by her father like a piece of Flanders cambric, but who never seemed to regret her position, managed men and maids, farm and guests, kept perfect order without seeming to do so, and made great friends with Perronel, never guessing that she had been one of the strolling company who, 9 or 10 years before, had been refused admission to the Antelope, then crowded with my Lord of Oxford's followers. At first it was enough for the Prentices to spend most of their time in lying about on the grass under the trees. Giles, who was in the best condition, exerted himself so far as to try to learn chess from Aldonza, who seemed to be a proficient in the game, and even defeated the good-natured burly parson who came every evening to the Antelope, to imbibe slowly a tankard of ale, and hear any news there stirring. She and Giles were content to spend hours over her instructions in chess on that pleasant balcony in the shade of the house. Though really only a year older than Dennet Headley, she looked much more, and was so in all her ways. It never occurred to her to run childishly wild with delight in the garden and orchard, as did Dennet, who, with little 5-year-old Will Stretfield for her guide and playfellow, rushed about hither and thither, making acquaintance with hens and chickens, geese and goslings, seeing cows and goats milked, watching butter churned, bringing all manner of animal and vegetable curiosities to Stephen to be named and explained, and enjoying his delight in them, a delight which after the first few days became more and more vigorous. By and by there was hunting and fishing on the river, strawberry-gathering in the park, explorations of the forest, expeditions of all sorts and kinds, Jasper being soon likewise well enough to share in them. The boys and girls were in a kind of fairy hand under Perronel's kind wing, the wandering habits of whose girlhood made the freedom of the country far more congenial to her than it would have been to any regular Londoner. Stephen was the great oracle, of course, as to the deer respectfully peeped at in the park, or the squirrels, the hares and rabbits in the forest, and the inhabitants of the stream above or below. It was he who secured and tamed the memorials of their visit, 2 starlings for Dennet and Aldonza, The birds were to be taught to speak, and to do wonders of all kinds. But Aldonza's bird was found one morning dead, and Giles consoled her by the promise of something much bigger, and that would talk much better. 2 days after, he brought her a young jackdaw. Aldonza clasped her hands and admired its glossy back and queer blue eye, and was in transports when it uttered something between "Jack" and "Good luck." But Dennet looked in scorn at it, and said, "That's a bird tamed already. He didn't catch it. He only bought it. I would have none such an ugsome great thieving bird." "Nay, now, Mistress Dennet," argued Perronel, "thou hast thy bird, and Alice has lost hers. It is not meet to grudge it to her." "I grudge it to her!" says Dennet, with a toss of the head. "I grudge her naught from Giles Headley, so long as I have my Goldspot that Stephen climbed the wall for, his very self." And Dennet turned majestically away with her bird, Goldspot only in the future, perched on her finger, while Perronel shook her head bodingly. They were all children still, and Aldonza was of a nature that was slow to take offence, while it was quite true that Dennet had been free from jealousy of the jackdaw, and only triumphant in Stephen's prowess and her own starling. The great pleasure of all was the great stag–hunt, got up for the diversion of the French ambassadors, who had come to treat for the espousals of the infant Princess Mary with the baby Dauphine. Probably these illustrious personages did not get half the pleasure out of it that the antelope party had. Were they not, by special management of a yeoman pricker, who had recognised in Stephen a kindred spirit, and had a strong admiration for Mistress Randall, placed where there was the best possible view of hunters, horses, and hounds, lords and ladies, kings and ambassadors, in their gorgeous hunting trim? Did not Stephen, as a true verdurer's son, interpret every note of the horn, and predict just what was going to happen, to the edification of all his hearers? And when the final rush took place, did not the Prentices, with their gowns rolled up, dart off headlong in pursuit? Dennet entertained some hope that Stephen would again catch some runaway steed, or come to the king's rescue in some way or other. But such chances did not happen every day. Nay, Stephen did not even follow up the chase to the death, but left Giles to do that, turning back, forsooth, because that little Jasper thought fit to get tired and out of breath, and could not find his way back alone. Dennet was quite angry with Stephen, and turned her back on him, when Giles came in, all glorious, at having followed up staunchly all day, having seen the fate of the poor stag, and having even beheld the king politely hand the knife to Monsieur de Montmorency to give the first stroke to the quarry. That was the last exploit. There was to be a great tilting match in honour of the betrothal, and Master Alderman Headley wanted his apprentices back again, and having been satisfied by a laborious letter from Dennet, sent per carrier, that they were in good health, dispatched orders by the same means, that they were to hire horses at the Antelope and return, Jasper coming back at the same time, though his aunt would fain have kept him longer. Women on a journey almost always rode double, and the arrangement came under debate. Perronel, well accustomed to horse, ass, or foot, undertook to ride behind the child, as she called Jasper, who, as a born Londoner, knew nothing of horses, though both the other Prentices did. Giles, who, in right of his name, kindred, and expectations, always held himself a sort of master, declared that it was more fitting that Stephen should ride before Mistress Dennet, and to this none of the party made any objection, except that Perronel privately observed to him that she should have thought he would have preferred the company of his betrothed. "I shall have quite enough of her by and by," returned Giles, then adding, "she is a good little wench, but it is more for her honour that her father's servant should ride before her." Perronel held her tongue, and they rode merrily back to London, and astonished their several homes by the growth and healthful looks of the young people. Even Giles was grown, though he did not like to be told so, and was cherishing the down on his chin. But the most rapid development had been in Aldonza, or Alice, as Perronel insisted on calling her to suit the ears of her neighbours. The girl was just reaching the borderland of maidenhood, which came all the sooner to one of southern birth and extraction, when the great change took her from being her father's childish darling to be Perronel's companion and assistant. She had lain down on that fatal May eve a child. She rose in the little house by the Temple Gardens a maiden, and a very lovely one, with delicate, refined, beautifully cut features of a slightly aquiline cast, a bloom on her soft brunette cheek, splendid dark liquid eyes shaded by long black lashes, under brows as regular and well arched as her Eastern cousins could have made them, artificially, magnificent black hair that could hardly be contained in the close white cap, and a lithe beautiful figure on which the plainest dress sat with an Eastern grace. Perronel's neighbours did not admire her. They were not sure whether she was most Saracen, gipsy, or Jew. In fact, she was as like Rachel at the well as her father had been to a patriarch, and her descent was of the purest Saracen lineage. But a Christian Saracen was an anomaly the London mind could not comprehend, and her presence in the family tended to cast suspicion that Master Randall himself, with his gipsy eyes, and mysterious comings and goings, must have some strange connections. For this, however, Perronel cared little. She had made her own way for many years past, and had won respect and affection by many good offices to her neighbours, one of whom had taken her laundry work in her absence. Aldonza was by no means indocile or incapable. She shared in Perronel's work without reluctance, making good use of her slender, dainty brown fingers, whether in cooking, household work, washing, ironing, plaiting, making or mending the stiff lawn collars and cuffs in which her hostess's business lay. There was nothing that she would not do when asked, or when she saw that it would save trouble to good Mother Perronel, of whom she was very fond, and she seemed serene and contented, never wanting to go abroad. But she was very silent, and Perronel declared herself never to have seen any living woman so perfectly satisfied to do nothing. The good dame herself was industrious, not only from thrift but from taste, and if not busy in her vocation or in household business, was either using her distaff or her needle, or chatting with her neighbours, often doing both at once. But though Aldonza could spin, sew, and embroider admirably, and would do so at the least request from her hostess, it was always a sort of task, and she never seemed so happy as when seated on the floor, with her dark eyes dreamily fixed on the narrow window, where hung her jackdaw's cage, and the beads of her rosary passing through her fingers. At first Mistress Randall thought she was praying, but by and by came to the conviction that most of the time the wench was bemused. There was nothing to complain of in one so perfectly gentle and obedient, and withal modest and devout. But the good woman, after having for some time given her the benefit of the supposition that she was grieving for her father, began to wonder if such want of activity and animation, and to think that on the whole Jack was the more talkative companion. Aldonza had certainly not taught him the phrases he was so fond of repeating. Giles Headley had undertaken his education, and made it a reason for stealing down to the Temple many an evening after work was done, declaring that birds never learnt so well as after dark. Moreover, he had possessed himself of a chess-board, and insisted that Aldonza should carry on her instructions in the game. He brought her all his Holy Cross Day gain of nuts, and he used all his blandishments to persuade Mrs. Randall to come and see the shooting at the popinjay at Mile End. All this made the good woman uneasy. Her husband was away, for the dread of sweating sickness had driven the court from London, and she could only take counsel with Tibble Steelman. It was Hallowmas Eve, and Giles had been the bearer of an urgent invitation from Dennet to her friend Aldonza to come and join the diversions of the evening. There was a large number of young folk in the hall, Jasper Hope among them, mostly contemporaries of Dennet, and almost children, all keen upon the sports of the evening, namely, a sort of indoor quintain, where the revolving beam was decorated with a lighted candle at one end, and at the other an apple to be caught at by the players with their mouths, their hands being tied behind them. Under all the uproarious merriment that each attempt occasioned, Tibble was about to steal off to his own chamber and his beloved books, when, as he backed out of the group of spectators, he was arrested by Mistress Randall, who had made her way to the rear of the party at the same time. "Can I have a word with you privily, Master Steelman?" she asked. Unwillingly he muttered, "Yea, so please you," and they retreated to a window at the dark end of the hall, where Perronel began, "The alderman's daughter is contracted to young Giles, her kinsman, is she not?" "Not as yet in form, but by the will of the parents," returned Tibble, impatiently, as he thought of the half-hour's reading which he was sacrificing to woman's gossip. "An it be so," returned Perronel, "I would fain, were I Master Headley, that he spent not so many nights in gazing at mine Alice." "Forbid him the house, good dame." "Easier spoke than done," returned Perronel. "Moreover, 'tis better to let the matter, such as it is, be open in my sight, than to teach them to run after one another stealthily, whereby worse might ensue." "Have they spoken, then, to one another?" asked Tibble, beginning to take alarm. "I trow not. I deem they know not yet what draweth them together." "Pish! They are mere babes," quoth Tib, hoping he might cast it off his mind. "Look," said Perronel, and as they stood on the somewhat elevated floor of the bay window, they could look over the heads of the other spectators to the seats where the young girls sat. Aldonza's beautiful and peculiar contour of head and face rose among the round, chubby English faces like a jessamine among daisies, and at that moment she was undertaking, with an exquisite smile, the care of the gown that Giles laid at her feet, ere making his venture. "There," said Perronel, "mark that look on her face. I never see it save for that same youngster. The children are simple and guileless thus far, it may be. I dare be sworn that she is, but they wot not where they will be led on." "You are right, dame. You know best, no doubt," said Tib, in helpless perplexity. "I wot nothing of such gear. What would you do?" "Have the maid wedded at once, ere any harm come of it," returned Perronel promptly. "She will make a good wife. There will be no complaining of her tongue, and she is well instructed in all good housewifery." "To whom, then, would you give her?" asked Tibble. "Ay, that's the question. Comely and good she is, but she is outlandish, and I fear me 'twould take a handsome portion to get her dark skin and Moorish blood o'erlooked. Nor hath she aught, poor maid, save yonder gold and pearl earrings, and a cross of gold that she says her father bade her never part with." "I pledged my word to her father," said Tibble, "that I would have a care of her. I have not cared to hoard, having none to come after me, but if a matter of 20 or 25 marks would avail—" "Wherefore not take her yourself?" said Perronel, as he stood aghast. "She is a maid of sweet obedient conditions, trained by a scholar even like yourself. She would make your chamber fair and comfortable, and tend you dutifully." "Whisht, good woman! 'Tis too dark to see, or you could not speak of wedlock to such as I." "Think of the poor maid!" "That is all folly. She would soon know you for a better husband than one of those young feather-pates, who have no care but of themselves." "Nay, mistress," said Tibble gravely, "your advice will not serve here. To bring that fair young wench hither, to this very court, mind you, with a mate loathly to behold as I be, and with the lad there ever before her, would be verily to give place to the devil. But you are the best sword cutler in London. You could make a living without service." "I am bound by too many years of faithful kindness to quit my master or my home at the Dragon," said Tibble. "Nay, that will not serve, good friend." "Then what can be done?" asked Perronel, somewhat in despair. "There are the young sparks at the Temple. One or two of them are already beginning to cast eyes at her, so that I dare not let her help me carry home my basket, far less go alone. 'Tis not the wench's fault. She shrinks from men's eyes more than any maid I ever saw. But if she bide long with me, I wot not what may come of it. There will be rufflers there who would not stick to carry her off." Tibble stood considering, and presently said, "Mayhap the Dean might aid thee in this matter. He is free of hand and kind of heart, and belike he would dower the maid, and find an honest man to wed her." Perronel thought well of the suggestion, and decided that after the mass on All Souls' Day, and the general visiting of the graves of kindred, she would send Aldonza home with Dennet, whom they were sure to meet in the Pardon churchyard, since her mother, as well as Abenali and Martin Fulford, lay there, and herself endeavour to see Dean Colet, who was sure to be at home, as he was hardly recovered from an attack of the prevalent disorder. Then Tibble escaped, and Perronel drew near to the party round the fire, where the divination of the burning of nuts was going on, but not successfully, since no pair hitherto put in would keep together. However, the next contribution was a snail, which had been captured on the wall, and was solemnly set to crawl on the hearth by Dennet, to see whether it would trace a G or an H. However, the creature proved sullen or sleepy, and no jogging of hands, no enticing, would induce it to crawl an inch, and the alderman, taking his daughter on his knee, declared that it was a wise beast, who knew her nap was fixed. Moreover, it was time for the rere supper, for the serving-men with the lanterns would be coming for the young folk. London entertainments for women or young people had to finish very early, unless they had a strong escort to go home with, for the streets were far from safe after dark. Giles's great desire to convoy her home, added to Perronel's determination, and on All Saints' Day, while knells were ringing from every church in London, she roused Aldonza from her weeping devotions at her father's grave, and led her to Dennet, who had just finished her round of prayers at the grave of the mother she had never known, under the protection of her nurse and 2 or 3 of the servants. The child, who had thought little of her mother, while her grandmother was alert and supplied with tenderness and care she needed, was beginning to yearn after counsel and sympathy, and to wonder, as she told her beads, what might have been had her mother lived. She took Aldonza's hand, and the 2 girls threaded their way out of the crowded churchyard together, while Perronel betook herself to the deanery of St. Paul's. Good Colet was always accessible to the meanest, but he had been very ill, and the porter had some doubts about troubling him respecting the substantial young matron, whose trim cap and bodice and full petticoats showed no tokens of distress. However, when she begged him to take in her message, that she prayed the Dean to listen to her touching the child of the old man who was slain on May Eve, he consented, and she was at once admitted to an inner chamber, where Colet, wrapped in a gown lined with lambskin, sat by the fire, looking so wan and feeble that it went to the good woman's heart, and she began by an apology for troubling him. "Heed not that, good dame," said the Dean, courteously, "but sit thee down and let me hear of the poor child." "Ah, reverend sir, would that she were still a child!" And Perronel proceeded to tell her difficulties, adding, that if the Dean could of his goodness promise one of the dowries which were yearly given to poor maidens of good character, she would inquire among her gossips for some one to marry the girl. She secretly hoped he would take the hint, and immediately portion Aldonza himself, perhaps likewise find a husband. And she was disappointed that he only promised to consider the matter, and let her hear from him. She went back and told Tibble that his advice was naught. An old scholar with one foot in the grave knew less of women than even he did. However, it was only 4 days later that as Mrs. Randall was hanging out her collars to dry, there came up to her from the Temple stairs a figure whom for a moment she hardly knew, so different was the long black garb, the short gown of the lawyer's clerk, from the shabby old green suit that all her endeavours had not been able to save from many a stain of printer's ink. It was only as he exclaimed, "Good aunt, I am fain to see thee here," that she answered, "What, thou, Ambrose? What a fine fellow thou art! Truly I knew not thou wast of such good mien. Thou thrivest at Chelsea." "Who would not thrive there?" said Ambrose. "Nay, aunt, tarry a little. I have a message for thee that I would fain give before we go in to Aldonza." "From his reverence the Dean? Hath he bethought himself of her?" "Ay, that he hath done," said Ambrose. "He is not the man to halt when good may be done. What doth he do, since it seems thou hast speech of him, but send for Sir Thomas More, then sitting at Westminster, to come and see him as soon as the court brake up, and I attended my master. They held counsel together, and by and by they sent for me to ask me of what conditions and breeding the maid was, and what I knew of her father." "Will they wed her to thee? They were rarely good, so they gave thee some good office," cried his aunt. "Nay, nay," said Ambrose, "I have much to learn and understand ere I think of a wife, if ever. Nay, but when they had heard all I could tell them, they looked at one another, and the Dean said, 'The maid is no doubt of high blood in her own land, scarce a mate for a London butcher or currier.' 'It were matching an Arab mare with a costermonger's colt,' said my master, 'or Angelica with Ralph Royster Doyster.'" "I'd like to know what were better for the poor outlandish maid than to give her to some honest man," put in Perronel. "The end of it was," said Ambrose, "that Sir Thomas said he was to be at the palace the next day, and he would strive to move the Queen to take her countrywoman into her service. Yea, and so he did. But though Queen Catherine was moved by hearing of a fatherless maid of Spain, and at first spake of taking her to wait on herself, yet when she heard the maid's name, and that she was of Moorish blood, she would none of her. She said that heresy lurked in them all, and though Sir Thomas offered that the Dean or the Queen's own chaplain should question her on the faith, it was all lost labour. I heard him tell the Dean as much. And thus it is that they bade me to come for thee, and for the maid, take boat, and bring you down to Chelsea, where Sir Thomas will let her be bred up to wait on his little daughters, till he can see what best may be done for her. I trow his spirit was moved by the Queen's hardness. I heard the Dean mutter, et venient ab Oriente et Occidente." Perronel looked alarmed. "The Queen deemed her heretic in grain?" "Ah, she is a good wench and of kind conditions. I would have no ill befall her, but I am glad to be rid of her. Sir Thomas, he is a wise man, ay, and a married man with maidens of his own, and he may have more wit in the business than the rest of his kind. Be the matter instant?" "Methinks Sir Thomas would have it so, since this being a holy day, the courts be not sitting, and he is himself at home, so that he can present the maid to his lady, and that makes no small odds." "Yea, but what the lady is makes the greater odds to the maid, I trow," said Perronel anxiously. "Fear not on that score. Dame Alice More is of kindly conditions, and will be good to any whom her lord commends to her. And as to the young ladies, never saw I any so sweet or so wise as the two elder ones, specially Mistress Margaret." "Well a day! What must be, must," philosophically observed Perronel. "Now I have my wish I could mourn over it. I am loath to part with the wench, and my man, when he comes home, will make an outcry for his pretty Ally. But 'tis best so. Come, Alice, girl, bestir thyself. Here's preferment for thee." Aldonza raised her great soft eyes in slow wonder, and when she had learned what was to befall her, declared that she wanted no advancement, and wished only to remain with Mother Perronel. Nay, she clung to the kind woman, beseeching that she might not be sent away from the only motherly tenderness she had ever known, and declaring that she would work all day and all night rather than leave her. But the more reluctance she showed, the more determined was Perronel, and she could not but submit to her fate, only adding one more entreaty that she might take her jackdaw, which was now a spruce grey-headed bird. Perronel said it would be presumptuous in a waiting woman, but Ambrose declared that at Chelsea there were all manner of beasts and birds, beloved by the children and by their father himself, and that he believed the daw would be welcome. At any rate, if the lady of the house objected to it, it could return with Mistress Randall. Perronel hurried the few preparations, being afraid that Giles might take advantage of the holiday to appear on the scene, and presently Aldonza was seated in the boat, making no more lamentations after she found that her fate was inevitable, but sitting silent, with downcast head, now and then brushing away a stray tear as it stole down under her long eyelashes. Meantime, Ambrose, hoping to raise her spirits, talked to his aunt of the friendly ease and kindliness of the new home, where he was evidently as thoroughly happy as it was in his nature to be. He was much in the position of a barrister's clerk, superior to that of the mere servants, but inferior to the young gentlemen of larger means, though not perhaps of better birth, who had studied law regularly, and aspired to offices or to legal practice. But though Ambrose was ranked with the 3 or 4 other clerks, his functions had more relation to Sir Thomas's literary and diplomatic avocations than his legal ones. From Lucas Hansen he had learnt Dutch and French, and he was thus available for copying and translating foreign correspondence. His knowledge of Latin and smattering of Greek enabled him to be employed in copying into a book some of the inestimable letters of Erasmus, which arrived from time to time, and Sir Thomas promoted his desire to improve himself, and had requested Mr. Clements, the tutor of the children of the house, to give him weekly lessons in Latin and Greek. Sir Thomas had himself pointed out to him books calculated to settle his mind on the truth and catholicity of the Church, and had warned him against meddling with the fiery controversial tracts which, smuggled in often through Lucas's means, had set his mind in commotion, and for the present at least, beneath the shadow of the great man's intelligent devotion, Ambrose's restless spirit was tranquil. Of course he did not explain his state of mind to his aunt, but she gathered enough to be well content, and tried to encourage Aldonza, when at length they landed near Chelsea Church, and Ambrose led the way to an extensive pleasaunce, or park, full of elms and oaks, whose yellow leaves were floating like golden rain in the sunshine. Presently children's voices guided them to a large chestnut tree. "Lo you now, I hear Mistress Meg's voice, and where she is, his honour will ever be," said Ambrose. And, sure enough, among a group of 5 girls and 1 boy, all between 14 and 9 years old, was the great lawyer, knocking down the chestnuts with a long pole, while the young ones flew about, picking up the burrs from the grass, exclaiming joyously when they found a full one. Ambrose explained that of the young ladies, one was Mistress Middleton, Lady More's daughter by a former marriage, another a kinswoman. Perronel was for passing by unnoticed, but Ambrose knew better, and Sir Thomas, leaning on the pole, called out, "Ha, my Birkenholt, a forester born, know'st thou any mode of bringing down yonder chestnuts, which, being the least within reach, seem in course the meetest of all?" "I would I were my brother, your honour," said Ambrose, "then I would climb the tree." "Thou shouldest bring him one of these days," said Sir Thomas, "but thou hast instead brought in a fair maid. See, Meg, yonder is the poor young girl who lost her father on ill May day. Lead her on and make her good cheer, while I speak to this good dame." Margaret More, a slender, dark-eyed girl of 13, went forward with a peculiar gentle grace to the stranger, saying, "Welcome, sweet maid, I hope we shall make thee happy." And seeing the mournful countenance, she not only took Aldonza's hand, but kissed her cheek. Sir Thomas had exchanged a word or two with Perronel, and there was a cry from the younger children, who had detected the wicker cage which Perronel was trying to keep in the background. "A door! A door!" was the cry. "Is't for us?" "Oh, mistress," faltered Aldonza, "'tis mine. There was one who tamed it for me, and I promised ever to keep it. But if the good knight and lady forbid it, we will send it back." "Nay now, John, Cicely," was Margaret saying, "'tis her own bird. Wot ye not our Father will let us take naught of them that come to him? Yea, Aldonza, is not that thy name? I am sure my father will have thee keep it." She led up Aldonza, making the request for her. Sir Thomas smiled. "Keep thy bird? Nay, that thou shalt. Look at him, Meg. Is he not in fit livery for a lawyer's house? Mark his trim legs, sable doublet and hose, and grey hood, and see, he hath the very eye of a counsellor seeking for suits, as he looketh at the chestnuts John holdeth to him. I warrant he hath a tongue likewise. Canst plead for thy dinner–bird?" "I love Giles," uttered the black beak, to the confusion and indignation of Perronel. The perverse bird had heard Giles often dictate this avowal, but had entirely refused to repeat it till, stimulated by the new surroundings, it had for the first time uttered it. "Ah, thou foolish daw, crow that thou art! Had I known thou hadst such a word in thy beak, I'd have wrung thy neck sooner than have brought thee," muttered Perronel. "I had best take thee home without more ado." It was too late, however. The children were delighted, and perfectly willing that Aldonza should own the bird, so that they might hear it speak, and thus the introduction was over. Aldonza and her daw were conveyed to Dame Alice More, a stout, good–tempered woman, who had too many dependents about her house to concern herself greatly about the introduction of another. And thus Aldonza was installed in the long, low, two–storied red house which was to be her place of homelike service. Chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of The Armourer's Prentices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adele de Pigneroles. The Armourer's Prentices by Charlotte M. Yonge. Chapter 20. Cloth of Gold on the Seamy Side. Then you lost the view of earthly glory, men might say. Till this time pomp was single, but now married to one above itself. Shakespeare. If Giles Headley murmured at Aldonza's removal, it was only to Perronel, and that discreet woman kept it to herself. In the summer of 1519 he was out of his apprenticeship, and though Dennet was only 15, it was not uncommon for brides to be even younger. However, the autumn of that year was signalized by a fresh outbreak of the sweating sickness, apparently a sort of influenza, and no festivities could be thought of. The King and Queen kept at a safe distance from London, and escaped; so did the inmates of the pleasant house at Chelsea; but the Cardinal, who, as Lord Chancellor, could not entirely absent himself from Westminster, was 4 times attacked by it, and Dean Colet, a far less robust man, had it 3 times, and sank at last under it. Sir Thomas More went to see his beloved old friend, and knowing Ambrose's devotion, let the young man be his attendant. Nor could those who saw the good man ever forget his peaceful farewells, grieving only for the mother who had lived with him in the deanery, and in the 90th year of her age, thus was bereaved of the last of her 21 children. For himself, he was thankful to be taken away from the evil times he already beheld threatening his beloved St. Paul's, as well as the entire Church both in England and abroad, looking back with a sad sweet smile to the happy Oxford days, when he, with More and Erasmus, strained the watchful eye, if chance the golden hours were nigh, by youthful hope seen gleaming round her walls. "But," said he, as he laid his hand in blessing for the last time on Ambrose's head. "Let men say what they will, do thou cling fast to the Church, nor let thyself be swept away. There are sure promises to her, and grace is with her to purify herself, even though it be obscured for a time. Be not of little faith, but believe that Christ is with us in the ship, though he seems to be asleep." He spoke as much to his friend as to the youth, and there can be no doubt that this consideration was the restraining force with many who have been stigmatized as a half-hearted reformer, because though they loved truth they feared to lose unity. He was a great loss at that especial time, as a restraining power, trusted by the innovators, and a personal friend both of the king and cardinal, and his preaching and catechizing were sorely missed at St. Paul's. Tibble Steelman, though thinking he did not go far enough, deplored him deeply, but Tibble himself was laid by for many days. The epidemic went through the Dragon Court, though some had it lightly, and only 2 young children actually died of it. It laid a heavy hand on Tibble, and as his distaste for women rendered his den almost inaccessible to Bet Smallbones, who looked after most of the patients, Stephen Birkenholt, whose nursing capacities had been developed in Newgate, spent his spare hours in tending him, sat with him in the evenings, slept on a pallet by his side, carried him his meals and often administered them, and finally pulled him through the illness and its effects, which left him much broken and never likely to be the same man again. Old Mistress Headley, who was already failing, did not have the actual disease severely, but she never again left her bed, and died just after Christmas, sinking slowly away with little pain, and her memory having failed from the first. Household affairs had thus shifted so gradually into Dennet's hands that no change of government was perceptible, except that the keys hung at the maiden's girdle. She had grown out of the child during this winter of trouble, and was here, there, and everywhere, the busy nurse and housewife, seldom pausing to laugh or play except with her father, and now and then to chat with her old friend and playfellow, Kit Smallbones. Her childish freedom of manner had given way to grave discretion, not to say primness, in her behaviour to her father's guests, and even the apprentices. It was, of course, the unconscious reaction of the maidenly spirit, aware that she had nothing but her own modesty to protect her. She was on a small scale, with no pretensions to beauty, but with a fresh, honest, sensible young face, a clear skin, and dark eyes that could be very merry when she would let them, and her whole air and dress were trimness itself, with an inclination to the choicest materials permitted to an alderman's daughter. Things were going on so smoothly that the alderman was taken by surprise when all the good wives around began to press on him that it was incumbent on him to lose no time in marrying his daughter to her cousin, if not before Lent, yet certainly in the Easter holidays. Dennet looked very grave thereon. Was it not over soon after the loss of the good grandmother? And when her father said, as the gossips had told him, that she and Giles need only walk quietly down some morning to St. Faith's and plight their troth, she broke out into her girlish, wilful manner. Would she be married at all without a merry wedding? No, indeed! She would not have the thing done in a corner. What was the use of her being wedded, and having to consort with the tedious old wives instead of the merry wenches? Could she not guide the house, and rule the maids, and get in the stores, and hinder waste, and make the pasties, and brew the possets? Had her father found the crust hard, or missed his roasted crab, or had anyone blamed her for want of discretion? Nay, as to that, she was like to be more discreet as she was, with only her good old father to please, than with a husband to plague her. On the other hand, Giles's demeanour was rather that of one prepared for the inevitable than that of an eager bridegroom, and when orders began to pour in for accoutrements of unrivalled magnificence for the king and the gentlemen who were to accompany him to Ardres, there to meet the King of France just after Whitsuntide, Dennet was the first to assure her father that there would be no time to think of weddings till all this was over, especially as some of the establishment would have to be in attendance to repair casualties at the jousts. At this juncture there arrived on business Master Tiptoff, husband to Giles's sister, bringing greetings from Mrs. Headley at Salisbury, and inquiries whether the wedding was to take place at Whitsuntide, in which case she would hasten to be present, and take charge of the household, for which her dear daughter was far too young. Master Tiptoff showed a suspicious alacrity in undertaking the forwarding of his mother-in-law and her stuff. The faces of Master Headley and Tib Steelman were a sight, both having seen only too much of what the housewifery at Salisbury had been. The alderman decided on the spot that there could be no marriage till after the journey to France, since Giles was certainly to go upon it, and lest Mrs. Headley should be starting on her journey, he said he should despatch a special messenger to stay her. Giles, who had of course been longing for the splendid pageant, cheered up into great amiability, and volunteered to write to his mother that she had best not think of coming, till he sent word to her that matters were forward. Even thus, Master Headley was somewhat insecure. He thought the dame quite capable of coming and taking possession of his house in his absence, and therefore resolved upon staying at home to garrison it. But there was then the further difficulty that Tibble was in no condition to take his place on the journey. If the rheumatism seized his right arm, as it had done in the winter, he would be unable to drive a rivet, and there would be danger of it, high summer though it were, for though the party would carry their own tent and bedding, the knights and gentlemen would be certain to take all the best places, and they might be driven into a damp corner. Indeed, it was not impossible that their tent itself might be seized, for many a noble or his attendants might think that beggarly artisans had no right to comforts which he had been too improvident to afford, especially if the alderman himself were absent. Not only did Master Headley really love his trusty foreman too well to expose him to such chances, but Tibble knew too well that there were beautiful young men to whom his contorted visage would be an incitement to contempt and outrage, and that if racked with rheumatism, he would be only an encumbrance. There was nothing for it but to put Kit Smallbones at the head of the party. His imposing presence would keep off wanton insults, but on the other hand, he had not the moral weight of authority possessed by Tibble, and though far from being a drunkard, he was not proof against a carouse, especially when out of reach of Bet and his master, and he was not by any means Tib's equal in fine and delicate workmanship. But on the other hand, Tib pronounced that Stephen Birkenholt was already well skilled in chasing metal and the difficult art of restoring inlaid work, and he showed some black and silver armour that was in hand for the king, which fully bore out his words. "And thou thinkest Kit can rule the lads?" said the alderman scarce willingly. "One of them at least can rule himself," said Tibble. "They have both been far more discreet since the fright they got on ill May Day, and as for Stephen, he hath seemed to me to have no eyes nor thought save for his work of late." "I have marked him," said the master, "and have marvelled what ailed the lad. His merry temper hath left him. I never hear him singing to keep time with his hammer, nor keeping the court in a roar with his gibes. I trust he is not running after the new doctrine of the hawkers and pedlars. His brother was inclined that way." "There be worse folk than they, your worship," protested Tib, but he did not pursue their defence, only adding, "But 'tis not that which ails young Stephen. I would it were." He sighed to himself inaudibly. "Well," said the good-natured alderman, "it may be he misses his brother. The boys will care for this raree show more than thou or I, Tib. We've seen enough of them in our day, though verily they say this is to surpass all that were ever beheld." The question of who was to go had not been hitherto decided, and Giles and Stephen were both so excited at being chosen that all low spirits and moodiness were dispelled, and the work which went on almost all night was merrily got through. The Dragon court was in a perpetual commotion with knights, squires, and grooms, coming in with orders for new armour, or for old to be furbished, and the tent-makers, lorimers, mercers, and tailors had their hands equally full. These lengthening mornings heard the hammer ringing at sunrise, and in the final rush, Smallbones never went to bed at all. He said he should make it up in the waggon on the way to Dover. Some hinted that he preferred the clang of his hammer to the good advice his Bet lavished on him at every leisure moment to forewarn him against French wine-pots. The alderman might be content with the party he sent forth, for Kit had hardly his equal in size, strength, and good humour. Giles had developed into a tall, comely young man who had got rid of his country slouch, and whose tall figure, light locks, and ruddy cheeks looked well in the new suit which gratified his love of finery, sober-hued as it needs must be. Stephen was still bound to the old prentice garb, though it could not conceal his good mien, the bright, sparkling dark eyes, crisp black hair, healthy brown skin, and lithe active figure. Giles had his stout roadster to ride on, the others were to ride in their own wagon, furnished with 4 powerful horses, which, if possible, they were to take to Calais, so as to be independent of hiring. Their needments, clothes, and tools were packed in the wagon, with store of lances and other appliances of the tourney. A carter and Will Wherry, who was selected as being supposed to be conversant with foreign tongues, were to attend on them. Smallbones, as senior journeyman, had control of the party, and Giles had sufficiently learned subordination not to be likely to give himself dangerous airs of mastership. Then it was astir early to see them off, and she had a little gift for each. She began with her oldest friend. "See here, Kit," she said, "here's a wallet to hold thy nails and rivets. What wilt thou say to me for such a piece of stitchery?" "Say, pretty mistress? Why this," quoth the giant, and he picked her up by the slim waist in his great hands and kissed her on the forehead. He had done the like many a time 9 or 10 years ago, and though Master Headley laughed, Dennet was not one bit embarrassed and turned to the next traveller. "Thou art no more apprentice, Giles, and canst wear this in thy bonnet," she said, holding out to him a short silver chain and medal of St. George and the Dragon. "Thanks, gentle maid," said Giles, taking the handsome gift a little sheepishly. "My bonnet will make a fair show." And he bent down as she stood on the step, and saluted her lips, then began eagerly fastening the chain round his cap, as one delighted with the ornament. Stephen was some distance off. He had turned aside when she spoke to Giles, and was asking of Tibble last instructions about the restoration of an animal, when he felt a touch on his arm, and saw Dennet standing by him. She looked up in his face, and held up a crimson silken purse, with S.B. embroidered on it in a wreath of oak and holly leaves. With the air that ever showed his gentle blood, Stephen put a knee to the ground and kissed the fingers that held it out to him, whereupon Dennet, a sudden burning blush overspreading her face under her little pointed hood, turned suddenly round and ran into the house. She was out again on the steps when the wagon finally got under way, and as her eyes met Stephen's, he doffed his flat cap with one hand and laid the other on his heart, so that she knew where her purse had taken up its abode. Of the Field of the Cloth of Gold not much need be said. To the end of the lives of the spectators it was a tale of wonder. Indeed, without that, the very sight of the pavilions was a marvel in itself, the blue dome of Francis spangled in imitation of the sky, with sun, moon, and stars, and the feudal castle of Henry, a 3 months' work, each surrounded with tents of every colour and pattern which fancy could devise, with the owners' banners or pennants floating from the summits, and every creature, man, and horse, within the enchanted precincts, equally gorgeous. It was the brightest and last full display of magnificent pseudo-chivalry, and to Stephen's dazzled eyes, seeing it beneath the slant rays of the setting sun of June, it was a fairy tale come to life. Hal Randall, who was in attendance on the Cardinal, declared that it was a mere surfeit of jewels and gold and silver, and that a frieze jerkin or leathern coat was an absolute refreshment to the sight. He therefore spent all the time he was off duty in the forge far in the rear, where Smallbones and his party had very little but hard work, mending, wetting, furbishing, and even changing devices. Those 6 days of tilting when "every man that stood showed like a mine," kept the armourers in full occupation night and day, and only now and then could the youths try to make their way to some spot whence they could see the tournament. Smallbones was more excited by the report of fountains of good red and white wines of all sorts, flowing perpetually in the court of King Henry's splendid mock castle, but fortunately one gulp was enough for an English palate nurtured on ale and mead, and he was disgusted with the heaps of country folk, men-at-arms, beggars, and vagabonds of all kinds, who swilled the liquor continually, and, in loathsome contrast to the external splendours, lay wallowing on the ground so thickly that it sometimes was hardly possible to move without treading on them. I stumbled over a dozen. said the jester, as he strolled into the little staked enclosure that the dragon party had arranged round their tent for the prosecution of their labours, which were too important to all the champions not to be respected. Lance and sword have not laid so many low in the list as has the doughty Baron Burgundy and the head Leonite Messire Sheresac. Villain verjuice and varlet vinegar is what Kit there calls them, said Stephen, looking up from the work he was carrying on over a pan of glowing charcoal. Yea, said Smallbones, intermitting his noisy operations, and the more of swine be they that gorge themselves on it. I told Jack and Hob that 'twould be shame for English folk to drown themselves like French frogs or Flemish hogs. Hogs? returned Randall. A decent Hampshire hog would scorn to be lodged as many a knight and squire and lady too is now, pigging it in styes and hovels and haylofts by night, and pranking it by day with the rest. Sooth enough, said Smallbones. Yea, we have had 2 knights and their squires beseeching us for leave to sleep under our waggon. Not an angel had they got among the 4 of them either, having all their year's incomes on their backs, and more too. I trow they and their heirs will have good cause to remember this same field of gold. And what be'st thou doing, nevvy? asked the jester. Thy trade seems as brisk as though red blood were flowing instead of red wine. I am doing my part towards making the king into Hercules, said Stephen, though verily the tailor hath more part therein than we have. But he must needs have a breastplate of scales of gold, and that by tomorrow's morn. As Ambrose would say, if he will be a pagan god, he should have what's his name, the smith of the gods, to work for him. I heard of that freak, said the jester. There will be a dozen tailors and all the queen's tiremen frizzing up a good piece of cloth of gold for the lion's mane, covering a club with green damask with pricks, cutting out green velvet and gum silk for its garland. In sooth, these graces have left me so far behind in foolery that I have not a jest left in my pouch. So here I be, while my lord cardinal is shut up with Madame d'Angoulême in the castle, the real old castle, mind you, doing the work, leaving the kings and queens to do their own fooling. Have you spoken with the French king, Hal? asked Smallbones, who had become a great crony of his since the anxieties of May Eve. So far as I may when I have no French and he no English. He is a comely fellow, with a blithe tongue and a merry eye. I warrant you a chanticleer who will lose not for lack of crowing. He'll crow louder than ever now he hath given our Harry a fall. No, hath he? And Giles, Stephen, and Smallbones all suspended their work to listen in concern. Ay, marry hath he. The 2 took it into their royal noddles to try a fall, and wrestled together on the grass, when, by some ill hap, this same Francis tripped up our Harry, so that he was on the sward for a moment. He was up again forthwith, and in full heart for another round, when all the Frenchmen burst in gabbling, and though their king was willing to play the match out fairly, they wouldn't let him, and my lord cardinal said something about making ill blood, whereat our king laughed and was content to leave it. As I told him, we have given the French falls enough to let them make much of this one. I hope he will yet give the Monsieur a good shaking, muttered Smallbones. How now, Will? Who's that at the door? We are on his Grace's work and can touch none other man's were it the King of France himself, or his constable, who is finer still. By way of expressing "no admittance except on business," Smallbones kept Will Wherry in charge at the door of his little territory, which having a mud wall on 2 sides, and a broad brook with quaking banks on a third, had been easily fenced on the 4th, so as to protect tent, waggon, horses, and work from the incursions of idlers. Will, however, answered, "The gentleman saith he has kindred here." "Ay!" and there pushed in past the lad a tall, lean form, with a gay but soiled short cloak over one shoulder, a suit of worn buff, a cap garnished with a dilapidated black and yellow feather, and a pair of gilt spurs. If this be as they told me, where Armourer Headley's folk lodge, I have here a sort of cousin. Yea, yonder's the brave lad who had no qualms at the flash of a good Toledo in a night's fish. How now, my nevvy, is not my daughter's nevvy mine? Save your knighthood, said Smallbones. Who would have looked to see you here, Sir John? Methought you were in the Emperor's service. A stout man-at-arms is of all services, returned Fulford. I'm here with half Flanders to see this mighty show, and pick up a few more lusty badgers at this encounter of old comrades. Is old Headley here?" "Nay, he is safe at home, where I would I were," sighed Kit. "And you are my young master his nephew, who knew where to purvey me of good steel," added Fulford, shaking Giles's hand. "You are fain, doubtless, ye youngsters, to be forth without the old man. Ha! and you have no lack of merry company." Harry Randall's first impulse had been to look to the right and left for means of avoiding this encounter, but there was no escape, and he was moreover in the most fantastic motley, arrayed in one of the many suits provided for the occasion. It was an imitation of a parrot, brilliant grass green velvet, touched here and there with scarlet, yellow, or blue. He had only been half disguised on the occasion of Fulford's visit to his wife, and he perceived the start of recognition in the eyes of the condottiere, so that he knew it would be vain to try to conceal his identity. "You sought Stephen Birkenholt," he said, "and you've lit on something nearer, if so you'll acknowledge the periquito that your Perronel hath mated with." The condottiere burst into a roar of laughter so violent that he had to lean against the mud wall, and hold his sides. "Ha, ha! That I should be father-in-law to a fool!" And then he set off again. "That the sober, dainty little wench should have wedded a fool! Ha, ha, ha!" "Sir," cried Stephen hotly, "I would have you to know that mine uncle here, Master Harry Randall, is a yeoman of good birth, and that he undertook his present part to support your own father and child. Methinks you are the last who should jeer at and insult him." "Stephen is right," said Giles. "This is my kinsman's tent, and no man shall say a word against Master Harry Randall therein." "Well crowed, my young London game-birds," returned Fulford coolly. "I mean no disrespect to the gentleman in green. Nay, I am mightily beholden to him for acting his part out, and taking on himself that would scarce befit a gentleman of company. Impedimenta, as we used to say in the grammar school. How does the old man? I must find some token to send to him." "He is beyond the reach of all tokens from you save prayers and masses," returned Randall, gravely. "Ay, you say not so! Old Gaffer dead!" And when the soldier was told how the feeble thread of life had been snapped by the shock of joy on his coming, a fit of compunction and sorrow seized him. He covered his face with his hands, and wept with a loudness of grief that surprised and touched his hearers, and presently began to bemoan himself that he had hardly a mark in his purse to pay for a mass, but therewith he proceeded to erect before him the cross hilt of poor Abenali's sword, and to vow thereon that the first spoil and the first ransom that it should please the saints to send him should be entirely spent in masses for the soul of Martin Fulford. This tribute apparently stilled both grief and remorse, for looking up at the grotesque figure of Randall, he said, "Methought they told me, master's son, that you were in the right quarters for beads and masses and all that gear, of Our Lady of Master Butcher Cardinals, or the like, but mayhap 'twas part of your fooling." "Not so," replied Randall, "'tis to the Cardinal I belong," holding out his sleeve where the scarlet hat was neatly worked, "and I'll brook no word against his honour." "Ho, ho! Maybe you look to have the hat on your own head," quoth Fulford, waxing familiar, "if your master becomes Pope after his own reckoning. Why, I've known a cardinal to get the scarlet because an ape had danced on the roof with him in his arms." "You forget, I'm a wedded man," said Randall, who certainly, in private life, had much less of the buffoon about him than his father-in-law. "Impedimentum again," whistled the knight. "Put a halter round her neck and sell her for a pot of beer." "I'd rather put a halter round my own neck for good and all," said Hal, his face reddening, but among other accomplishments of his position, he had learned to keep his temper, however indignant he felt. "Well, she's a knight's daughter, and preferments will be plenty. Thou'lt make me captain of the Pope's guard, fair son, there's no post I should like better. Or I might put up with an Italian earldom or the like. Honour would befit me quite as well as that old fellow, Prospero Colonna, and the badgers would well become the Pope's scarlet and yellow liveries." The badgers, it appeared, were encamped not far from Gravelines, whence the Emperor was watching the conference between his uncle-in-law and his chief enemy, and thence Fulford, who had a good many French acquaintance, having once served under Francis I, had come over to see the sport. Moreover, he contrived to attach himself to the Armourer's party, in a manner that either Alderman Headley himself or Tibble Steelman would effectually have prevented, but which Kit Smallbones had not sufficient moral weight to hinder, even if he had had a greater dislike to being treated as a boon companion by a knight who had seen the world, could appreciate good ale, and tell all manner of tales of his experiences. So the odd sort of kindred that the captain chose to claim with Stephen Birkenholt was allowed, and in right of it he was permitted to sleep in the waggon, and thereupon his big raw-boned charger was found sharing the fodder of the plump broad-backed cart-horses, while he himself, whenever sport was not going forward for him, or work or the armourers, sat discussing with Kit the merits or demerits of the liquors of all nations, either in their own yard or in some of the numerous drinking booths that had sprung up around. To no one was this arrangement so distasteful as to Quipsome Hal, who felt himself in some sort the occasion of the intrusion, and yet was quite unable to prevent it, while everything he said was treated as a joke by his unwelcome father-in-law. It was a coarse time, and Wolsey's was not a refined or spiritual establishment, but it was decorous, and Randall had such an affection and respect for the innocence of his sister's younger son, that he could not bear to have him exposed to the company of one habituated to the licentiousness of the mercenary soldier. At first the jester hoped to remove the lads from the danger, for the brief remainder of their stay, by making double exertion to obtain places for them at any diversion which might be going on when their day's work was ended, and of these of course there was a wide church, subordinate to the magnificent masking of kings and queens. On the last midsummer evening, while their majesties were taking leave of one another, a company of strolling players were exhibiting in an extemporary theatre, and here Hal incited both the youths to obtain seats. The drama was on one of the ordinary and frequent topics of that, as of all other times, and the dumb show and gestures were far more effective than the words, so that even those who did not understand the language of the comedians, who seemed to be Italians, could enter into it, especially as it was interspersed with very expressive songs. An old baron insists on betrothing his daughter and heiress to her kinsman freshly knighted. She is reluctant, weeps, and is frightened. The singing afterwards of her despair, of course she really was a black-eyed boy. That song was followed by a still more despairing one from the baron's squire, and a tender interview between them followed. Then came discovery, the baron descending as a thunderbolt, the banishment of the squire, the lady driven at last to wed the young knight, her weeping and bewailing herself under his ill treatment, which extended to pulling her about by the hair, the return of the lover, notified by a song behind the scenes, a dangerously affectionate meeting, interrupted by the husband, a fierce clashing of swords, mutual slaughter by the two gentlemen, and the lady dying of grief on top of her lover. Such was the argument of this tragedy, which Giles Headley pronounced to be very dreary pastime. Indeed he was amusing himself with an exchange of comfits with the youth who sat next to him all the time, for he had found Stephen utterly deaf to aught but the tragedy, following every gesture with eager eyes, lips quivering, and eyes filling at the strains of the love songs, though they were in their native Italian, of which he understood not a word. He rose up with a heavy groan when all was over, as if not yet disenchanted, and hardly answered when his uncle spoke to him afterwards. It was to ask whether the Dragon party were to return at once to London, or to accompany the court to Gravelines, where, it had just been announced, the king intended to pay a visit to his nephew the Emperor. Neither Stephen nor Giles knew, but when they reached their own quarters they found that Smallbones had received an intimation that there might be jousts, and that the offices of the armourers would be required. He was very busy packing up his tools, but loudly hilarious, and Sir John Fulford, with a flask of wine beside him, was swaggering and shouting orders to the men as though he were the head of the expedition. Revelations come in strange ways. Perhaps that Italian play might be called Galeotto to Stephen Birkenholt. It affected him all the more because he was not distracted by the dialogue, but was only powerfully touched by the music, and in the gestures of the lovers, felt all the force of sympathy. It was to him like a kind of prophetic mirror, revealing to him the true meaning of all he had ever felt for Dennet Headley, and of his vexation and impatience at seeing her bestowed upon a dull and indifferent lout like her kinsman, who not only was not good enough for her, but did not even love her, or accept her as anything but his title to the Dragon court. He now thrilled and tingled from head to foot with all the perceptions that all this meant love to Dennet, and in every act of the drama he beheld only himself, Giles, and Dennet. Watching at first with a sweet fascination, his feelings changed, now to strong yearning, now to hot wrath, and then to horror and dismay. In his troubled sleep after the spectacle, he identified himself with the lover, sang, wooed, and struggled in his person, woke with a start of relief to find Giles snoring safely beside him, and the watchdog on his chest instead of an expiring lady. He had not made unholy love to sweet Dennet, nor imperilled her good name, nor slayed his comrade. Nor was she yet wedded to that oaf Giles, but she would be in a few weeks, and then— How was he to brook the sight, chained as he was to the Dragon court, see Giles lord it over her, and all of them see her missing the love that was burning for her elsewhere? Stephen lost his boyhood on that evening, and, though force of habit kept him like himself outwardly, he was never alone without feeling dazed and torn in every direction at once. End of chapter 20. Recording by Del de Pigneroles. Chapter 21 of the Armourer's Prentices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Del de Pigneroles. The Armourer's Prentices by Charlotte M. Yonge. Chapter 21. Sword or Smithy. Darest thou be so valiant as to play the coward with thy indenture, and to show it a fair pair of heels and run from it? Shakespeare. Tidings came forth on the parting from the French king that the English court was about to move to Gravelines to pay a visit to the Emperor and his aunt, the Duchess of Savoy. As it was hoped that jousts might make part of the entertainment, the attendance of the Dragon party was required. Giles was unfeignedly delighted at this extension of holiday. Stephen felt that he had deferred the day, would it be of strange joy or pain, of standing face to face with Dennet, and even Kit had come to tolerate foreign parts more with John Fulford to show him the way to the best Flemish ale. The knight took upon himself the conduct of the dragons. He understood how to lead them by routes where all provisions and ale had not been consumed, and he knew how to swagger and threaten so as to obtain the best of liquor and provisions at each kermesse. At least so he said, though it might be doubted whether the Flemings might not have been more willing to yield up their stores to Kit's open, honest face and free hand. However, Fulford seemed to consider himself one with the party, and he beguiled the way by tales of the doings of the Badgers in Italy and Savoy, which were listened to with avidity by the lads, distracting Stephen from the pain at his heart, and filling both with excitement. They were to have the honour of seeing the Badgers at Gravelines, where they were encamped outside the city to serve as a guard to the great enclosure that was being made of canvas stretched on the masts of ships to mark out the space for a great banquet and dance. The weather broke, however, just as Henry, his wife, and his sister entered Gravelines. It rained pertinaciously, a tempestuous wind blew down the erection, and as there was no time to set it up again, the sports necessarily took place in the castle and town hall. There was no occasion for the exercise of the armourer's craft, and as Charles had forbidden the concourse of all save invited guests, everything was comparatively quiet and dull, though the entertainment was on the most liberal scale. Lodgings were provided in the city at the Emperor's expense, and wherever an Englishman was quartered each night, the imperial officers brought a cask of fine manchet bread, 2 great silver pots with wine, a pound of sugar, white and yellow candles, and a torch. As Randall said, Charles gave solid pudding where France gave empty praise. Smallbones and the youths had very little to do, save to consume these provisions and accept the hospitality freely offered to them at the camp of the Badgers, where Smallbones and the ancient of the troop sat fraternizing over big flagons of Flemish ale, which did not visibly intoxicate the honest smith, but kept him in the dull and drowsy state which was his idea of the dolce far niente of a holiday. Meanwhile the 2 youths were made much of by the warriors. Stephen's dexterity with the bow and backsword were shown off and lauded, Giles' strength was praised, and all manner of new feats were taught them, all manner of stories told them, and the shrinking of well-trained young citizens from these lawless full of strange oaths and beaded like the pard, and some very truculent looking, had given way to judicious flattery, and to the attractions of adventure and of a free life, where wealth and honour awaited the bold. Stephen was told that the gentleman in him was visible, that he ought to disdain the flat cap and blue gown, that here was his opportunity, and that among the Badgers he would soon be so rich, famous, glorious, as to wonder that he had ever tolerated the greasy, mechanical life of a base burgher. Respects to his oaths to his master, Sir John laughed the scruple to scorn. Nay, if he were so tender, he could buy his absolution the first time he had his pouch full of gold. "What shall I do?" was the cry of Stephen's heart. "My honour and my oath, they bind me. She would reap. My master would deem me ungrateful. Ambrose break his heart. And yet who knows but I should do worse if I stayed? I shall break my own heart if I do. I shall not see, I may forget. No, no, never. But at least I shall never know the moment when the lubber takes the jewel he knows not how to prize. Marches, sieges, there shall I quell this wild beating. I may die there. At least they will allay this frenzy of my blood." And he listened when Fulford and Will Marden, a young English man-at-arms with whom he had made friends, concerted how she should meet them at an inn, the sign of the 7 Stars, in Gravelines, and there exchange his Prentices' garb for the buff coat and corselet of a Badger, with the Austrian black and yellow scarf. He listened, but he had not promised. The sense of duty to his master, the honour to his word, always recurred like first thoughts, though the longing to escape, the restlessness of hopeless love, the youthful eagerness for adventure and freedom, swept it aside again and again. He had not seen his uncle since the evening of the comedy, for Hal had travelled in the Cardinal's suite, and the amusements being all within doors, jesters were much in request, as indeed Charles V was curious in fools, and generally had at least 3 in attendance. Stephen, moreover, always shrank from his uncle when acting professionally. He had learnt to love and esteem the man during his troubles, but this only rendered the sight of his buffoonery more distressing, and as Randall had not provided himself with his home suit, they were the more cut off from one another. Thus there was all the less to counteract or show the fallacy of Fulford's recruiting blandishments. The day had come on the evening of which Stephen was to meet Fulford and Marden at the 7 Stars and give them his final answer, in time to allow of their smuggling him out of the city and sending him away into the country, since Smallbones would certainly suspect him to be in the camp, and as he was still an apprentice, it was possible, though not probable, that the town magistrates might be incited to make search on inquiry, as they were very jealous of the luring away of their apprentices by the free companies, and moreover his uncle might move the Cardinal and the King to cause measures to be taken for his recovery. Ill at ease, Stephen wandered away from the hostel where Smallbones was entertaining his friend, the Ancient. He had not gone far down the street when a familiar figure met his eye, no other than that of Lucas Hansen, his brother's old master, walking along with a pack on his back. Grown as Stephen was, the old man's recognition was as rapid as his own, and there was a clasp of the hand, an exchange of greeting, while Lucas eagerly asked after his dear pupil, Ambrose. "Come hither, and we can speak more at ease," said Lucas, leading the way up the common staircase of a tall house, whose upper stories overhung the street. Up and up, Lucas led the way to a room in the high peaked roof, looking out at the back. Here Stephen recognized a press, but it was not at work. Only a young friar was sitting there engaged in sewing up sheets so as to form a pamphlet. Lucas spoke to him in Flemish to explain his own return with the English prentice. "Dost thou dwell here, sir?" asked Stephen. "I thought Rotterdam was thine home." "Yea," said Lucas, "so it be, but I am sojourning here to aid in bearing about the seed of the Gospel, for which I walk through these lands of ours. But tell me of thy brother, and of the little Moorish maiden." Stephen replied with an account of both Ambrose and Aldonza, and likewise of Tibble Steelman, explaining how ill the last had been in the winter, and that therefore he could not be with the party. "I would I had a token to send him," said Lucas, "but I have naught here that is not either in the Dutch or the French, and neither of those tongues doth he understand. But thy brother, the good Ambrose, can read the Dutch. Wilt thou carry him from me this fresh tractate, showing how many there be that make light of the Apostle Paul's word not to do evil that good may come?" Stephen had been hearing rather listlessly, thinking how little the good man suspected how doubtful it was that he should bear messages to Ambrose. Now, on that sore spot in his conscience, that sentence darted like an arrow, the shaft finding "Mark the archer little meant." And with a start, not lost on Lucas, he exclaimed, "Saith the holy Saint Paul that?" "Assuredly, my son. Brother Cornelis, who is one whose eyes have been opened, can show you the very words, if thou hast any Latin." Perhaps to gain time, Stephen assented, and the young friar, with a somewhat inquisitive look, presently brought him the sentence, "Et non faciamus mala ut veniant bona." Stephen's Latin was not very fresh, and he hardly comprehended the words, but he stood gazing with a frown of distress on his brow, which made Lucas say, "My son, thou art sorely bestead. Is there aught in which a plain old man can help thee, for thy brother's sake? Speak freely. Brother Cornelius knows not a word of English. Dost thou owe aught to any man?" "Nay, nay, not that," said Stephen, drawn in his trouble and perplexity to open his heart to this incongruous confidant. "But, sir, which be the worst? To break my pledge to my master, or to run into a trial which will last from day to day, and may be too much for me, yea, and for another at last." The colour, the trembling of limb, the passion of voice, revealed enough to Lucas to make him say, in the voice who, dried up as he was, had once proved the trial, "'Tis love, thou wouldst say?" "Ay, sir," said Stephen, turning away, but in another moment bursting forth, "I love my master's daughter, and she is to wed her cousin, who takes her as her father's chattel. I wist not why the world had grown dark to me until I saw a comedy at Ardres, where, as in a mirror, 'twas all set forth. Yea, and how love was too strong for him and for her, and how shame and death came thereof." "Those players are good for naught but to wake the passions," muttered Lucas. "Nay, methought they warned me," said Stephen. "For, sir," he hid his burning face in his hands as he leant on the back of a chair, "I wot that she has ever liked me better, far better than him. And scarce a night have I closed an eye without dreaming it all, and finding myself bringing evil on her, till I deemed 'twere better I never saw her more, and left her to think of me as a forsworn runagate rather than see her wedded only to be flouted, and maybe, do worse." "Poor lad," said Lucas, "and what wouldst thou do?" "I have not pledged myself, but I said I would consider of service among Fulford's troop," faltered Stephen. "Among those ruffians, godless, lawless men?" exclaimed Lucas. "Yea, I know what you would say," returned Stephen, "but they are brave men, better than you deem, sir." "Were they angels or saints," said Lucas, rallying his forces, "thou hast no right to join them. Thine oath fetters thee. Thou hast no right to break it, and doest sure and certain evil to avoid one that may never befall. How knowest thou it may be? Nay, the trial seemed to thee over great, thine apprenticeship will soon be at an end." "Not for 2 years." "Or thy master, if thou spakest the whole truth, would transfer thine indentures. He is a good man, and if it be as thou sayest, would not see his child tried too sorely. God will make a way for the tempted to escape. They need not take the devil's way." "Sir," said Stephen, lifting up his head, "I thank you. This was what I needed. I will tell Sir John Fulford that I ought never to have heeded him." "Must thou see him again?" "I must. I am to give him his answer at the Seven Stars. But fear not me, Master Lucas, he shall not lead me away." And Stephen took a grateful leave of the little Dutchman, and charged himself with more messages for Ambrose and Tibble than his overburdened spirit was likely to retain. Lucas went down the stairs with him, and as a sudden thought, said at the foot of them, "'Tis at the Seven Stars thou meetest this night. Take an old man's counsel. Take no liquor there." "I am no ale bibber," said Stephen. "Nay, I deem thee none, but heed my words. Captains of landsknechts and kermesses are scarce to be trusted. Taste not." Stephen gave a sort of laugh at the precaution, and shook himself loose. It was still an hour to the time of meeting, and the Ave bell was ringing. A church door stood open, and for the first time since he had been at Gravelines he felt that there would be the calm he needed to adjust the conflicts of his spirits, and comprehend the new situation, or rather the recurrence to the old one. He seemed to have recovered his former self, and to be able to perceive that things might go on as before, and his heart really leapt at finding he might return to the sight of Dennet and Ambrose and all he loved. His wishes were really that way, and Fulford's allurements had become very shadowy when he made his way to the Seven Stars, whose vine-covered window allowed many loud voices and fumes of beer and wine to escape into the summer evening air. The room was perhaps cleaner than an English one would have been, but it was reeking with heat and odours, and the forest-bred youth was unwilling to enter. But Fulford and 2 or 3 Badgers greeted him noisily, and called on him to partake of the supper they had ready prepared. "No, Sir Knight, I thank you," said Stephen. "I am bound for my quarters. I came but to thank you for your goodness to me, and to bid you farewell." "And how as to thy pledge to join us, young man?" demanded Fulford sternly. "I gave no pledge," said Stephen. "I said I would consider of it." "Faint-hearted, ha, ha!" and the English Badgers translated the words to the Germans, and set them shouting with derision. "I am not faint-hearted," said Stephen, "but I will not break mine oath to my master." "And thine oath to me? Ha!" said Fulford. "I sware you no oath, I gave you no word," said Stephen. "Ha! Thou darest give me the lie, base Prentice. Take that!" And therewith he struck Stephen a crushing blow on the head, which felled him to the ground. The host and all the company, used to pot-house quarrels, and perhaps playing into his hands, took little heed. Stephen was dragged insensible into another room, and there the Badgers began to hastily divest him of his prentice's gown, and draw his arms into a buff coat. Fulford had been really struck with his bravery, and knew besides that his skill in the armourer's craft would be valuable. So it had been determined beforehand that he should, by fair means or foul, leave the Seven Stars a Badger. "By all the powers of hell, you have struck too hard, sir, he is sped," said Marden anxiously. "Tut," said Fulford, "only enough to daze him till he be safe in our quarters, and for that the sooner the better. Here, call Anton to take his heels. We'll get him forth now as a fellow of our own." "Hark! What is that?" "Gentlemen," said the host, hurrying in, "here be some of the gentlemen of the English Cardinal, calling for a nephew of one of them, who they say is in this house." With an imprecation, Fulford denied all connection with the gentlemen of the Cardinal, but there was evidently an invasion, and in another moment, several powerful-looking men in the crimson and black velvet of Wolsey's train had forced their way into the chamber, and the foremost, seeing Stephen's condition at a glance, exclaimed loudly, "Thou villain! Traitor! Kidnapper! This is thy work!" "Ha, ha!" shouted Fulford. "Who have we here? The Cardinal's fool a masking. Treat us to a caper, quipsome sir." "I'm more like to treat you to the gyves," returned Randall. "Away with you! The watch are at hand. Were it not for my wife's sake, they should bear you off to the city jail. The Emperor should know how you fill your ranks." It was quite true. The city guard were entering at the street door, and the host hurried Fulford and his men, swearing and raging, out a back door provided for such emergencies. Stephen was beginning to recover by this time. His uncle knelt down, took his head on his shoulder, and Lucas washed off the blood and administered a drop of wine. His first words were, "Was it Giles? Where is she?" "Still going over the play," thought Lucas. "Nay, nay, lad. 'Twas one of the soldiers who played thee this scurvy trick. All's well now. Thou wilt soon be able to quit this place." "I remember now," said Stephen. "Sir John said I gave him the lie when I said I had given no pledge. But I had not." "Thou hast been a brave fellow, and better broken head than broken troth," said his uncle. "But how came you here?" asked Stephen, "in the nick of time?" It was explained that Lucas, not doubting Stephen's resolution, but quite aware of the tricks of landsknecht captains with promising recruits in view, had gone first in search of Smallbones, but had found him and the ancient so deeply engaged in potations from the liberal supply of the Emperor to all English guests, that there was no getting him apart, and he was too much muddled to comprehend if he could have been spoken with. Lucas then, in desperation, betook himself to the convent where Wolsey was magnificently lodged. Ill May-day had made him, as well as the others, well acquainted with the relationship between Stephen and Randall, though he was not aware of the further connection with Fulford. He hoped, even if unable to see Randall, to obtain help on behalf of an English lad in danger, and happily he arrived at a moment when state affairs were going on, and Randall was refreshing himself by a stroll in the cloister. When Lucas had made him understand the situation, his dismay was only equalled by his promptitude. He easily obtained the loan of one of the splendid suits of scarlet and crimson, guarded with black velvet a hand broad, which were worn by the Cardinal's secular attendants, for he was well known by this time in the household to be very far from an absolute fool, and indeed had done many a good turn to his comrades. Several of the gentlemen, indignant at the threatened outrage on a young Englishman, and esteeming the Dragon's craftsman, volunteered to accompany him, and others warned the watch. There was some difficulty still, for the burgher guards, coming up puffing and blowing, wanted to carry off the victim and keep him in ward to give evidence against the mercenaries, whom they regarded as a sort of wolves, so that even the Emperor never durst quarter them within one of the cities. The drawn swords of Randall's friends, however, settled that matter, and Stephen, though still dizzy, was able to walk. Thus leaning on his uncle, he was escorted back to the hostel. "The villain!" the jester said on the way. "I mistrusted him, but I never thought he would have abused our kindred in this fashion. I would fain have come down to look after thee, nevvy, but these kings and queens are troublesome folk. The Emperor, he is a pale, shamefaced, solemn lad. Maybe he mused, but he had scarce a word to say for himself. Our Hal tried clapping on the shoulder, calling him fair coz, and the like in his hearty fashion. Behold, what doth he but turn around with such a look as the long lip of him as my Lord of Buckingham might have if his scullion made free with him. His aunt, the Duchess of Savoy, is a merry dame, and a wise. She and our queen can talk by the ell, but as for the Emperor, he speaketh to none willingly save Queen Catherine, who is of his own stiff Spanish humour, and he hath eyes for none save Queen Mary, who would have been Empress had high folk held to their word. And with so tongue-tied a host, and the rain without, what had the poor things to do by way of disporting themselves with but a show of fools? I've had to go through every trick and quip I learnt when I was with old Nat Fire Eater, and I'm stiffer in the joints and weftier in the heft than I was in those days when I slept in the field, and fasted more than ever Holy Church meant. But hi-ho! I ought to be supple enough after the practice of these 3 days. Moreover, if it could loose a fool's tongue to have a king and queen for interpreters, I had them, for there were our Harry and Moll catching at every jibe as fast as my brain could hatch it, and rendering it into French as best they might, carping and quibbling the while underhand at one another's renderings, and the Emperor sitting by in his black velvet, smiling about as much as a felon at the hangman's jests. All his poor fools, moreover, and the King's own, ready to gnaw their baubles for envy. That was the only sport I had. I'm wearier than if I'd been plying Smallbones' biggest hammer. The worst of it is that my Lord Cardinal is to stay behind and go on to Bruges as ambassador, and I with him, so thou must bear my greeting to thine aunt, and tell her I am keeping from picking up a word of French or Flemish, lest this same Charles should take a fancy to me and ask me of my master, who would give away his own friend to get the Pope's fool's cap." "Where da? Qui va là?" asked a voice, and the summer twilight revealed 2 figures with cloaks held high and drooping Spanish hats, one of whom, a slender youthful figure, so far as could be seen under his cloak, made inquiries, first in Flemish, then in French, as to what ailed the youth. Lucas replied in the former tongue, and one of the Englishmen could speak French. The gentleman seemed much concerned, and asked if the watch had been at hand, and desired Lucas to assure the young Englishman that the Emperor would be much distressed at the tidings, asked where he was lodged, and passed on. "Aha!" muttered the jester. "If my ears deceive me now, I'll never trust them again. Mynheer Charles knows a few more tricks than he is fain to show off in royal company. Come on, Stevie, I'll see thee to bed. Old Kit is too far gone to ask after thee." In sooth, I trow that my sweet father-in-law set his ancient to nail him to the wine-pot. And Master Giles I saw last with some of the grooms. I said naught to him, for I trow thou wouldst not have him know thy plight. I'll be with thee in the morning ere thou partest, if kings, queens, cardinals roar themselves hoarse for the quipsome." With this promise Hal Randall bestowed his still dulled and half-stunned nephew carefully on the pallet provided by the care of the purveyors. Stephen slept dreamily at first, then soundly, and woke at the sound of the bells of Gravelines to the sense that a great crisis in his life was over, a strange wild dream of evil dispelled, and that he was to go home to see, hear, and act as he could, with a heartache indeed, but with resolve to do his best as a true and honest man. Smallbones was already afoot, for the start for Calais was to be made on that very day. The smith was fully himself again, and was bawling for his subordinates, who had followed his example in indulging in the good cheer, and did not carry it off so easily. Giles, rather silent and surly, was out of bed, shouting answers to Smallbones, and calling on Stephen to truss his points. He was in a mood not easy to understand, he would hardly speak, and never noticed the marks of the fray on Stephen's temple, only half hidden by the dark curly hair. This was of course a relief, but Stephen could not help suspecting that he had last night been engaged in some revel about which he desired no inquiries. Randall came just as the operation was completed. He was in a good deal of haste, having to restore the groom's dress he wore by the time the owner had finished the morning toilette of Lord Cardinal's palfreys. He could not wait to inquire how Stephen had contrived to fall into the hands of Fulford, his chief business being to put under safe charge a bag of coins, the largesse from the various princes and nobles whom he had diverted, ducats, crowns, dollars, and angels all jingling together, to be bestowed wherever Perronel kept her store, a matter which Hal was content not to know, though the pair cherished a hope some day to retire on it from fooling. "Thou art a good lad, Steve," said Hal. "I'm right glad thou leavest this father of mine behind thee. I would not see thee such as he, no, not for all the gold we saw on the Frenchmen's backs." This was the jester's farewell, but it was some time before the waggon was under way, for the carter and one of the smiths were missing, and were only found at noon in an alehouse, both very far gone in liquor, and one with a black eye. Kit discoursed on sobriety in the most edifying manner, as at last he drove Headley along the street, almost the last in the baggage train of the kings and queens, but still in time to be so included in it as so to save all difficulty at the gates. It was, however, very late in the evening when they reached Calais, so that the darkness was coming on as they waited their turn at the drawbridge, with a cart full of scullions and pots and pans before them, and a waggon load of tents behind. The warders in charge of the gateway had orders to count over all whom they admitted, so that no unauthorized person might enter that much valued fortress. When at last the waggon rolled forward into the shadow of the great towered gateway on the outer side of the moat, the demand was made, who was there? Giles had always insisted, as leader of the party, on making reply to such questions, and Smallbones waited for his answer, but none was forthcoming. Therefore Kit shouted in reply, "Alderman Headley's wain and armourers! 2 journeymen, 1 prentice, 2 smiths, 2 waggoners." "7," rejoined the warder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ha! Your company seems to be lacking." "Giles must have ridden on," suggested Stephen, while Kit, growling angrily, called on the lazy fellow, Will Wherry, to wake and show himself. But the officials were greatly hurried, and as long as no dangerous person got into Calais, it mattered little to them who might be left outside, so they hurried on the waggon into the narrow street. It was well that it was a summer night, for lodgings there were none. Every hostel was full, and all the houses besides. The earlier comers assured Kit that it was of no use to try to go on. The streets up to the wharf were choked, and he might think himself lucky to have his waggon to sleep in. But the horses! And food! However, there was one comfort. English tongues answered, if it was only with denials. Kit's store of travelling money was at a low ebb, and it was nearly exhausted by the time, at an exorbitant price, he had managed to get a little hay and water for the horses, and a couple of loaves and a haunch of bacon among the 5 hungry men. They were quite content to believe that Master Giles had ridden on before, and secured better quarters and viands, nor could they much regret the absence of Will Wherry's mouth. Kit called Stephen to council in the morning. His funds would not permit waiting for the missing ones, if he were to bring home any reasonable proportion of gain to his master. He believed that Master Headley would by no means risk the whole party loitering at Calais, when it was highly probable that Giles might have joined some of the other travellers, and embarked by himself. After all, Kit's store had well nigh expended before the horses, waggon and all, could find means to encounter the miseries of the transit to Dover. Then, glad as he was to be on his native soil, his spirits sank lower and lower as the waggon creaked on under the hot sun towards London. He had actually brought home only 4 marks to make over to his master, and although he could show a considerable score against the kings and various nobles, these debts were not apt to be promptly discharged, and what was worse, 2 members of his party and 1 horse were missing. He little knew how narrow escape he had had of losing a third. End of chapter 21. Recording by Adele de Pigneroles. Chapter 22 of the Armourer's Prentices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adele de Pigneroles. The Armourer's Prentices by Charlotte M. Yonge. Chapter 22. An Invasion. What shall be the maiden's fate? Who shall be the maiden's mate? Scott. No Giles Headley appeared to greet the travellers, though Kit Smallbones had halted at Canterbury to pour out entreaties to St. Thomas, and the vow of a steel and gilt reliquary of his best workmanship to contain the old shoe, which a few years previously had so much disgusted Erasmus and his companion. Poor old fellow, he was too much crestfallen thoroughly to enjoy even the gladness of his little children, and his wife made no secret of her previous conviction that he was too dunder-headed not to run into some coil, when she was not there to look after him. The alderman was more merciful. Since there had been no invasion from Salisbury, he had regretted the not having gone himself to Ardres, and he knew pretty well that Kit's power lay more in his arms than in his brain. He did not wonder at the small gain, nor at having lost sight of the young man, and confidently expected the lost ones to appear. As to Dennet, her eyes shone quietly, and she took upon herself to send down to let Mistress Randall know of her nephew's return, and invite her to supper to hear the story of his doings. The girl did not look at all like a maiden uneasy about her lost lover, but much more like one enjoying for the moment the immunity from a kind of burthen, and, as she smiled, called for Stephen's help in her little arrangements, and treated him in the friendly manner of old times. He could not but wonder at the panic that had overpowered him for a time like a fever of the mind. There was plenty to speak of in the glories of the field of the cloth of gold, and the transactions of the knights and nobles, and Stephen held his peace as to his adventure, but Dennet's eyes were sharper than Kit's. She spied the remains of the bruise under his black curly hair, and while her father and Tib were unravelling the accounts from Kit's brain and tally sticks, she got the youth out into the gallery and observed, "So thou hast a broken head. See, here are grandmother's lily leaves and strong waters. Let me lay one on for thee. There, sit down on the step, then I can reach." "'Tis well nigh whole now, sweet mistress," said Stephen, complying however, for it was too sweet to have those little fingers busy about him for the offer to be declined. "How got'st thou the blow?" asked Dennet. "Was it at singlestick? Come, thou mayst tell me, 'twas in standing up for some one." "Nay, mistress, I would it had been." "Thou hadst been in trouble," she said, leaning on the baluster above him. "Or did ill men set on thee?" "That's the nearest guess," said Stephen. "'Twas that tall father of mine aunt's, the fellow that came here for armour, and bought poor Master Michael's sword." "And sliced the apple on thine hand." "Ay." "He would have me for one of the Badgers." "Thee? Stephen?" It was a cry of pain as well as horror. "Yea, mistress, and when I refused, the fellow dealt me a blow, and laid me down senseless, to bear me off willy-nilly. but that good old Lucas Hansen brought mine uncle to mine aid." Dennet clasped her hands. "Oh, Stephen, Stephen! Now I know how good the Lord is. Wot ye, I asked of Tibble to take me daily to St. Faith's to crave of good St. Julian to have you all in his keeping, and saith he on the way, 'Methinks, mistress, our dear Lord would hear you if you spake to him direct, with no go between.' I did as he bade me, Stephen. I went to the high altar, and prayed there, and Tibble went with me, and lo now, he hath brought you back safe. We will have a mass of thanksgiving on the very morn." Stephen's heart could not but bound, for it was plain enough for whom the chief force of these prayers had been offered. "Sweet mistress," he said, "they have availed me indeed. Certes, they warded me in the time of sore trial and temptation." "Nay," said Dennet, "thou couldst not have longed to go away from hence with those ill men who live by slaying and plundering." The present temptation was to say that he had doubted whether this course would not have been the best both for himself and her, but he recollected that Giles might be at the gate, and if so, he should feel as if he had rather have bitten off his tongue than have let Dennet know the state of the case, so he only answered, "There be sorer temptations in the world for us poor rogues than little home-biding house crickets like thee wot of, mistress. Well that ye can pray for us without knowing all." Stephen had never consciously come so near love-making, and his honest face was all one burning glow with the suppressed feeling, while Dennet lingered till the curfew warned them of the lateness of the hour, both with a strange undefined sense of pleasure in being together in the summer twilight. Day after day passed on with no news of Giles or Will Wherry. The alderman grew uneasy, and sent Stephen to ask his brother to write to Randall, or to some one else in Wolsey swoop, to make inquiries at Bruges. But Ambrose was found to have gone abroad in the train of Sir Thomas More, and nothing was heard till they returned 6 weeks later, when Ambrose brought home a small packet which had been conveyed to him through one of the Emperor's suite. It was tied up with a long, tough, pale wisp of hair, evidently from the mane or tail of some Flemish horse, and was addressed, "To Master Ambrose Birkenholt, menial clerk to the most worshipful Sir Thomas More, Knight, under Sheriff of the City of London. These greetings." Within, when Ambrose could open the missive, was another small parcel, and a piece of coarse brown paper, on which was scrawled, "Good Ambrose Birkenholt, I pray thee to stand my friend, and let all know whom it may concern, that when this same billet comes to hand, I shall be far on the march to High Germany, with a company of lusty fellows in the Emperor's services. They be commanded by the good knight, Sir John Fulford. If thou canst send tidings to my mother, bid her to keep her heart up, for I shall come back a captain, full of wealth and honour, and that will be better than hammering for life, or being wedded against mine own will. There never was troth plight between my master's daughter and me, and my time is over, so I be quit with them, and I thank my master for his goodness. They shall all hear of me some these days. Will Wherry is my groom, and commends him to his mother. And so, commending me and all the rest to Our Lady and the saints, thine to command, Giles Headley, Man-at-Arms in the honourable company of Sir John Fulford, Knight." On a separate strip was written, "Give this packet to the little Moorish maid, and tell her that I will bring her better by and by, and mayhap make her a knight's lady, but, on thy life, say naught to any other." It was out now. Ambrose's head was more in Sir Thomas's books than in real life at all times, or he would long ago have inferred something, from the jackdaw's favourite phrase, from Giles' modes of haunting his steps, and making him the bearer of small tokens, an orange, a simnel cake, a bag of walnuts or almonds to Mistress Aldonza, and of the smiles, blushes, and thanks with which she greeted them. Nay, had she not burst into tears, and entreated to be spared when Lady Moore wanted to make a match between her and the big porter, and had not her distress led Mistress Margaret to appeal to her father, who had said he should as soon think of wedding the silver-footed Thetis to Polyphemus? "Tilly-vally, Master Moore," the lady had answered, "will all your fine pagan gods hinder the wretch from starving on earth and leading apes in hell? Margaret had answered that Aldonza should never do the first, and Sir Thomas had gravely said that he thought those black eyes would lead many a man on earth before they came to the latter fate. Ambrose hid the parcel for her deep in his bosom before he asked permission of his master to go to the Dragon court with the rest of the tidings. "He always was an unmannerly cub," said Master Headley, as he read the letter. "Well, I've done my best to make a purse out of a sow's ear. I've done my duty by poor Robert's son, and if he will be such a fool as to run after blood and wounds, I have no more to say, though 'tis pity of the old name. Ha! What's this? Wed against my will, no troth plight. Forsooth, I thought my young master was mighty slack. He hath some other matter on his mind, hath he? Run into some coil mayhap with a beggar wench. Well, we need not be beholden to him. Ha, Dennet, my maid?" Dennet screwed up her little mouth, and looked very demure, but she twinkled her bright eyes, and said, "My heart will not break, sir. I am in no haste to be wed." Her father pinched her cheek, and said she was a silly wench, but perhaps he marked the dancing step with which the young mistress went about her household cares, and how she was singing to herself songs that were certainly not "Willow, willow." Ambrose had no scruple in delivering to Aldonza the message and token, when he overtook her on the stairs of the house at Chelsea, carrying up a lapful of roses to the still room, where Dame Alice More was rejoicing in setting her stepdaughters to housewifely tasks. There came a wonderful illumination and agitation over the girls' usually impassive features, giving all that they needed to make them surpassingly beautiful. "Woe is me!" was, however, her first exclamation. "That he should have given up all for me! Oh, if I had thought it!" But while she spoke as if she were shocked and appalled, her eyes belied her words. They shone with the first absolute certainty of love, and there was no realizing as yet the years of silent waiting and anxiety that must go by, nay, perhaps an entire lifetime of uncertainty of her lover's truth or untruth, life or death. Dame Alice called her, and in a rambling, maundering way, charged her with loitering and gadding with the young men, and Margaret saw by her colour and by her eyes that some very strange thing had happened to her. Margaret had, perhaps, some intuition, for was not her heart very tender towards a certain young banister by name Roper, whom her father doubted as yet, because of his Lutheran inclinations? By and by she discovered that she needed Aldonza to comb out her long dark hair, and, ere long, she had heard all the tale of the youth cured by the girl's father, and all his gifts, and how Aldonza deemed him too great and too good for her. Poor Giles! Though she knew she should never do more than look up to him with love and gratitude from afar. And she never so much as dreamt that he would cast an eye on her save in kindness. Oh yes, she knew what he had taught the daw to say, but then she was a child, she durst not deem it more. And Margaret More was more eager and kind than worldly wise, and she encouraged Aldonza to wait and watch, promised protection from all enforced suits and suitors, and gave assurances of shelter as her own attendant as long as the girl should need it. Master Headley, with some sighing and groaning, applied himself to write to the mother at Salisbury what had become of her son, but he had only spent one evening over the trying task, when just as the supper bell was ringing, with Master Hope and his wife as guests, there were horses' feet in the court, and Master Tiptoff appeared, with a servant on another horse, which carried besides a figure in camlet, on a pillion. No sooner was this same figure lifted from her steed and set down the steps, while the master of the house and his daughter came out to greet her, and she began, "Master Alderman Headley, I am here to know what you have done with my poor son." "Alack, good cousin." "Alack me no alacks," she interrupted, holding up her riding rod. "I'll have no dissembling, there have been enough of that, Giles Headley. Thou hast sold him body and soul to one of yon cruel, bloodthirsty, plundering, burning captains, that the poor child may be slain and murdered. Is this the fair promises you made to his father, whiling him away from his poor mother, a widow, with talking of teaching him the craft, and giving him your daughter? My son Tiptoff here told me the spousal was delayed and delayed, and he doubted whether it would ever come off. But I thought not this of sending him beyond seas to make merchandise of him. And you call yourself an alderman! The gown should be stripped off the back of you, and shall be if there be any justice in London for a widow woman." "Nay, cousin, you have heard some strange tale," said Master Headley, who, much as he would have dreaded the attack beforehand, faced it the more calmly and manfully because the accusation was so outrageous. "Ay, so I told her," began her son-in-law, "but she hath been neither to have nor to hold since the—" "And how should I be to have or to hold by a nincompoop like thee?" she said, turning round on him. "That would have me sit down and be content, forsooth, when mine only son is kidnapped to be sold to the Turks, or to work in the galleys, for aught I know." "Mistress!" Here Master Hope's voice came in. "I would counsel you to speak less loud, and hear before you accuse. We of the City of London know Master Alderman Headley too well to hear him railed against." "Ah, you're all of a piece," she began, but by this time Master Tiptoff had managed at least to get her into the hall, and had exchanged words enough with the alderman to assure himself that there was an explanation, nay, that there was a letter from Giles himself. This the indignant mother presently was made to understand, and as the alderman had borrowed the letter in order to copy it for her, it was given to her. She could not read, and would trust no one but her son-in-law to read it to her. "Yea, you have it very pat," she said, "but how am I to be assured 'tis not all writ here to hoodwink a poor woman like me?" "'Tis Giles's hand," averred Tiptoff. "And if you will," added the alderman, with wonderful patience, "to-morrow you may speak with the youth who received it. Come, sit down and sup with us, and then you shall learn from Smallbones how this mischance befell, all from my sending two young huts together, and one who, though a good fellow, could not hold all in rule." "Ay, you've your reasons for anything," she muttered, but being both weary and hungry, she consented to eat and drink, while Tiptoff, who was evidently ashamed of her violence, and anxious to excuse it, managed to explain that a report had been picked up at Romsey, by a barefooted friar from Salisbury, that young Giles Headley had been seen at Ghent by one of the servants of a wool merchant, riding with a troop of free companions in the Emperor's service. All the rest was deduced from this intelligence by the dame's own imagination. After supper she was invited to interrogate Kit and Stephen, and her grief and anxiety found vent in fierce scolding at the misrule which had permitted such a villainous Fulford to be haunting and tempting poor fatherless lads. Master Headley had reproached poor Kit for the same thing, but he could only represent that Giles, being a free man, was no longer under his authority. However, she stormed on, being absolutely convinced that her son's evasion was everyone's fault but his own. Now it was the alderman for misusing him, overtasking the poor child, and deferring the marriage. Now it was that little pert poppet, Dennet, who had flouted him. Now it was the bad company he had been led to. The poor babe who had been bred to godly ways. The alderman was really sorry for her, and felt himself to blame so far as that he had shifted the guidance of the expedition to such an insufficient head as poor Smallbones, so he let her rail on as much as she would, till the storm exhausted itself, and she settled into the trust that Giles would soon grow weary and return. The good man felt bound to show her all hospitality, and the civilities to country cousins were in proportion to the rarity of their visits. So Mrs. Headley stayed on after Tiptoff's return to Salisbury, and had the best view feasible of all the pageants and diversions of autumn. She saw some magnificent processions of clergy, she was welcomed at a civic banquet and drank of the loving cup, and she beheld the Lord Mayor's show in all its picturesque glory of emblazoned barges on the river. In fact, she found the position of denizen in an alderman's household so very agreeable that she did her best to make it a permanency. Nay, Dennet soon found that she considered herself to be waiting there and keeping guard till her son's return should establish her there, and that she viewed the girl already as a daughter, for which Dennet was by no means obliged to her. She lavished counsel on her hostess, found fault with the maidens, criticised the cookery, walked into the kitchen and still-room with assistance and directions, and even made a strong effort to possess herself of the keys. It must be confessed that Dennet was saucy, It was her weapon of self-defence, and she considered herself insulted in her own house. There she stood, exalted on a tall pair of pattens, before the stout oaken table in the kitchen where a glowing fire burned. Pewter, red and yellow earthenware, and clean scrubbed trenchers made a goodly show. A couple of men cooks and twice as many scullions obeyed her behest, only the superior of the two first ever daring to argue a point with her. There she stood, in her white apron, with sleeves turned up, daintily compounding her mincemeat for Christmas, when in stalked Mrs. Headley to offer her counsel and aid, but this was lost in a volley of barking from the long-backed, bandy-legged, turnspit dog, which was awaiting its turn at the wheel, and which ran forward, yapping with malign intentions towards the dame's scarlet-hosed ankles. She took her petticoats at him, but Dennet tittered even while declaring that Tray hurt nobody. Mrs. Headley reviled the dog, and then proceeded to advise Dennet that she should chop her citron finer. Dennet made answer that "father liked a good stout piece of it." Mistress Headley offered to take the chopper and instruct her how to compound it, all in the true Sarum style. "Gramercy, mistress, but we follow my granddame's recipe," said Dennet, grasping her implement firmly. "Come, child, be not above taking a lesson from thine elders. Where's the goose? What?" as the girl looked amazed. "Where hast thou lived not to know that a live goose should be bled into the mincemeat?" "I have never lived with barbarous savage folk," said Dennet, and therewith she burst into an irrepressible fit of laughter, trying in vain to check it, for a small and mischievous elf, freshly promoted to the office of scullion, had crept up and pinned a dishcloth to the substantial petticoats, and as Mistress Headley whisked round to see what was the matter, like a kitten after its tail, it followed her like a train, while she rushed to box the ears of the offender, crying, "You set him on it, you little saucy vixen! I saw it in your eyes! Let the rascal be scourged!" "Not so," said Dennet, with prim mouth and laughing eyes. "Far be it from me! But 'tis ever the wont of the kitchen, when those come there who have no call thither." Mistress Headley flounced away, dishcloth and all, to go whimpering to the alderman with her tale of insults. She trusted that her cousin would give the pert wench a good beating. She was not a whit too old for it. "How oft did you beat Giles, good kinswoman?" said Dennet demurely, as she stood by her father. "Whisht, whisht, child," said her father. "This may not be. I cannot have my guest flouted." "If she act as our guest, I will treat her with all honour and courtesy," said the maiden, "but when she comes where we look not for guests, there is no saying what the blackguard may take it on them to do." Master Headley was mischievously tickled at the retort, and not without hope that it might offend his kinswoman into departing, but she contented herself with denouncing all imaginable evils from Dennet's ungoverned condition, with which she was prevented in her beneficence from interfering by the father's foolish fondness. He would rue the day. Meanwhile, if the alderman's peace on one side was disturbed by his visitor, on the other, suitors for Dennet's hand gave him little rest. She was known to be a considerable heiress, and though Mistress Headley gave everyone to understand that there was a contract with Giles, and that she was awaiting his return, this did not deter more wooers than Dennet ever knew of from making proposals to her father. Jasper Hope was offered, but he was too young, and besides a mercer, and Dennet and her father agreed that her husband must go on with the trade. Then there was a Master Armourer, but he was a widow with sons and daughters as old as Dennet, and she shook her head and laughed at the bare notion. There also came a young knight who would have turned the Dragon Court into a tilt yard, and spent all the gold that long years of prudent toil had amassed. If Mistress Headley deemed each denial the result of her vigilance for her son's interest, she was the more impelled to expatiate on the folly of leaving a maid of 16 to herself, to let the household go to rack and ruin, while as to the wench, she might prank herself in her own conceit, but no honest man would soon look at her for a wife, if her father left her to herself, without giving her a good stepmother, or at least putting a kinswoman in authority over her. The alderman was stung. He had certainly warmed a snake on his hearth, and how was he to be rid of it? He secretly winked at the resumption of a forge fire that had been abandoned, because the noise and smoke incommoded the dwelling-house, and Kit Smallbones hammered his loudest there, when the guest might be taking her morning nap. But this had no effect in driving her away, though it may have told upon her temper, and good-humoured Master Headley was harassed more than he had ever been in his life. "It puts me past my patience," said he, turning into Tibble's special workshop one afternoon. "Here hath Mistress Hillier of the Eagle been with me full of proposals that I would give my poor wench to that scapegrace lad of hers, who hath twice been called to account before the guild, but who now, forsooth, is to turn over a new leaf." "So I wis would the dragon under him," quoth Tibble. "I told her 'twas not to be thought of, and then what does the dame but sniff the air and protest that I had better take heed, for there may not be so many who would choose a spoilt, misruled maid like mine. There's the work of yonder Sarum woman. I tell thee, Tib, never was bull in the ring more baited than am I." "Yea, sir," returned Tib, "there'll be no help for it till our young mistress be wed." "Ay, that's the rub. But I've not seen one with whom I could mate her, let alone one who would keep up the own house. Giles would have done that passably, though he were scarce worthy of the wench, even without—" An expressive shake of the head denoted the rest. "And now if he ever comes home at all, 'twill be as a foul-mouthed, plundering scarecrow, like the kites of men-at-arms, who, if they lose not their lives, lose all that makes an honest life in the Italian wars. I would have writ to Edmund Burgess, but I hear his elder brother is dead, and he is driving a good traffic at York. Belike too he is wedded." "Nay," said Tibble, "I could tell of one who would be true and faithful to your worship, and a loving husband to Mistress Dennet, ay, and would be a master that all of us would gladly cleave to. For he is godly after his lights, and sound-hearted, and wots what good work be, and can do it. That were a son-in-law, Tib. Of who speakest thou? Is he of good birth?" "Yea, of gentle birth and breeding." "And willing? But that they all are. Wherefore then hath he never made suit?" "He hath not yet his freedom." "Who be it then?" "He that made this little elbow-piece for the suit that Queen Margaret ordered for the little King of Scots," returned Tibble, producing an exquisite miniature bit of workmanship. "Stephen Birkenholt, the fool's nephew, mine own prentice." "Yea, and the best worker in steel we have yet turned out. Since the sickness of last winter hath stiffened my joints and dimmed mine eyes, I had rather trust such dainty work such as this to him than to myself." "Stephen! Tibble, hath he set thee on to this?" "No, sir. We both know too well what becometh us, but when you were casting about it for a mate for my young mistress, I could not think how men seek far, and overlook the jewel at their feet." "He hath not. That brother of his will give him naught." "He hath what will be better for the old dragon and for your worship's self than many a bag of gold, sir." "Thou sayest truly there, Tib. I know him so far that he would not be the ingrate Jack to turn his back on the old master or the old man. He is a good lad. But, I've ever set my face against the prentice wedding the master's daughter, save when he is of their own house, like Giles. Tell me, Tibble, deemest thou that the varlet has dared lift his eyes to the lass?" "I wot nothing of love," said Tibble, somewhat grimly. "I have seen naught. I only told your worship where a good son and a good master might be had. Is it your pleasure, sir, that we take in a freight of sea-coal from Simon Collier for the new furnace? He's his purest, if a mark more the chaldron." He spoke as if he put the recommendation of the son and master on the same line as that of the coal. Mr. Headley answered the business matters absently, and ended by saying he would think on the counsel. In Tibble's workroom, with the clatter of a forge close to them, they had not heard a commotion in the court outside. Dennet had been standing on the steps, cleaning her tame starling's cage, when Mistress Headley had suddenly come up out in the gallery behind her, hotly scolding her laundress, and waving her cap to show how ill-starched it was. The bird had taken fright and flown to the tree in the court. Dennet hastened in pursuit, but all the boys and children in the court rushing out after her, her blandishments had no chance, and Goldspot had fluttered on to the gateway. Stephen had by this time come out, and hastened to the gate, hoping to turn the truant back from escaping into Cheapside, but all in vain. It flew out while the market was in full career, and he could only call back to her that he would not lose sight of it. Out he hurried, Dennet waiting in a sort of despair by the tree for a time that seemed to her endless, until Stephen reappeared under the gate with a signal that all was well. She darted to meet him. "Yea, mistress, here he is, the little caitiff. He was just knocked down by this country lad's cap, happily not hurt. I told him you would give him a tester for your bird." "With all my heart," and Dennet produced the coin. "Oh! Stephen, are you sure he is safe? Thou bad Goldspot, to run away from me! Wink with thine eye, thou saucy rogue! Wottest thou not but for Stephen thou might be blinding thy sweet blue eyes with hot needles?" "His wing is grown since the moulting," said Stephen. "He should be cut to hinder such mischances." "Will you do it? I will hold him," said Dennet. "Ah, 'tis pity the beauteous green gold bedropped wing, that no armour of thine can equal, Stephen, not even that for the little King of Scots. But shouldst not be so silly a bird, Goldie, even though thine excuse thou hast. There, peck not, ill birdling, know thy friends, Master Stare." And with such pretty nonsense the two stood together, Dennet in her white cap, short crimson kirtle, little stiff collar, and white bib and apron, holding her bird upside down in one hand, and with the other trying to keep his angry beak from pecking Stephen, who in his leathern coat and apron, grimed, as well as his crisp black hair with soot, stood towering above her, stooping to hold up the lustrous wing with one hand, while he used his smallest pair of shears with the other to clip the pen feathers. "See there, Master Alderman!" cried Mistress Headley, bursting on him from the gallery stairs. "Be that what you call fitting for your daughter and your prentice, a beggar lad from the heath? I ever told you she would bring you to shame thus left to herself, and now you see it." Their heads had been near together over the starling, but at this objurgation they started apart, both crimson in the cheeks, and Dennet flew up to her father, bird in hand, crying, "Oh, father, father, suffer her not! He did no wrong, he was cutting my bird's wing." "I suffer no one to insult my child in their own house," said the Alderman, so much provoked as to be determined to put an end to it all at once. "Stephen Birkenholt, come here." Stephen came, cap in hand, red in the face, with a strange tumult in his heart, ready to plead guilty, though he had done nothing, but imagining at the moment that his feelings had been action. "Stephen," said the Alderman, "thou art a true and worthy lad. Canst thou love my daughter?" I crave your pardon, sir, there was no helping it," stammered Stephen, not catching the tone of the strange interrogation, and expecting any amount of terrible consequences for his presumption. "Then thou wilt be a faithful spouse to her, and son to me? And Dennet, my daughter, hast thou any distaste to this youth, though he bring naught but skill and honesty?" "Oh, father, father, I had rather have him than any other." "Then Stephen Birkenholt and Dennet Headley, ye shall be man and wife, so soon as the young man's term be over, and he be a free man, so he continue to be that which he seems at present. Thereto I give my word, I, Giles Headley, Alderman of the chief ward, and thereof ye are witnesses, all of you, and God's blessing on it." A tremendous hurrah arose, led by Kit Smallbones, from every workman in the court, and the while Stephen and Dennet, unaware of anything else, flew into one another's arms, while Goldspot, on whom the operation had been fortunately completed, took refuge upon Stephen's head. "Oh, Mistress Dennet, I have made you black all over," was Stephen's first word. "Heed not, I ever loved the black," she cried, as her eyes sparkled. "So I have done what was to thy mind, my lass," said Master Headley, who, without ever having thought of consulting his daughter, was delighted to see that her heart was with him. "Sir, I did not know fully, but indeed I should never have been so happy as I am now." "Sir," added Stephen, putting his knee to the ground, "it nearly wrung my heart to think of her as belonging to another, though I never durst utter aught," and while Dennet embraced her father, Stephen sobbed for very joy, and with difficulty said in broken words something about "a son's duty and devotion." They were broken in upon by Mistress Headley, who, after standing in mute consternation, fell on them in a fury. She understood the device now. All had been a scheme laced among them for defrauding her poor fatherless child, driving him away, and taking up this beggarly brat. She had seen through the little baggage from the first, and she pitied Master Headley. Rage was utterly ungovernable in those days, and she actually was flying to attack Dennet with her nails, when the Alderman caught her by the wrists, and she would have been almost too much for him had not Kit Smallbones come to his assistance, and carried her, kicking and screaming like a naughty child, into the house. There was small restraint of temper in those days even in high life, and below it there was some reason for the employment of the padlock and the ducking-stool. Floods of tears restored the dame to some sort of composure, for she declared she could stay no longer in a house where her son had been ill-used and deceived, and she had been insulted. The alderman thought the insult had been the other way, but he was too glad to be rid of her on any terms to gainsay her, and at his own charge undertook to procure horse and escort to convey her safely to Salisbury the next morning. He advised Stephen to keep out of her sight for the rest of the day, giving leave of absence, so that the youth, as one treading on air, set forth to carry to his brother, his aunt, and, if possible, his uncle, the intelligence that he could as yet hardly believe was more than a happy dream. End of chapter 22. Recording by Adele de Pigneroles. Chapter 23 of the Armourer's Prentices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adele de Pigneroles. The Armourer's Prentices by Charlotte M. Yonge. Chapter 23. Unwelcome Preferment. I am a poor fallen man, unworthy now to be thy lord and master. Seek the king. That sun I pray may never set. Shakespeare. Matters flowed on peaceably with Stephen and Dennet. The alderman saw no reason to repent his decision, hastily as it had been made. Stephen gave himself no unseemly airs of presumption, but worked on as one whose heart was in the business, and Dennet rewarded her father's trust by her discretion. They were happily married in the summer of 1522, as soon as Stephen's apprenticeship was over, and from that time he was in the position of the master's son, with more and more devolving on him as Tibble became increasingly rheumatic every winter, and the alderman himself grew in flesh and in distaste to exertion. Ambrose meanwhile prospered with his master, and could easily have obtained some office in the law courts that would have enabled him to make a home of his own, but if he had the least inclination to the love of woman, it was all merged in a silent distant worship of sweet pale Margaret, rare pale Margaret, the like-minded daughter of Sir Thomas More, and affection which was so entirely devotion at a shrine that it suffered no shock when Sir Thomas at length consented to his daughter's marriage with Sir William Roper. Ambrose was the only person who ever received any communication from Giles Headley. They were few and far between, but when Stephen Gardiner returned from his embassy to Pope Clement VII, who was then at Orvieto, one of the suite reported to Ambrose how astonished he had been by being accosted in good English by one of the imperial men-at-arms, who were guarding his holiness in actual though unconfessed captivity. This person had sent his commendations to Ambrose, and likewise a laborious writ of writing, which looked as if he were fast forgetting the art. It bade Ambrose inform his mother and all his friends and kin that he was well and coming to preferment, and enclosed for Aldonza a small mother-of-pearl cross blessed by the Pope. Giles added that he should bring her finer gifts by and by. 7 years' constancy! It gave quite a respectability to Giles's love, and Aldonza was still ready and patient while waiting in attendance on her beloved mistress. Ambrose lived on in the colony at Chelsea, sometimes attending his master, especially on diplomatic missions, and generally acting as librarian and foreign secretary, and obtaining sub-notice from Erasmus on the great scholar's visit to Chelsea. Under such guidance, Ambrose's opinions had settled down a good deal, and he was a disappointment to Tibble, whose views advanced proportionately as he worked less, and read and thought more. He so bitterly resented and deplored the burning of Tyndale's Bible that there was constant fear that he might bring on himself the same fate, especially as he treasured his own copy and studied it constantly. The reform that Wolsey had intended to effect when he obtained the legatine authority seemed to fall into the background among political interests, and his efforts had as yet no result save the suppression of some useless and ill-managed small religious houses to endow his magnificent project of York College at Oxford, with a feeder at Ipswich, his native town. He was waiting to obtain the papacy, when he would deal better with the abuses. Randall once asked him if he were not waiting to be king of heaven, when he could make root and branch work at once. Hal had never so nearly incurred a flogging. And in the meantime another influence was at work, an influence only heard of at first in whispered jest, which made loyal-hearted Dennet blush and look indignant, but which soon grew to sad earnestness, as she could not but avow, when she beheld the stately pomp of the two cardinals, Wolsey and Campeggio, sweep up to the Blackfriars convent to sit in judgment on the marriage of poor Queen Catherine. "Out on them!" she said. "So many learned men to set their wits against one poor woman!" And she heartily rejoiced when they came to no decision, and the Pope was appealed to. As to understanding all the explanations that Ambrose brought from time to time, she called them quirks and quiddities, and left them to her father and Tibble to discuss in their chimney corners. They had seen nothing of the jester for a good while, for he was with Wolsey, who was attending the king on a progress through the Midland shires. When the Cardinal returned to open the law courts as Chancellor at the beginning of the autumn term, still Randall kept away from home, perhaps because he had forebodings that he could not bear to mention. On the evening of that very day, London rang with the tidings that the Great Seal had been taken from the Cardinal, and he was under orders to yield up his noble mansion of York House and retire to Esher. Nay, it was reported that he was to be imprisoned in the Tower, and the next day the Thames was crowded with more than 1,000 boats filled with people, expecting to see him landed at the Traitor's Gate, and much disappointed when his barge turned towards Putney. In the afternoon Ambrose came to the Dragon Court. Even as Stephen figured now as a handsome, prosperous, young freeman of the city, Ambrose looked well in the sober black apparel and neat ruff of a lawyer's clerk. Clerk indeed to the first lawyer in the kingdom, for the news had spread before him that Sir Thomas More had become Lord Chancellor. "Thou art come to bear us word of thy promotion, for thy master's is thy own," said the alderman heartily as he entered, shaking hands with him. "Never was the Great Seal in better hands." "'Tis true indeed, your worship," said Ambrose, "though it will lay a heavy charge on him, and divert him from much that he loveth better still. I came to ask of my sister Dennet a supper and a bed for the night, as I have been on business for him, and can scarce get back to Chelsea." "And welcome," said Dennet. "Little Giles and Bess have been wearying for their uncle." "I must not toy with them yet," said Ambrose. "I have a message for my aunt. Brother, wilt thou walk down to the Temple with me before supper?" "Yea, and how is it with Master Randall?" asked Dennet. "Be he gone with my Lord Cardinal?" "He is made over to the King," said Ambrose briefly. "'Tis that which I must tell his wife." "Have with thee, then," said Stephen, linking his arm into that of his brother, for to be together was still as great an enjoyment to them as in forest days. And on the way Ambrose told what he had not been willing to utter in full assembly in the hall. He had been sent by his master with a letter of condolence to the fallen Cardinal, and likewise of inquiry into some necessary business connected with the Chancellorship. Wolsey had not had time to answer before embarking, but as Sir Thomas had vouched for the messenger's ability and trustiness, he had bidden Ambrose come into his barge, and receive his instructions. Thus Ambrose had landed with him, just as a messenger came riding in haste from the King, with a kind greeting, assuring his old friend that his seeming disgrace was only for a time, and for political reasons, and sending him a ring in token thereof. The Cardinal had fallen on his knees to receive the message, had snatched a gold chain and some precious relic from his own neck to reward the messenger, and then, casting about for some gift for the King, "By ill luck," said Ambrose, "his eye lit upon our uncle, and he instantly declared that he would bestow Patch, as the court chooses to call him, on the King. Well, as thou canst guess, Hal is hotly wroth at the treatment of his lord, whom he truly loveth, and he flung himself before the Cardinal, and besought that he might not be sent from his good lord. But the Cardinal was only chafed at aught that gainsaid him, and all he did was to say he would have no more a day he had made his gift. "Get thee gone," he said as if he had been ordering off a horse or dog. Well a day! It was hard to brook the sight, and Hal's blood was off. He flatly refused to go, saying he was the Cardinal's servant, but no villain nor serf to be thus made over without his own will. "He was in the right there," returned Stephen hotly. "Yea, save that by playing the fool, poor fellow, he hath yielded up the rights of a wise man. Anyway, all that he gat by it was that the Cardinal bade two of his yeomen lay hands on him and bear him off. Then there came upon him that reckless mood, which, I trow, banished him long ago from the forest, and brought him into the motley. He fought with them with all his force, and broke away once, as if that were use for man in motley, but he was bound at last, and borne off by 6 of them to Windsor." "And thou stoodst by and beheld it!" cried Stephen. "Nay, what could I have done, save to make his plight worse, and forfeit all chance of yet speaking to him?" "Thou wert ever cool. I wot that I could not have borne it," said Stephen. They told the story to Perronel, who was on the whole elated by her husband's promotion, declaring that the King loved him well, and that he would soon come to his senses, though for a wise man, he certainly had too much of the fool, even as he had too much of the wise man for the fool. She became anxious, however, as the weeks passed by without hearing of or from him, and at length Ambrose confessed his uneasiness to his kind master, and obtained leave to attend him on the next summons to Windsor. Ambrose could not find his uncle at first. Randall, who used to pervade York House, and turn up everywhere when least expected, did not appear among the superior serving men and secretaries with whom his nephew ranked, and of course there was no access to the state apartments. Sir Thomas, however, told Ambrose that he had seen Quipsome Hal among the other jesters, but that he seemed dull and dejected. Then Ambrose beheld from a window a cruel sight, for the other fools, 3 in number, were surrounding Hal, baiting and teasing him, triumphing over him in fact, for having formerly outshone them, while he stood among them like a big dog worried by little curs, against whom he disdained to use his strength. Ambrose, unable to bear this, ran downstairs to endeavour to interfere, but before he could find his way to the spot, an arrival at the gate had attracted the tormentors, and Ambrose found his uncle leaning against the wall alone. He looked thin and wan, the light was gone out of his black eyes, and his countenance was in sad contrast to his gay and absurd attire. He scarcely cheered up when his nephew spoke to him, though he was glad to hear of Perronel. He said he knew not when he should see her again, for he had been unable to secure his suit of ordinary garments, so that even if the King came to London or he could elude the other fools, he could not get out to visit her. He was no better than a prisoner here, he only marvelled that the King retained so wretched a jester, with so heavy a heart. "Once thou wast in favour," said Ambrose. "Methought thou couldst have availed thyself of it to speak for the Lord Cardinal." "What? A senseless cur whom he kicked from him?" said Randall. "'Twas that took all spirit from me, boy. I, who thought he loved me, as I love him to this day. To send me to be sport for his foes! I think of it day and night, and I've not a gibe left under my belt." "Nay," said Ambrose, "it may have been that the Cardinal hoped to secure a true friend at the King's ear, as well as to provide for thee." "Had he but said so—" "Nay, perchance he trusted to thy sharp wit." A gleam came into Hal's eyes. "It might be so. Thou wast always a toward lad, Ambrose, and if so, I was cur and fool indeed to balk him." Therewith one of the other fools danced back exhibiting a silver crown that had just been flung to him, mopping and mowing, and demanding when Patch would have wit to gain the like. Whereto Hal replied by pointing to Ambrose, and declared that the gentleman had given him better than 50 crowns. And that night, Sir Thomas told Ambrose that the Quipsome one had recovered himself, had been more brilliant than ever, and had quite eclipsed the other fools. On the next opportunity, Ambrose contrived to pack in his cloak bag the cap and loose garment in which his uncle was wont to cover his motley. The court was still at Windsor, but nearly the whole of Sir Thomas' stay elapsed without Ambrose being able to find his uncle. Wolsey had been very ill, and the king had relented enough to send his own physician to attend him. Ambrose began to wonder if Hal could have found any plea for rejoining his old master, but in the last hour of his stay he found Hal curled listlessly up on a window seat of a gallery, his head resting with his hand. "Uncle, good uncle! At last! Thou art sick?" "Sick at heart, lad," said Hal, looking up. "Yea, I took thy counsel. I plucked up a spirit, I made Harry laugh as of old, though my heart smote me, as I thought how he was wont to be answered by my master. I even brooked to jest with the night crow, as my own poor lord called this Anne Boleyn. And lo you now, when his grace was touched at my lord's sickness, I durst say there was one sure elixir such as he, to wit a gold Harry, and that a king's touch was a sovereign cure for other disorders than the king's evil." Harry smiled, and in 10 minutes more would have taken horse for Esher, had not Madame Nan claimed his word to ride out hawking with her. "And next, she sendeth me a warning by one of her pert maids, that I should be whipped if I spoke to his grace of unfitting manners." My flesh could brook no more, and like a born natural, I made answer that Anne Boleyn was no mistress of mine to bid me hold a tongue that had spoken sooth to her betters. Thereupon, what think you, boy? The grooms came and soundly flogged me for uncomely speech of my Lady Anne. I that was 18 years with my Lord Cardinal, and none laid hand on me. Yea, I was beaten, and then shut up in a dog-hole for 3 days on bread and water, with none to speak to, but the other fools jeering at me like a rogue in a pillory. Ambrose could hardly speak for hot grief and indignation, but he wrung his uncle's hand, and whispered that he had hid the loose gown behind the arras of his chamber, but he could do no more, for he was summoned to attend his master, and his servant further thrust in to say, "Concern yourself not for that rogue, sir, he hath been saucy, and must mend his manners, or he will have worse." "Away, kind sir," said Hal, "you can do the poor fool no farther good, but only bring the pack about the ears of the mangy hound." And he sang a stave appropriated by a greater man than he, "Then let the stricken deer go weep, the hart and gallop play." The only hope that Ambrose or his good master could devise for poor Randall was that Sir Thomas should want his opportunity and beg the fool from the king, who might part with him as a child gives away the once coveted toy that has failed in his hands. But the request would need circumspection, for all had already felt the change that had taken place in the temper of the king, since Henry had resolutely undertaken that the wrong should be the right, and Ambrose could not but dread the effect of desperation on a man whose nature had in it a vein of impatient recklessness. It was after dinner, and Dennet, with her little boy and girl, was on the steps dispensing the salt fish, broken bread, and pottage of the Lenten meal to the daily troop who came for her alms, when among them she saw, somewhat to her alarm, a gipsy man, who was talking to little Giles. The boy, a stout fellow of 6, was astride on the balustrade, looking up eagerly into the face of the man, who began imitating the note of a blackbird. Dennet, remembering the evil propensities of the gipsy race, called hastily to her little son to come down and return to her side, but little Giles was unwilling to move, and called to her, "Oh, mother, come! He hath a bird call." In some perturbation lest the man might be calling her bird away, Dennet descended the steps. She was about to utter a sharp rebuke, but Giles held out his hand imploringly, and she paused a moment to hear the full sweet note of the ouzel cock with a tawny orange bill, closely imitated on a tiny bone whistle. "He will sell it to me for 2 farthings," cried the boy, "and teach me to sing on it like all the birds." "Yea, good mistress," said the gipsy, "I can whistle a tune that the little master, ay, and others might be fain to hear." Therewith, spite of the wild dress, Dennet knew the eyes and the voice. And perhaps the blackbird's note had awakened echoes in other minds, for she saw Stephen, in his working dress, come out to the door of the shop where he continued to do all the finer work which had formerly fallen to Tibble's share. She lifted her boy from his perch, and bade him take the stranger to his father, who would no doubt give him the whistle. And thus, having without exciting attention separated the fugitive from the rest of her pensioners, she made haste to dismiss them. She was not surprised that little Giles came running back to her, producing unearthly notes on the instrument, and telling her that father had taken the gipsy into his workshop, and said they would teach him bird songs by and by. "Steve, Steve," had been the first words uttered when the boy was out of hearing, "hast thou a smith's apron and plenty of smut to bestow on me? None can tell what Harry's mood may be, when he finds I've given him the slip. That is the reason I durst not go back to my poor dame." "We will send to let her know. I thought I guessed what the black ousel was. I mind how thou didst make the notes for us, when we were no bigger than my Giles." "Thou hast a kind heart, Stephen. Here, is thy furnace hot enough to make a speedy end of this same greasy gipsy doublet? I trust not the varlet with whom I bartered it for my motley. And a fine bargain he had of what I trust never to wear again to the end of my days. Make me a smith complete, Stephen, and then I will tell thee my story." "We must call Kit to counsel, ere we can do that fully," said Stephen. In a few minutes Hal Randall was, to all appearance, a very shabby and grimy smith, and then he took breath to explain his anxiety and alarm. Once again, hearing that the Cardinal was to be exiled to York, he had ventured on a sorry jest about old friends and old wine being better than new; but the King, who had once been open to plain speaking, was now incensed, threatened, and swore at him. Moreover, one of the fools told him, in the way of boasting, that he had heard Master Cromwell, formerly the Cardinal's secretary, informing the King that this rogue was no true "natural" at all, was blessed, or cursed, with as good an understanding as other folks, as was well known in the Cardinal's household, and that he had no doubt been sent to serve as a spy, so that he was to be esteemed a dangerous person, and had best be put under ward. Hal had not been able to discover whether Cromwell had communicated his name, but he suspected that it might be known to that acute person, and he could not tell whether his compeer spoke out of a sort of good-natured desire to warn him, or simply to triumph in his disgrace, and leer at him for being an impostor. At any rate, being now desperate, he covered his parti-coloured raiment with the gown Ambrose had brought, made a perilous descent from a window in the twilight, scaled a wall with the agility that seemed to have returned to him, and reached Windsor Forest. There, falling on a camp of gipsies, he had availed himself of old experiences in his wild Shirley days, and had obtained a change of guard, his handsome motley being really a prize to the wanderers. Thus he had been able to reach London, but he did not feel any confidence that if he were pursued to the gipsy tent he would not be betrayed. In this, his sagacity was not at fault, for he had scarcely made his explanation when there was a knocking at the outer gate, and a demand to enter in the name of the King, and to see Alderman Sir Giles Headley. Several of the stout figures of the yeomen of the King's Guard were seen crossing the court, and Stephen, committing the charge of his uncle to Kit, threw off his apron, washed his face, and went up to the hall, not very rapidly, for he suspected that since his father-in-law knew nothing of the arrival, he would best baffle the inquiries by sincere denials. And Dennet, with her sharp woman's wit, scenting danger, had whisked herself and her children out of the hall at the first moment, and taken them down to the kitchen, where modelling with a batch of dough occupied both of them. Meanwhile the alderman flatly denied the presence of the jester, or the harbouring of the gipsy. He allowed that the jester was of kin to his son-in-law, but the good man averred in all honesty that he knew not of any escape, and was absolutely certain that no such person was in the court. Then, as Stephen entered, doffing his cap to the King's officer, the alderman continued, "There, fair son, is what these gentlemen have come about. Thy kinsman, it seemeth, hath fled from Windsor, and his grace is mightily incensed. They say he changed clothes with a gipsy, and was traced hither this morn, but I have told them the thing is impossible." "Will the gentlemen search?" asked Stephen. The gentlemen did search, but they only saw the smiths in full work, and in Smallbones' forge there was a roaring glowing furnace, with a bare-armed fellow feeding it with coals, so that it fairly scorched them, and gave them double relish for the good wine and beer that was put out on the table to do honour to them. Stephen had just with all civility seen them off the premises, when Perronel came sobbing into the court. They had visited her first, for Cromwell had evidently known of Randall's haunts. They had turned her little house upside down, and had threatened her hotly in case she harboured a disloyal spy, who deserved hanging. She came to consult Stephen, for the notion of her husband wandering about, as a sort of outlaw, was almost as terrible as the threat of his being hanged. Stephen beckoned her to a storeroom full of gaunt figures of armour upon blocks, and there brought up to her his extremely grimy new hand. There was much gladness between them, but the future had to be considered. Perronel had a little hoard, the amount of which she was too shrewd to name to any one, even her husband, but she considered it sufficient to enable him to fulfil the cherished dream of his life, of retiring to some small farm near his old home, and she was for setting off at once. Harry Randall declared that he could not go without having offered his services to his old master. He had heard of his "good lord" as sick, sad, and deserted by those whom he had cherished, and the faithful heart was so true in its loyalty that no persuasion could prevail in making it turn south. "Nay," said the wife, "did he not cast thee off himself, and serve thee like one of his dogs? How canst thou be bound to him?" "There's the rub," sighed Hal. "He sent me to the king deeming that he should have one full of faithful love to speak a word on his behalf, and I, brutish oaf as I was, must needs take it amiss, and sulk and mope till the occasion was past, and that viper Cromwell was there to back up the woman Boleyn and poison his grace's ear." "As if a man must not have a spirit to be angered by such treatment." "Thou forgettest, good wife. No man, but a fool, and to be entreated as such. Be that as it may, to York I must. I have eaten of my lord's bread too many years, and had too much kindness from him in the days of his glory, to seek mine own ease now in his adversity. Thou wouldst have a poor bargain of me when my heart is away." Perronel saw that thus would it be, and that this was one of the points on which, to her mind, her husband was more than half a veritable fool after all. There had long been a promise that Stephen should, in some time of slack employment, make a visit to his old comrade, Edmund Burgess, at York, and as some new tools and patterns had to be conveyed thither, a sudden resolution was come to, in family conclave, that Stephen himself should convey them, taking his uncle with him as a serving-man, to attend to the horses. The alderman gave full consent. He had always wished Stephen to see York, while he himself, with Tibble Steelman, was able to tend to the business, and while he pronounced Randall to have a heart of gold, well worth guarding, he still was glad when the risk was over of the king's hearing that the runaway jester was harboured at the Dragon. Dennet did not like the journey for her husband, for to her mind it was perilous, but she had a warm affection for his uncle ever since their expedition to Richmond together, and she did her best to reconcile the murmuring and wounded Perronel by praises of Randall, a true and noble heart, and that as to setting her aside for the Cardinal, who had heeded him so little, such faithfulness only made her more secure of his true-heartedness towards her. Perronel was moreover to break up her business, dispose of her house, and await her husband's return at the Dragon. Stephen came back after a happy month with his friend, stored with wondrous tales and descriptions which would last the children for a month. He had seen his uncle present himself to the Cardinal at Cawood Castle. It had been a touching meeting. Hal could hardly restrain his tears when he saw how Wolsey's sturdy form had wasted, and his round ruddy cheeks had fallen away, while the attitude in which he sat in his chair was listless and weary, though he fitfully exerted himself with his old vigour. Hal, on his side, in the dark plain dress of a citizen, was hardly recognizable, for not only had he likewise grown thinner, and his brown cheeks more hollow, but his hair had become almost white during his miserable weeks at Windsor, though he was not much over 40 years old. He came up the last of a number who presented themselves for the archiepiscopal blessing, as Wolsey sat under a large tree in Cawood Park. Wolsey gave it with his raised fingers, without special heed, but therewith Hal threw himself on the ground, kissed his feet, and cried, my dear lord, your pardon!" "What hast done, fellow? Speak," said the Cardinal. "Grovel not thus. We will be merciful." "Ah, my lord," said Randall, lifting himself up, but with clasped hands and tearful eyes. "I did not serve you as I ought with the king, but if you will forgive me and take me back—" "How now? How couldst thou serve me? What? as Hal made a familiar gesture. "Thou art not the poor fool, Quipsome Patch? How comest thou here? Methought I had provided well for thee in making thee over to the king." "Ah, my lord, I was fool indeed, but all my jests failed me. How could I make sport for your enemies?" "And thou hast come, thou hast left the kings to follow my fallen fortunes?" said Wolsey. "My poor boy, he who is sitting in sackcloth and ashes needs no jester." "Nay, my lord, nor can I find one jest to break. Would you but let me be your meanest horseboy, your scullion?" Hal's voice was cut short by tears as the Cardinal abandoned him to one hand. The other was drying eyes that seldom wept. "My faithful Hal," he said, "this is love indeed!" And Stephen, ere he came away, had seen his uncle fully established, as a rational creature, and by his true name, as one of the personal attendants on the Cardinal's bedchamber, and treated with the affection he well deserved. Wolsey had really seemed cheered by his affection, and was devoting himself to the care of his hitherto neglected and even unvisited diocese in a way that delighted the hearts of the Yorkshiremen. The first idea was that Perronel should join her husband at York, but safe modes of travelling were not easy to be found, and before any satisfactory escort offered, there were rumours that made it prudent to delay. As autumn advanced, it was known that the Earl of Northumberland had been sent to attach the Cardinal of high treason. Then ensued other reports that the great Cardinal had sunk and died on his way to London for trial, and at last, one dark winter evening, a sorrowful man stumbled up the steps of the Dragon, and as he came into the bright light of the fire, and Perronel sprang to meet him, he sank into a chair and wept aloud. He had been one of those who had lifted the broken-hearted Wolsey from his mule in the cloister of Leicester Abbey. He had carried him to his bed, watched over him, and supported him, as the Abbot of Leicester gave him the last sacraments. He had heard and treasured up those mournful words which are Wolsey's legacy to the world. "Had I but served my God, as I have served my King, he would not have forsaken me in my old age." For himself, he had the dying man's blessing, an assurance that nothing had so much availed to cheer in these sad hours as his faithful love. Now, Perronel might do what she would with him, he cared not. And what she did was to set forth for Hampshire on a pair of stout mules with a strong serving man behind them. End of chapter 23. Recording by Adele de Pigneroles.
Chapter 24 of the Armourer's Prentices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Armourer's Prentices by Charlotte M. Yonge. Chapter 24. The Soldier. Of a worthy London prentice my purpose is to speak, and tell his brave adventures, done for his country's sake. Seek all the world about, and you shall hardly find a man in valour to exceed a prentice gallant mind. The Homes of a London Prentice. 6 more years had passed over the Dragon Court, when, one fine summer evening, as the old walls rang with the merriment of the young boys at play, there entered through the gateway a tall, well-equipped, soldierly figure, which caught the eyes of the little armourer world in a moment. "Oh, that's a real Milan helmet!" exclaimed the one lad. "And oh, what a belt and buff coat!" cried another. The subject of their admiration advanced, muttering, "As if I'd not been away a week," adding, "I pray you, pretty lads, doth Master Alderman Headley still dwell here?" "Yea, sir, he is our grandfather," said the elder boy, holding a lesser one by the shoulder as he spoke. "Verily, and what may be your names?" "I am Giles Birkenholt, and this is my little brother, Dick." "Even as I thought. Wilt thou run in to your grandsire and tell him?" The bigger boy interrupted. "Grandfather is going to bed. He is old and weary, and cannot see strangers so late. 'Tis our father who heareth all the orders." And," added the little one, with wide–open, grave eyes, "mother bade us run out and play, and not trouble father, because Uncle Ambrose is so downcast, because they have cut off the head of good Sir Thomas More." "Yet," said the visitor, "methinks your father would hear of an old comrade. Or stay, where be Tibble Steelman and Kit Smallbones?" "Tibble is in the hall, well nigh as sad as Uncle Ambrose," began Dick; but Giles, better able to draw conclusions, exclaimed, "Tibble! Kit! You know them, sir? Oh, are you the Giles Headley that ran away to be a soldier ere I was born? Kit! Kit! See here!" as the giant, broader and perhaps a little more bent, but with little loss of strength, came forward out of his hut, and, taking up the matter just where it had been left 14 years before, demanded, as they shook hands, "Ah, Master Giles, how couldst thou play me such a scurvy trick? Nay, Kit, was it not best, for all that I turned my back, to make way for honest Stephen?" By this time young Giles had rushed up the stair to the hall, where, as he said truly, Stephen was giving his brother such poor comfort as could be had from sympathy, when listening to the story of the cheerful, brave resignation of the noblest of all the victims of Henry VIII. Ambrose had been with Sir Thomas well nigh to the last, had carried messages between him and his friends during his imprisonment, had handed his papers to him at his trial, had been with Mrs. Roper when she broke through the crowd and fell on his neck as he walked from Westminster Hall with the axe–edge turned towards him, had received his last kind farewell, counsel, and blessing, and had only not been with him on the scaffold because Sir Thomas had forbidden it, saying, in the old strain of mirth, which never forsook him, "Nay, come not, my good friend, thou art of a queasy nature, and I would fain not haunt thee against thy will." All was over now. The wise and faithful head had fallen, because it would not own the wrong for the right, and Ambrose had been brought home by his brother, a being confounded, dazed, seeming hardly able to think or understand aught save that the man whom he had above all loved and looked up to was taken from him, judicially murdered, and by the king. The whole world seemed utterly changed to him, and as to thinking or planning for himself, he was incapable of it. Indeed, he looked fearfully ill. His little nephew came up to his father's knee, pausing, though open–mouthed, and at the first token of permission, bursting out, "Oh, father, here's a soldier in the court. Kit is talking to him, and he is Giles Headley that ran away. He has a beauteous Spanish leathern coat, and a belt with silver bosses, and a morion that Phil Smallbones saith to be of Milan, but I say it is French." Stephen had no sooner gathered the import of this intelligence than he sprang down almost as rapidly as his little boy, with his welcome. Nor did Giles Headley return at all in the dilapidated condition that had been predicted. He was stout, comely, and well–fleshed, and very handsomely clad and equipped in a foreign style, with nothing of the lean, wolfish appearance of Sir John Fulford. The two old comrades heartily shook one another by the hand, in real gladness at the meeting. Stephen's welcome was crossed by the greeting and inquiry whether all was well. "Yea, the alderman is hale and hearty, but aged. Your mother is tabled at a religious house in Salisbury." "I know. I landed at Southampton, and have seen her." "And Dennet," Stephen added, with a short laugh, "she could not wait for you." "No, verily. Did I not wot well that she cared not a fico for me? I hoped when I made off that thou wouldst be the winner, Steve, and I am right glad thou art, man. But I can thank thee, Giles," said Stephen, changing to the familiar singular pronoun. "I have oft since thought what a foolish figure I should have cut had I met thee among the Badgers, after having given leg bail, because I might not brook seeing thee wedded to her. For I was sore tempted, only thou wast free, and mine indenture held me fast." "Then it was so. and I did thee a good turn, for I tell thee, Steve, I never knew how well I liked thee till I was wounded and sick among those who heeded neither God nor man. But one word more, Stephen, ere we go in. The Moor's little maiden, is she still unwedded?" "Yea," was Stephen's answer, "she is still waiting maid to Mistress Roper, daughter to good Sir Thomas More. But, alack, Giles, they are in sore trouble, as it may be thou hast heard, and my poor brother is like one distraught." Ambrose did indeed meet Giles like one in a dream. He probably would have made the same mechanical greeting if the Emperor or the Pope had been at that moment presented to him. But Dennet, who had been attending to her father, made up all that was wanting in cordiality. She had always had a certain sense of shame for having flouted her cousin, and, as his mother told her, driven him to death and destruction, and it was highly satisfactory to see him safe and sound, and apparently respectable and prosperous. Moreover, grieved as all the family were for the fate of the admirable and excellent More, it was a relief to those less closely connected with him to attend to something beyond poor Ambrose's sorrow and his talk, the which, moreover, might be perilous if any outsider listened and reported it to the authorities as disaffection to the king. So Giles told his story, sitting on the gallery in the cool of the summer evening, and marvelling over and over again how entirely unchanged all was since his first view of the Dragon Court as a proud, sullen, raw lad 20 summers ago. Since that time he had seen so much that the time appeared far longer to him than to those who had stayed at home. It seemed that Fulford had from the first fascinated him more than any of the party guessed, and that each day of the free life of the expedition and of contact with the soldiery made a return to the monotony of the forge, the decorous life of a London citizen, and the bridal with a child, to whom he was indifferent, seem more intolerable to him. Fulford, imagining rightly that the knowledge of his intentions might deter young Birkenholt from escaping, enjoined strict secrecy on either lad, not intending them to meet till it should be too late to return, and therefore had arranged that Giles should quit the party on the way to Calais, bringing with him Will Wherry and the horse he rode. Giles had then been enrolled among the Badgers. He had little to tell about his life among them till the battle of Pavia, where he had had the good fortune to take 3 French prisoners, but a stray shot from a fugitive had broken his leg during the pursuit, and he had been laid up in a merchant's house at Pavia for several months. He evidently looked back to the time with gratitude, as having wakened his better associations, which had been well nigh stifled during the previous years of the wild life of a soldier of fortune. His host's young daughter had eyes like Aldonza, and the almost forgotten possibility of returning to his love, a brave and distinguished man, awoke once more. His burgher thrift began to assert itself again, and he deposited a nest egg from the ransoms of his prisoners in the hands of his host, who gave him bonds by which he could recover the sum from Lombard correspondents in London. He was bound by his engagements to join the Badgers again, or he would have gone home on his recovery, and he had shared in the terrible taking of Rome, of which he declared that he could not speak, with a significant look at Dennet and her children, who were devouring his words. He had, however, stood guard over a lady and her young children, whom some savage Spaniards were about to murder, and the whole family had overpowered him with gratitude, lodged him sumptuously in their house, and shown themselves as grateful to him as if he had given them all the treasure which he had abstained from seizing. The sickness brought on by their savage excesses, together with the Roman summer, had laid low many of the Badgers. When the Prince of Orange drew off the army from the miserable city, scarce 70 of that once gallant troop were in marching order, and Sir John Fulford himself was dying. He sent for Giles, as less of a demon than most of the troop, and sent a gold medal, the only fragment of spoil remaining to him, to his daughter Perronel. To Giles himself Fulford bequeathed Abenali's well-tested sword, and he died in the comfortable belief, so far as he troubled himself about the matter at all, that there were special exemptions for soldiers. The Badgers now incorporated themselves with another broken body of Landsknechts, and fell under the command of a better and more conscientious captain. Giles, who had been horrified rather than hardened by the experiences of Rome, was found trustworthy, and rose in command. The troop was sent to take charge of the Pope at Orvieto, and thus it was that he had fallen in with the Englishman of Gardiner's suite, and had been able to send his letter to Ambrose. Since he had found the means of rising out of the slough, he had made up his mind to continue to serve till he had won some honour, and had obtained enough to prevent his return as a hungry beggar. His corps became known for discipline and valour. It was trusted often, was in attendance on the Emperor, and was fairly well paid. Giles was their ancient, and had charge of the banner, nor could it be doubted that he had flourished. His last adventure had been the expedition to Tunis, where 20,000 Christian captives had been set free from the dungeons and galleys, and so grand a treasure had been shared among the soldiery that Giles, having completed the term of service for which he was engaged, decided on returning to England before, as he said, he grew any older, to see how matters were going. For the future, he said, it depended on how he found things. If Aldonza would none of him, he should return to the Emperor's service. If she would go with him, he held such a position that he could provide for her honourably. Or he could settle in England, for he had a good sum in the hands of Lombard merchants, having made over to them spoils of war, ransom, and arrears when he obtained them, and having at times earned something by exercising his craft, which he said had been most valuable to him. Indeed, he thought he could show Stephen and Tibble a few fresh arts he had picked up at Milan. Meantime his first desire was to see Aldonza. She was still at Chelsea with her mistress, and Ambrose, to his brother's regret, went thither every day, partly because he could not keep away, and partly to try to be of use to the family. Giles might accompany him, though he still looked so absorbed in his trouble that it was doubtful whether he had really understood what was passing, or that he was wanted to bring about an interview between his companion and Aldonza. The beautiful grounds at Chelsea, in their summer beauty, looked inexpressibly mournful, deprived of him who had planted and cherished the trees and roses. As they passed along in the barge, one spot after another recalled More's bright jests or wise words, above all, the very place where he had told his son-in-law Roper that he was merry not because he was safe, but because the fight was won, and his conscience had triumphed against the king he loved and feared. Giles told the report that the Emperor had said he would have given 100 of his nobles for one such counsellor as More, and the prospect of telling this to the daughters had somewhat cheered Ambrose. They found a guard in the royal livery at the stairs to the river, and at the door of the house, but these had been there ever since Sir Thomas's apprehension. They knew Ambrose Birkenholt, and made no objection to his passing in and leaving his companion to walk about among the borders and paths, once so trim, but already missing their master's hand and eye. Very long it seemed to Giles, who was nearly despairing, when a female figure in black came out of one of the side doors, which were not guarded, and seemed to be timidly looking for him. Instantly he was at her side. "Not here," she said, and in silence led the way to a pleached alley out of sight of the windows. There they stood still. It was a strange meeting of two who had not seen each other for 14 years, when the one was a tall, ungainly youth, the other well-nigh a child. And now Giles was a fine, soldierly man in the prime of life, with a short, curled beard, and powerful, alert bearing, and Aldonza, though the first flower of her youth had gone by, yet, having lived a sheltered and far from toilsome life, was a really beautiful woman, gracefully proportioned, and with the delicate features and clear olive skin of the Andalusian Moor. Her eyes, always her finest feature, were sunken with weeping, and their soft beauty could still be seen. Giles threw himself on his knee, and grasped at her hand. "My love, my only love!" he cried. "Oh, how can I think of such matters now when it is thus with my dear mistress?" said Aldonza, in a mournful voice, as though her tears were all spent, yet not withholding her hand. "You knew me before you knew her," said Giles. "See, Aldonza, what I have brought back to you." And he half drew the sword her father had made. She gave a gasp of delight, for well she knew every device in the gold inlaying of the blade, and she looked at Giles with eyes full of gratitude. "I knew thou wouldst own me," said Giles. "I have fought and gone far from thee, Aldonza. Canst not spare one word for thine old Giles?" "Ah, Giles, there is one thing which if you will do for my mistress, I would be yours from my heart of hearts. Say it, sweetheart, and it is done. You know not. It is perilous, and may be many would quail, yet it may be less perilous for you than for one who is better known. Peril and I are well acquainted, my heart." She lowered her voice as her eyes dilated, and she laid her hand on his arm. "Thou wottest what is on London Bridge gates?" "I saw it, a sorry sight." "My mistress will not rest till that dear and sacred head, holy as any blessed relic, be taken down, so as not to be the sport of sun and wind and cruel men gaping beneath. She cannot sleep, she cannot sit or stand still, she cannot even kiss her child for thinking of it. Her mind is set on taking it down, yet she will not peril her husband, nor verily know I how any here could do the deed. Ha! I have scaled a wall ere now. I bear our banner at Goletta, with the battlements full of angry Moors, not far behind the Emperor's." "You would, and be secret? Then indeed naught would be overmuch for you. And this very night? The sooner the better." She not only clasped his hands in thanks, but let him raise her face to his, and take the reward he felt his due. Then she said she must return, but Ambrose would bring him all particulars. Ambrose was as anxious as herself and her mistress that the thing should be done, but was unfit by all his habits, and his dainty scholarly niceness, to render such effectual assistance as a soldier could do. Giles offered to scale the gate by night himself, carry off the head, and take it to any place Mrs. Roper might appoint, with no assistance save such as Ambrose could afford. Aldonza shuddered a little at this, proving that her heart had gone out to him already, but with this he had to be contented, for she went back into the house, and he saw her no more. Ambrose came back to him, and, with something more like cheerfulness than he had yet seen, said, "Thou art happy, Giles." "More happy than I durst hope to find her." "Tush! I mean not that, but to be able to do the work of the holy ones of old, who gathered the remnants of the martyrs, while I have indeed the will, but am but a poor craven. It is gone nearer to comfort that sad-hearted lady than aught else." It appeared that Mrs. Roper would not be satisfied unless she herself were present at the undertaking, and this was contrary to the views of Giles, who thought the further off women were in such a matter the better. There was a watch at the outer entrance of London Bridge, the train-bands taking turns to supply it. But it was known by experience that they did not think it necessary to keep awake after belated travellers had ceased to come in, and Sir Thomas More's head was set over the opposite gateway, looking inwards at the city. The most suitable hour would be between 1 and 2 o'clock, when no one would be stirring, and the summer night would be at the shortest. Mrs. Roper was exceedingly anxious to implicate no one, and to prevent her husband and brother from having any knowledge of an act that William Roper might have prohibited, as if she could not absolutely exculpate him, it might be fatal to him. She would therefore allow no one to assist save Ambrose, and a few more devoted old servants, of condition too low for anger to be likely to light upon them. She was to be rowed with muffled oars to the spot, to lie hid in the shadow of the bridge till a signal like the cry of a peewit was exchanged from the bridge, then approach the stairs at the inner angle of the bridge where Giles and Ambrose would meet her. Giles's experience as a man-at-arms stood him in good stead. He purchased a rope as he went home, also some iron ramps. He took a survey of the arched gateway in the course of the afternoon, and shutting himself into one of the work-sheds with Ambrose, he constructed such a rope-ladder as was used in scaling fortresses, especially when seized at night by surprise. He beguiled the work by a long series of anecdotes of adventures of the kind, of all of which Ambrose heard not one word. The whole court, and especially Giles No. 3, were very curious as to their occupation, but nothing was said even to Stephen, for it was better, if Ambrose should be suspected, that he should be wholly ignorant. But he had, they knew not how, gathered somewhat. Only Ambrose was, at parting for the night, obliged to ask him for the key of the gate. "Brother," then he said, "what is this work I see? Dost thee think I can let thee go into a danger I do not partake? I will share in this pious act towards the man I have ever reverenced." So, at dead of night, the three men stole out together, all in the plainest leathern suits. The deed was done in the perfect stillness of the sleeping city, and without mishap or mischance. Stephen's strong hand held the ladder securely, and aided to fix it to the ramps, and just as the early dawn was touching the summit of St. Paul's spire with a promise of light, Giles stepped into the boat, and reverently placed his burden within the opening of a velvet cushion that had been ripped up and deprived of part of the stuffing, so as to conceal it effectually. The brave Margaret Roper, the English Antigone, well knowing that all depended on her self-control, refrained from aught that might shake it. She only raised her face to Giles, and murmured from dry lips, "Sir, God must reward you," and Aldonza, who sat beside her, held out her hand. Ambrose was to go with them to the priest's house, where Mrs. Roper was forced to leave her treasure, since she durst not take it to Chelsea, as the royal officers were already in possession, and the whole family were to depart on the ensuing day. Stephen and Giles returned safely to Cheapside. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of The Armorer's Prentices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Esther Simonides. The Armorer's Prentices by Charlotte M. Yonge. Chapter 25. Old Haunts. Oh, the oak and the birch and the bonny holly tree, they flourish best at home in my own country. When the absence of the barbarous token of the execution was discovered, suspicion instantly fell on the More family, and Margaret, her husband, and her brother were all imprisoned. The brave lady took all upon herself, and gave no names of her associates in the deeds, and as Henry VIII still sometimes had better moods, all were soon released. But that night had given Ambrose a terrible cough, so that Dennet kept him in bed 2 days. Indeed, he hardly cared to rise from it. His whole nature, health, spirits, and mind, had been so cruelly strained, and he was so listless, so weak, so incapable of rousing himself, or turning to any fresh scheme of life, that Stephen decided on fulfilling a long-cherished plan of visiting their native home, and seeing their uncle, who had, as he had contrived to send them word, settled down on a farm which he had bought with Perronel's savings, near Romsey. Headley, who was lingering till Aldonza could leave her mistress and decide on any plan, undertook to attend to the business, and little Giles, to his great delight, was to accompany them. So the brothers went over the old ground. They slept in the hostel at Dogmersfield, where the dragon mark and the badge of the Armourers' Company had first appeared before them. They found the very tree where the alderman had been tied, and beneath which Spring lay buried, while little Giles gazed with ecstatic, almost religious veneration, and Ambrose seemed to draw in new life with the fresh air of the heath, now becoming rich with crimson bells. They visited Hyde Abbey, and the well-clothed, well-mounted travellers received a better welcome than had fallen to the lot of the hungry lads. They were shown the grave of old Richard Birkenholt in the cloister, and Stephen left a sum to be expended in masses for his behoof. They looked into St. Elizabeth's College, but the kind warden was dead, and a trembling old man who looked at them through the wicket hoped they were not sent from the commissioners. For the visitation of the lesser religious houses were going on, and St. Elizabeth's was already doomed. Stephen inquired at the Right Heart for Father Shoveller, and heard that he had grown too old to perform the office of a bailiff, and had retired to the parent abbey. The brothers therefore renounced their first scheme of taking Silkstede on their way, and made for Romsey. There, under the shadow of the magnificent nunnery, they dined pleasantly by the waterside at the sign of Bishop Blaise, patron of the woolcombers of the town, and halted long enough to refresh Ambrose, who was equal to very little fatigue. It amused Stephen to recollect how mighty a place he had once thought the little town. "Did mine host know Master Randall?" "What! Master Randall of Baddesley? He should think so. Was not the good man or his good wife here every market day, with a pleasant word for every one? Men said he had had some good office about the court, as steward or the like, for he was plainly conversant with great men, though he made no boast. If these guests were kin of his, they were welcome for his sake." So the brothers rode on amid the gorse and the heather until they came to a broad spreading oak tree, sheltering a farmhouse built in frames of heavy timber, filled up with bricks set in zigzag patterns, with a high-pitched roof and tall chimneys. Barns and stacks were near it, and fields reclaimed from the heath were waving with corn just tinged with the gold of harvest. 3 or 4 cows, of the tawny hue that looked so homelike to the brothers, were being released from the stackyard after being milked, and conducted to the field by a tall white-haired man in a farmer's smock, while a little child perched on his shoulder, who gave a loud, jubilant cry at the sight of the riders. Stephen, pushing on, began the question whether Master Randall dwelt there, but it broke off half-way into a cry of recognition on either side. Harry's an absolute shout. "The lads! The lads! Wife! Wife! 'Tis our own lads!" And as Perronel, more buxom and rosy than London had ever made her, came forth from her dairy, and there was a mêlée of greetings, and Stephen would have asked what little one the pair had adopted, he was cut short by an exulting laugh. "No more adopted than thy Giles there, Stephen. 'Tis our own boy, Thomas Randall. Yea, and if he come late, he is the better loved, though I trow Perronel there will ever look on Ambrose as her eldest son." "And by my troth he need good country diet and air," cried Perronel. "Thou hast had none to take care of thee, Ambrose. They have let thee pine and whine over thy books. I must take thee in hand." "'Tis what I'm brought him to thee for, good aunt," said Stephen, smiling. Great was the interchange of news over the homely, hearty meal. It was plain that no one could be happier or more prosperous in a humble way than the ex-jester and his wife, and if anything could restore Ambrose it would surely be the homely plenty and motherly care he found there. Stephen heard another tale of his half-brother. His wife had soon been disgusted by the loneliness of the verdurer's lodge, and was always finding excuses for going to Southampton, where she and her daughter had both caught the plague, imported in some Eastern merchandise, and had died. The only son had turned out wild and wicked, and had been killed in a broil which he had provoked, and John, a broken-down man, with no one to enjoy the wealth he had accumulated, had given up his office as verdurer, and retired to an estate which he had purchased on the skirts of the forest. Stephen rode thither to see him, and found him a dying man, tyrannized over and neglected by his servants, and having often bitterly regretted his hardness toward his younger brothers. All that Stephen did for him he received as tokens of pardon. It was not possible to leave him until, after a fortnight's watching, he died in his brother's arms. He had made no will, and Ambrose thus inherited a property which made his future maintenance no longer an anxiety to his brother. He himself seemed to care very little for the matter. To be allowed to rest under Perronel's care, to read his Erasmus Testament, and attend Mass on Sundays at the little Norman church seemed all that he wished. Stephen tried to persuade him that he was young enough, at 35, to marry and begin life again on the fair woodland river-bordered estate that was his portion, but he shook his head. "No, Stephen, my work is over. I could only help my dear master, and that is at an end. Dean Colet is gone. Sir Thomas is gone. What more have I to do here? Old ties are broken, old bonds severed. Crime and corruption were protested against in vain, and, now that judgment is beginning at the house of God, I am thankful that I am not like to live to see it." Perronel scolded and exhorted him, and told him he would be stronger when the hot weather was over, but Ambrose only smiled, and Stephen saw a change in him, even in this fortnight, which justified his forebodings. Stephen and his uncle found a trustworthy bailiff to manage the estate, and Ambrose remained in the house where he could now be no burthen. Stephen was obliged to leave him and take home young Giles, who had, he found, become so completely a country lad, enjoying everything to the utmost, that he already declared he would much rather be a yeoman and forester than a armourer, and that he did not want to be apprenticed to that black forge. This again made Ambrose smile with pleasure as he thought of the boy as keeping up the name of Birkenholt in the forest. The one wish he expressed was that Stephen would send down Tibble Steelman to be with him. For in truth they both felt that in London Tib might at any time be laid hands on, and suffer at Smithfield for his opinions. The hope of being a comfort to Ambrose was perhaps the only idea that could have counterbalanced the sense that he ought not to fly from martyrdom, and as it proved the invitation came only just in time. 3 days after Tibble had been dispatched by the Southampton carrier in charge of all the comforts Dennet could put together, Bishop Stokesley's grim Sompnour came to summon him to the bishop's court, and there could be little question that he would have courted the faggot and stake. But as he was gone out of reach, no further inquiries were made after him. Dennet had told her husband that she had been amazed to find how, in spite of a very warm affection for her, her husband and children, her father hankered after the old name, and grieved that he could not fulfil his old engagement to his cousin Robert. Giles Headley had managed the business excellently during Stephen's absence, had shown himself very capable, and gained good opinions from all. Rubbing about in the world had been very good for him, and she fairly believed that nothing would make her father so happy as for them to offer the share of the business with Giles. She would on her part make Aldonza welcome, and had no fears of not agreeing with her. Besides, if little Giles were indeed to be heir to Chestelside, was not the way made clear? So thus it was. The alderman was very happy in the arrangement, and Giles Headley had not forfeited his rights to be a freeman of London, or a member of the Armourers' Guild. He married Aldonza at Michaelmas, and all went well and peacefully in the household. Dennet never quitted her father while he lived, but Stephen struggled through winter roads and floods, and reached Baddesley in time to watch his brother depart in peace, his sorrow and indignation for his master healed by the sense of his martyrdom, and his trust firm and joyful. "If this be, as it is, dying of grief," said Hal Randall, "surely it is a blessed way to die." A few winters later Stephen and Dennet left Giles Headley in sole possession of the Dragon, with their second son as an apprentice, while they themselves took up the old forest life as Master and Mistress Birkenholt of Chestside, where they lived and died honoured and loved. End of chapter 25. Recording by Esther Ben-Simonides. End of The Armourer's Prentices by Charlotte M. Yonge.